turn on what were called qualities. He brought up his page. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 20, 17%. Health, 549 mana, 414 stamina, 250. Strength, 32. Agility, 28. Dexterity, 35. Constitution, 37. Endurance, 25. Intelligence, 37. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 20. Luck, 16. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, side bond. Qualities, resolute, honorable, implacable. Skills, herb lore LVL 38, 0% to next level. Alchemy LVL 1, 0% to next level. Enchantment LVL 28, 0% to next level. Crafting LVL 1, 0% to next level. Smithing LVL 1, 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 5, 9% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 22, 0% to next level. Stealth LVL 6, 82% to next level. Traps LVL 21, 18% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 20, 27% to next level. Tracking LVL 10, 7% to next level. Riding LVL 7, 76% to next level. Archery LVL 9, 12% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 4, 0% to next level. Focus LVL 2, 31% to next level. Double Shot LVL 2, 11% to next level. Drill Shot LVL 1, 14% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 1, 0% to next level. Small Blades LVL 4, 45% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1, 78% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1, 0% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1, 0% to next level. Light Armor LVL 8, 13% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 5, 61% to next level. Air Magic LVL 7, 12% to next level. Life Magic LVL 5, 48% to next level. Earth Magic LVL 3, 72% to next level. Water Magic LVL 4, 16% to next level. Dark Magic LVL 4, 7% to next level. Light Magic LVL 3, 6% to next level. Fire Magic LVL 4, 8% to next level. Map Making LVL Max. Trade LVL 13, 0% to next level. War Leader LVL 1, 0% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL 1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Forge of Heavens. Resistances. Air 50%. Life 50%. Mental 15%. Spiritual 15%. Race. Human Chaos Seed. Reputation. LVL 3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. Richter smiled with true joy this time. He'd take it. The next task was to level up his soul familiar. He continued to stroke Alma's scales. She had definitely earned it. The question was, where should he place the 7 points she had earned? Brain drain was definitely an option. Richter had absolutely no doubt at all that investing heavily in that skill had been the right thing to do. Alma would most likely still be at level 3 or 4 right now without having had the boost from draining her enemies. The fact that she was now level 14 also meant she had access to much more health, mana, and stamina than she had at her lower levels. Richter also couldn't discount the strong bonus of her being able to stun higher level enemies. Yup, he just couldn't stress enough how sure he was that investing in brain drain had been the right choice. It didn't mean that it was necessarily the right thing to do now, though it would be a bit myopic to just make her a one-trick pony. With 7 points to distribute, he had a bit of wiggle room. Richter placed 1 point into Psi Bond. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability. Psi Bond. Your familiar's base innate intellect is increased by 25%. She can now communicate into word sentences. Her intelligence and wisdom are also -1 by 15%. You will also benefit from this stronger tie to your familiar. Your mental resistance has increased by 10%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 250 yards to 500 yards. Alma lifted her head to look at him. "Hello, Master." Her tone was happy, and there was a gleam and attentiveness in her eyes that he hadn't seen before. Richter had intended to place a point into Psi Blast, but seeing the improvement in his soul familiar and hearing her voice in his mind, he was overcome with feelings of love and affection. He was also pleasantly surprised by the boost to his mental resistance. He immediately invested the 2 points required to level Psi Bond again. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability. Psi Bond. Your familiar's base innate intellect is increased by 50%. She can now communicate in 4-word sentences. Her base intelligence and wisdom are also increased by 30%. You will also benefit from this stronger tie too. Your familiar. Your mental resistance has increased by 20%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 500 yards to 750 yards. You can now each sense if the other is in danger. The light in her eyes brightened again. Master, I understand more now. Thank you so much. I love you. Richter's eyes widened in shock. He had never thought of Alma as just a dumb animal. Her ability to communicate and follow directions had always shown her intelligence. Having her express herself in a long string of words and hearing her express strong emotions, there was something that he hadn't expected. He sat there for a second as he searched his feelings, and he realized that he loved his little creature as well. He smiled down at her and thought fondly, "You're welcome, Alma. I love you too." She closed her eyes and went back to purring contentedly as he stroked her scales. "You are such a spoiled little thing." Her only response was to purr slightly louder. With a chuckle, Richter decided how he would invest the rest of her points. Though he loved the change in his familiar, and though he was interested in seeing how Psi Blast would level, Richter remained a pragmatist at heart. The best chance of her continual survival was for her to level quickly. He invested the remaining 4 points into Brain Drain. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability. Brain Drain to level 5. Successful kills will now give 5% of total experience to both you and your familiar. Drain occurs faster. Stun can occur on enemies level 21 and below. Now that's what I'm talking about, he thought. Being able to incapacitate anyone level 21 and below made her a force to be reckoned with. He examined her status page. Name: Alma. Level 14, 28%. Health: 240 mana, 336 stamina, 240. Unused level points, 0. Abilities: Psi Bond, LVL 3. Points to next level, 3. Psi Blast, LVL 1. Points to next level, 1. Brain Drain, LVL 5. Points to next level, 5. Can use Air Magic, Life Magic. Resistances: Mental, 100%. Air, 50%. Life, 50%. Race: Psi Dragonling. His little girl was growing up. Richter laid his head back as Alma continued to purr in his lap. The rain had started to fall while he had been allocating points. Just as he had hoped, only a few drops of rain made it through the tree limbs. The sound of the rain around him was relaxing and comforting after the harrowing events of the past 2 days. Wrapping Alma and himself in his cloak, Richter closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 14. When Richter opened his eyes, it was still dark. The rain had stopped, and the air was cool and wet. The trees were clustered closely enough that almost no moonlight filtered down to the forest floor. He looked around, seeing if he could detect anything, but all he saw was blackness. Richter cast night vision. He heard a faint thud. That noise was almost beneath his ability to hear, and that was when he realized it. Except for that faint sound, the night was completely still. There was no chittering of insects, no screeching of owls, and no croaking of frogs. All of the animals of the forest had gone quiet. The only reason Richter knew that animals did that was when a predator was in the area. Richter looked around, but didn't see Futon. Sending out a mental call, he dislodged Alma from his lap. She didn't protest for once, feeling his apprehension. Richter Duck walked a few feet to the edge of the trees, cover, and continued scanning. He heard another thud. Richter's heart began to beat faster. He thought the sound was coming from his front left somewhere, but he couldn't be sure. He wanted to start buffing himself, but didn't want the telltale flare of magic to give away his position. He was fairly certain this latest thud had been closer than the previous one, and he couldn't risk being seen. The only reason he had been able to safely cast night vision was that it was a spell of dark magic, and the blackness that had momentarily outlined his hands would have been impossible to see at night. "Do you sense anything?" he thought to Alma. "No, master." "I fly into tree." Alma launched into the air and up into the tree limbs. Richter continued to look around. His gaze fell upon a pool of water left over from the rainstorm. He heard another thud. A series of ripples disturbed the surface of the water. The small waves propagated and diminished in 1 second. Their disappearance didn't soothe him, though. Quite the opposite. "Okay," Richter breathed softly to no one in particular. His nervousness was causing him to babble to himself in a vain effort to stay calm. So as we all know from Jurassic Park, that was an impact tremor, which means that something large like a T-Rex is coming this way. I totally agree with Jeff Goldblum now. Being fairly alarmed is an appropriate response to this situation. Richter calmed himself, realizing that speaking out loud, no matter how softly, was most likely not a good idea at this particular point in time. He heard another thud, and the water rippled again. He hoped that the concealment properties of his cape would hide him. That brought his other options to mind, and cursing himself for a fool, he activated stealth. It was only fear and panic that had kept him from thinking of doing it immediately. He had to do better. Richter kept looking around, still not seeing anything. He heard another thud, and this time it sounded a bit farther away. Richter exhaled softly. He just might make it through this. "How can I help you, my lord?" Futon asked, phasing into view. His light was as soft as always, but in the darkness it seemed as bright as a lighthouse atop a cliff. It pained Richter's enhanced vision, and he shut his eyes quickly. Richter saw the eye icon that had indicated his stealth status go from closed to wide open. "Stay in invisible and stay quiet," he hissed. Futon immediately disappeared from view. Richter opened his eyes again, but his vision was still impaired. He blinked repeatedly to clear the spots that now floated across his field of view. Not trusting his vision, he listened, straining his ears. He didn't hear anything, though. Richter thanked God for small favors. As he waited for his vision to recover, he received a frantic message from Alma. "Master, it's coming." "What is?" "What's coming?" Something big. Something very big." Alma sent him a vision of trees parting in a foretelling of the passage of something large and powerful. Whatever it was moving quickly. Richter started hearing thuds coming in quick succession, and they were getting louder by the second. Richter's vision had finally improved enough to allow him to see. He looked back into the puddle now that he could see again and saw that impact tremors were shaking the water continuously. Now, this was bad. The time for caution had passed. Richter held his bow in one hand, and with the other started casting buffs. Haste, barkskin, and minor life, armor. In less than 6 seconds, he was down almost 100 mana, but was faster, tougher, and better armored. Alma did the same. He then dismissed his night vision. Whatever was coming was big, enough that his only hope would be to imbue his arrows. The explosion of light from when his strikes connected would blind him if his eyes were still. Overly sensitive to light, he cast far light a few times into some nearby trees. Then he knocked an arrow to his string and began imbuing it as he awaited whatever was about to attack him. Richter heard a crack, and a small nearby tree broke in half as a gigantic figure loomed into view. It was 20 feet tall if it was an inch. The balls of light illuminated skin that was dark gray and appeared rough to the touch like a cliff face. It wore absolutely no clothing, and in addition to its massive stature, it sported powerful muscles. Knobs of black rock protruded from its body at random positions, and 3 spikes of rock jutted up from its head like a crown. Its body was human in shape and oval-large. Genitalia swung freely between its legs. In one hand it held a small, uprooted tree. Counting the tree hanging between its legs, that made 2 trees. Trying not to be distracted or emasculated, Richter quickly analyzed it. Rock giant level 13. Health 1370. Mana 80. Stamina 1840. Disposition. Enmity. There are many different types of giants. Rock giants are solitary. Monsters unlike other giants, which can have just as complex a social structure as average-sized humanoids. What rock giants lack in social graces, they more than make up for in ferocity, malevolence, and durability. Their skin acts like a formidable exoskeleton, blocking most damage. Richter didn't have time to read all of it. He basically got the gist, though. He was absolutely fucked. Richter released his imbued arrow into the monster's face at no more than 10 yards away. The arrow exploded against its head, and it elicited a roar of anger and pain. The giant faded back a step. Richter smiled for a second, but that quickly fled as the monster turned its face back to face Richter. The arrow had only made a few cracks in its hard, rocky exterior. In the illumination of his far light spell, it smiled at him. Richter could see its pewter-colored teeth were flat like a human's, but it also had large fangs in both its upper and lower jaw. For a second they just looked at each other, but then the giant flew into action. It swung its tree-sized club at him, and it was only his increased speed that let him drop to the ground. He felt the passage of the huge weapon as air ruffled his cloak, and a whistle split the air to mark its passage. Richter immediately rolled to the right and stood, which was a good thing. Anywho, thought that the rock appellation in the monster's name would make it. Slow would have been wrong. Dead wrong. Not overbalanced in the slightest by missing with its first swing. The giant swung its club high overhead. There was practically no loss of momentum at all as it cocked both of its arms back behind its head. Both of its tire-sized hands grasped the tree, and it swung straight downwards with a mighty bash. Richter had rolled 3 times to the left. When he stopped, he was in a half push-up. He immediately started pushing himself up to stand. Before his arms were fully extended, there was a scream in his mind. Move to the left. Richter did as he was told, not wasting time on petty things like rational thought. After all, What was rational about a Mandingo rock monster trying to crush him with a tree? He braced his arms for the briefest of split seconds and sprung left. The giant's attack slammed into the ground scant inches from where he had been when he heard Alma's warning. The tree sank 5 feet into the wet ground, leaving no mystery as to what would have happened if Richter had been beneath the fearsome blow. As it was, the giant's attack shook the ground. Richter had landed on all fours, and even in that position, he was knocked prone by the vibrations. He quickly tried to get his hands under him again, but he had left the dry area under the tree and was now lying in mud. In his haste, he failed to find a proper handhold. He slipped and face-planted into the earth. The only thing that had saved him from becoming a Richter pancake was that the giant had driven its weapon deep into the ground, and the sucking mud was resisting its efforts to retrieve it. Richter rolled over and got to his feet at the same time that he heard a sucking noise. The rock giant had liberated its weapon and was now reaching towards him with its free hand. Not knowing what else to do, Richter cast Cloying Darkness. The cone of thickened darkness enveloped the giant's hand and reached its body. The monster roared in surprise at having its vision obscured. Richter hopped backwards while pulling out his shadow-high steel dagger with his left hand. He plunged the blade down into the giant's questing hand. The special property of the weapon allowed him to ignore 10% of the monster's armor, where his imbued arrow had failed. The dagger penetrated the gray rocky skin ever so shallowly. The giant pulled back its hand quickly as the creature grunted in surprise. Richter knew that he couldn't have done more than a few points of damage, but judging by the giant's expression, it was just confused by what had happened. It most likely had not suffered damage in some time. Richter stared at the rock giant while it stared at its hand. He slowly backed away, trying to put space between the two of them. Alma flew overhead, and Futon floated somewhere in the night, invisible. The giant held its fist above its face, staring, until a large oil-colored droplet fell onto its lips. Its smoke-colored tongue tasted the blood, and it finally realized what this strange sensation was. The little man had heard it. It roared louder than ever, and then fixed Richter with a vengeful gaze. All Richter had time to do was think, "Oh shit!" It ran at him. Even though it was now slowed by his dark spell, its large size still let it close with him quickly. Richter cast his hand forward and cast Charm, but the high mineral composition of the rock giant's mind and body gave it a high natural resistance to the spell. The monster easily shrugged off the enchantment spell that was designed to target flesh and blood humanoids. He didn't have time to waste being disappointed. The giant threw a fist at him and followed it by what would have been a hilt strike if the tree it held were a sword. Richter dodged right and then left, bobbing and weaving like he was fighting Debo. He avoided both of the monster's strikes, but didn't see the rock foot that came at him. Afterwards, the giant had followed its first 2 attacks with a front kick. Richter was struck head-on by a rocky foot almost the size of his body and flew backwards more than 20 yards before slamming into the trunk of a large elm. Richter struck hard against the tree, his body a good 5 feet off the ground. He fell to the earth, unconscious. The giant wasn't done and started charging towards him with its tree raised. It resolved that its next strike would devastate the creature that had the audacity to draw its blood. Once again, Alma saved her master's life. Buzzing in from behind the giant, she struck with side blast. The monster roared in pain from the attack, but was barely staggered. The attack was enough to arrest its forward movement, though. She had only intended to halt the giant's progress. Her movements had purpose, and her actions were governed by strategy. This level of thinking would not have been possible before her Master had increased his psi bond with her. She wouldn't let this monster hurt her Richter. Capitalizing on the scant second she had before the giant recovered, her spell-hastened body flew to her master. Blood leaked from his nose and his shoulder protruded forward in a way that didn't look right to her. She cast slow heal. His nose stopped bleeding, and some of the cuts on his face healed, but he still hadn't awoken. Alma heard the first thud of the rock giant's tread as it started back towards them. She didn't know what else to do. She laid her snout on his forehead and invoked Psy Blast. Richter's consciousness had been nestling in a comfortable blackness to protect itself from the real-world trauma his body had just experienced. Her attack shredded that comforting cocoon and injected jagged pain into his brain. Though Richter would never remember this facet of the experience, his subconscious likened Alma's attack to a bloodthirsty cola, kicking in his mind's door and then crapping a rainbow made of acid onto his most precious memories. Incidentally, this was also the moment that Richter began to have an irrational hatred of eucalyptus. He sat up with a scream, one of his fists slamming into his head in a vain effort to attack his own brain because it was hurting him so much. His other arm didn't seem to be working for some reason. He actually almost stabbed himself with his shadow dagger, which was inexplicably still clasped in his hand somehow. The pain was not at all helped by Alma, projecting the equivalent of a mental scream into his head. "Get up! It's coming! You have to move!" Richter looked forward, conscious but still dazed, and saw a dark gray nightmare lumbering towards him with a roar issuing from its mouth. Barely able to comprehend what he was seeing, he reacted on instinct to his favorite spell, Grease. His hand shot forward, surrounded by a green glow. With an uttered word of power, his will manifested in the physical world. A circle of liquid the color and consistency of Thanksgiving gravy appeared on the ground in front of the giant. His aim was off, though. The rock monster was only caught in the edge of the spale's ow. One of its legs did crumple and it fell to a knee, but the rock giant maintained the rest of its balance by putting its weight on the leg that was not within the bounds of Richter's spell. It was going to keep coming, he realized with horror. His fear triggered a surge of adrenaline that jump-started his addled mind, and he remembered his new ring. Pointing his fist, he unleashed his stored spell. Nothing happened. Still staring at the monster that was almost back on its feet, he held his hand up in front of his face, shaking it in frustration. Why hadn't the bloody ring worked? His mind clearing more by the second. He actually looked at his fingers and, with a flash, realized he had held the wrong hand. Forward! Motherfucker, he thought. Quickly correcting his mistake, he used his good hand to grab and raise his injured arm. The movement drove lances of pain through his shoulder, up his neck, and into his brain. Bile rose in the back of his throat, and tears leaked from his eyes. When he heard his bones grinding together, he had to fight the sudden urge to vomit all over himself. He was able to raise his arm enough, though, and invoke the spell held in his new ring of spell storage. A second ring of brown grease appeared, and this time, both of the giant's feet were firmly in the bullseye. As it was already off balance, its other leg slipped, and then, with a loud crash, it fell to the forest floor. Its body was too large to be held completely with the spell's 10-foot. Although, and its arms were well clear. Richter knew he had only seconds. He had to run. Richter got to his feet, trying not to jostle his wounded shoulder. He was only partially successful, and more tears sprung from his eyes unbidden and leaked down his dirty face. He was preparing to run in the opposite direction to the rock giant when he saw something illuminated by the balls. A firelight he had cast before starting the battle. His bow! The only problem was that the rock giant was directly in line with his weapon. Not letting himself contemplate the stupidity of his next action, he started rushing towards the thrashing monster. His high agility let him cross the distance to the giant before it could react. He didn't have time to run around the grease that had a cumulative of almost 20 yards, so he took the only avenue open to him. With Alma's disbelieving scream piercing his mind, he jumped onto the back of the rock giant, using it as a bridge over the slippery film. The giant roared in disbelief as he jumped from the giant's back. Richter thought, "I'll give you something to yell about, asshole." Not looking back, he uttered a word of power and threw his hand backwards. A red glow enveloped his fingers for the briefest of moments before a gout of flame shot forth. The jet of fire ignited the grease that the monster was lying in, and for the first time, Richter heard it scream in pain. It was music to his ears. He didn't waste time looking back, but just collected his bow from where he had dropped it. He quickly shoved it into his bag of holding, the space-folding magic of the bag allowing the large weapon to disappear into a much smaller space. Then he ran off into the night. Every step shot pain through his broken arm, but he dared not slow, for he could already hear the thuds of the giant as it set off after him. Alma flew above, mentally shouting invectives at him. He felt like he deserved it when she called him stupid and dummy. When she called him pig-fucking beauty, though, he started wondering if increasing any female's ability to criticize him had really been a good life decision after all. Chapter 15. Richter ran through the forest, his heart pounding. His shoulder was definitely dislocated, but thankfully nothing white and jagged was poking out of his skin. That did not mean that his arm didn't feel like a tic-tac box with shards of glass in it, because it did. His night vision spell kept him from running blindly into trees, but he was running fast enough that he still fell multiple times. The pain in his arm flared with every misstep, almost making him pass out a time or two. The sound of the rock giant crashing through trees behind him, though, always brought him back to his feet. He knew he wasn't running as fast as he could have because of his shoulder, so when he got a fair lead, he decided to do something about it. Running up to the trunk of a stout tree, he screwed up his courage. Giving himself a few test swings, he practiced slamming his shoulder into the tree. Lethal weapon style, he counted off 1, 2, a faint whimper escaped his mouth with the word 2. He didn't stop his rhythm, though, and with a mighty surge he slammed his shoulder into the tree and said, 3. The pain that had felt like a constant horrible burn exploded like a supernova. Waves of impossibly hot plasma-like pain assaulted his consciousness, and stars colored his vision. He dropped to the ground as an undignified and somewhat ladylike scream ripped itself from his throat. Looking over at his shoulder, which still protruded forward awkwardly, he wailed to the heavens. Well, that didn't work at all. Another whimper escaped his lips, but the sound of breaking branches and a heavy tread reached him, and he knew it was time to run again. Despite his injury, Richter's magic-enhanced speed exceeded the rock giants despite their disparity in size, so keeping ahead was not a problem. Unfortunately, this was a marathon, not a sprint. His endurance just couldn't keep up with the rock giant's relentless pace. Struggling to do so precipitated several near-death experiences during Richter's bleak flight through the dark forest. Once, he made the mistake of looking backwards to see how close the giant was. When he looked forward again, he slammed his face smack dab into a tree branch and fell to the ground, dazed. The monster's thuds grew ever closer, and by the time Richter was back on his feet, it was barely 10 yards away. As he started running, he had to dive forward because it threw its tree at him. The monstrous club flew wide, thankfully, and crashed into a stand of evergreens. The brush with death was close enough that it felt like his heart was trying to leap free of his chest and put just a bit more space between it and the giant. The pain in his shoulder had flared again when he hit the ground, but his adrenaline let him keep going. Richter got back up and kept running, with the disappointed howls of his pursuer driving him to greater speeds. A second time, the rock giant put on an unexpected burst of speed and made a swipe that caused Richter's cape to furl from the near miss. He only saved himself by blindly throwing himself down an embankment. He rolled faster and faster until he landed with a bone-jarring, breath-stealing thud. As he fell, he heard the rock giant tumbling down the slope after him, no more in control of its descent than he had been. His breath had exploded from his lungs upon his landing, and try as he might, he couldn't get back up immediately. As he worked to inflate his chest, he expected to be crushed at any moment by a giant rocky hand. But it didn't happen. When he could finally breathe again, he looked over and saw the giant flailing about. Its incredible weight had driven its legs into the ground up to its waist. It struggled and strained to free itself from the mud. Still laying on his back, Richter began to laugh. No more than a few yards from the giant. No more than a few yards from what he had come to think of as death incarnate. It wasn't just the absurdity of the situation that brought on his temporary insanity. It was also that his shoulder had struck a large rock while he was bouncing down the hill. Amazingly, the collision had driven the bone most of the way back into the socket. Even partial relief from the constant excruciating pain was enough for him to want to celebrate. He laughed in weak sputters, as the air in his lungs still wasn't up to the task of a full chuckle. Getting back to his feet, he gave the giant the finger. There was no way the monster could have understood exactly what the gesture meant, but it obviously still took it as an insult. With a mighty roar, it put both hands on the ground and pushed. One leg came partially free. "Gall!" Richter exclaimed. He extended his hand and cast charm again, and he tried troubled sleep, but the enchantment spells had no more effect this time than the last. The giant had one knee up on the ground now and was straining to free its last leg. Richter screwed up his face and gave it the finger again before taking off once more. He ran as far and as fast as he could. Initially, he tried to head east, but fallen trees and irregular terrain made that impossible. At one point, he had to turn north and then west as a sheer rock wall loomed in front of him. He would stop when his stamina began to deplete and move forward at a fast walk. During these times, he tried to consult his map and come up with a game plan, but the giant was never far behind. How it tracked him, Richter had no idea, but even though he continually gained a small lead, it followed him unerringly. When he could hear the snapping of branches, he knew it was time to sprint again. While he sped through the night, all he could think about was surviving and not falling. In-depth examination of the map was impossible, with his breath coming out in wheezes and lava circulating in his legs. He just kept running. Richter burned through the stamina potions he had taken from Orvin. Over the course of the night, he tried to space them out and just let his stamina recover naturally, but the rock giant's pursuit was as sure as taxes. The lead he obtained with his greater speed was never enough to replenish his stores when he rested. He was forced to drink the green stamina potions with greater and greater regularity. Only two stamina potions were left when he noticed something out of the ordinary. His new tracking ability had shown him the passage of many creatures during his flight. He was down to his last two green potions when he saw a track that caught his attention. The tracks of the animals glowed ever so faintly. It would never be enough to see by, but it made it much easier to see and follow specific tracks. These tracks glowed as well, but a touch brighter than the others he had seen. There was also something familiar about them, though he didn't know where he had seen them before. With no other option presenting itself, he decided to follow the trail. Richter only paused for one moment to determine which direction the tracks led. The creature's prints had claw marks on one end, so he followed that direction. It led him north and east, which was generally where he wanted to go anyway, so he took it as a good sign. The giant caught sight of him and roared. Its footfalls came faster. A quick analysis showed that it had more than half of its stamina left. Cursing, he took off again. "Futon," he panted. A disembodied voice answered, "Yes, my lord." The fact that the remnant was able to keep pace without feeling the agony Richter was living through made him hate Futon just a bit. He pushed that down, though. "Look ahead and see if there is a place for me too. Hide! Come back quickly." Richter heard another "Yes, my lord." After that, nothing, so he assumed that the gray orb had moved off silently to do as he was bid. Alma continued to fly above him through the trees. At first, she had dive-bombed the rock giant, unleashing Psy Blast, but it had barely slowed the giant. After one close call where she had narrowly avoided being caught in its huge hands, Richter commanded her to just fly above him. It wasn't worth the risk. Richter continued to follow the tracks. Over the next half hour, he used almost all of his stamina potions. Futon came back several times to report he had found nothing, and each time Richter sent him forwards again. He was looking around for a place to make his last stand when Futon spoke. "I have found a cave, my lord." Richter didn't have much left inside him, so he simply gasped. "Show Emmy." The gray orb appeared. Richter cursed as the soft light burned in his night vision enhanced sight. Luckily, Futon's inner glow wasn't bright enough to blind him. He dismissed his spell and continued to run. After another few minutes, he was greeted by an amazing sight. A black hole was set into the side of a rocky hill. The cave opening would be way too small for the rock giant, he thought with the glimmer of kindling hope. The thuds grew louder behind him. His stamina was nearing depletion. He had found that he couldn't actually run himself unconscious, but his low stamina made him feel like it was a constant and imminent threat. He had been running on E for the past minute or so, and the rock giant was closing in for the kill. Richter didn't hesitate. He ran up to the hill and dove through the black opening, hoping it was empty. Alma flew in after him, and Futon floated in as well. The remnants! Light showed Richter that his first assumption was wrong. He wasn't in a simple cave. He had entered the mouth of a tunnel. Even if the sun had been out, it would have been an easy mistake to make, because directly in front of him was a blank wall. The tunnel continued through a large crevice in the floor. A black chasm 2 feet across was located at the back of the cave. Richter couldn't see anything, but he could hear wind whistling as it traveled ever farther down the tunnel. It registered to Richter that if he could see the inside of the cave, then anyone or anything could, which meant Futon. Turn off your light. The cavern went dark at the same time that a rocky hand plunged into the tunnel. Richter flattened himself against the wall, and the giant's hand felt around blindly for him. Luckily, it started to shallowly, a good 3 feet from his position. Remembering its aversion to fire, he cast flame. The result was not what he had been hoping for. Rather than retract its arm, the giant just roared in anger and reached further in. There was only one place for Richter to go. He shouted for Alma and Futon to go ahead of him. The dragonling flew down the chasm, and Futon floated into the crack. Richter shoved his body into the crevasse in the floor, bracing his back on one wall and his hand on the other. He strained to keep himself in place. Now Richter wished he hadn't made the remnant extinguish the light, because he couldn't see how far of a drop it was. That didn't matter, though, because the giant had found him. A rough and rocky fingertip reached him as the giant strained to push its arm as far as it could into the tunnel. The finger traced down Richter's face producing both blood and a scream when he felt the thin skin on his forehead tearing. The monster roared in triumph at finally being able to touch its quarry. The hand drew back slightly, then surged forward again as the giant slammed its shoulder against the lip of the tunnel. The rocky opening crunched slightly, but it still couldn't get any further in. Richter edged himself a few more inches down the crack in the floor. The rock giant yelled in frustration, and its dark gray fingers waggled only inches from his face as it strained to reach him. Holding himself in place was almost beyond Richter, considering that he was already so exhausted. As the monster rammed its shoulder into the cave mouth again, Richter called out that he needed light. Futin's glow showed that the drop was only a few feet, but the floor beneath him was sharply sloped and continued until it passed under a ledge. Richter couldn't see where it led. Dropping now wouldn't hurt, but he doubted that he'd be able to stop himself. If that slope ended in empty space, well, that was game over. Richter's arms quivered, and one knee slipped before he caught himself. He knew that the option of whether to go deeper into the crevasse was about to be made for him. That was when the giant's arm withdrew. However, Richter couldn't believe it. After being chased for hours, was he finally about to gain a respite? The answer was no. While the mouth of the cave was stone, the roof was just earthen. Certain places, the rock giant began pummeling and tearing apart the hill above the cave. Each blow made dirt fall onto Richter. The blood flowing from his forehead mixed with the falling particles and made a dark paste on his face. He didn't even notice that, however, because after the third blow, hole appeared in the ceiling. By the fifth blow, it had widened to the size of a basketball. On the seventh, a large portion of the ceiling collapsed, and Richter found himself staring up at the rock giant's grinning face. He quickly tried to shuffle lower into the crevice as it reached its hand into the cave. His strength gave out and he fell. Richter had been right. After falling the few feet to the slope below, he couldn't stop himself and continued to roll for another 20 or 30 seconds. When the incline finally leveled out, he was laying on a cold stone floor. He could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance, and his tracking skill showed the same clawed prints he had been following. Outside, Futin's light showed that the tunnel continued in only one direction and still sloped downward, albeit at a much gentler incline than the slope he had just fallen down. Alma sat on a nearby rock looking at him in concern. The bones of small animals littered the floor of the tunnel. Some of the animals had not been completely consumed, and the smell of fetid meat hung thick in the air. More powerful than that, however, was another scent. That smell provided the answer to what type of tracks he had been following. He had only smelled this particular stench once before, and it had been fairly recently. Grimly looking on into the darkness that extended past Futin's sphere of light, he quietly said one word: Cobalt. Chapter 16. Richter immediately had Futin extinguish his light. He then cast night vision, but to his dismay, there didn't seem to be any ambient light. Even with his vision enhanced, he couldn't see anything. Sign he had Futin emit the lowest intensity glow the remnant could manage. The level of illumination was so low that Richter wouldn't have been able to detect Futin if not for his enhanced vision, but it was enough to get the job done. His sight came alive in a contrast of green and black. Richter reached out. For Alma. The dragonling crawled up his arm and settled upon his shoulders. At his mental order, she crawled under his cloak of concealment. He hitched up his hood and invoked stealth. A blinking icon showed that his hurried flight had earned him some prompts. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in dark magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in air magic. New spells are now available. Your long flight through the night has increased your characteristics. 1. To agility. +1 to endurance. The only sounds in the tunnel were the faint drip of water and Richter's own breathing. Judging by the amount of rot on the half-eaten kills, this tunnel had been used at least a week ago. Just waiting here was not an option. An entire kobold tribe could be up his ass soon, and he would be unable to run. Looking up at the slope he had just fallen down, he judged that climbing back up would be difficult, but should be possible. Should be possible, that is, once he faced an extremely unpleasant task. Fixing his injuries, namely his shoulder. First, he fixed his face. The rock giant's hands had excoriated his forehead and nose. Worse, one strip of ragged skin hung over his eye like a creepy flap. He carefully picked it up and held it in place with one hand, and did the brief hand gesture for slow heal with the other. With a muttered word of power, the skin healed back into place, and the slow dribble of blood running down his face ceased. The spell unfortunately did not fix his shoulder. It had been pushed mostly back into the socket by his tumble down the hill, but when he ran his fingers over the joint, it clearly was still not fully back into position. Looking around, he found a small crack in the wall. Lips pressed tightly together, he guided the hand of his injured arm into the crevice until half of his forearm had disappeared. He then placed one foot against the wall, and making sure his arm was secure, he sharply twisted his body and yanked. With an almost audible pop, his shoulder was set back into place. Expecting the pain this time, he was able to grit his teeth, and only a muffled shout escaped his lips. Though the maneuver definitely caused pain, a cool relief also spread through him now that all of his parts were where they should be. Richter cast slow heal again and felt the pain in his shoulder lessen to a barely perceptible level. The spell might not be able to fix broken bones, but it worked wonders for inflammation. That done, he looked up at the steep hill that had brought him underground. Richter took out his dagger and started climbing. He jabbed the weapon into the earth as a mobile handhold and slowly inched up the slope. His entire body was sore, but he didn't stop. Richter planned to get almost to the top and listen for the rock giant. If he didn't hear anything, he'd ease his way out of the hole and make his way to the village while concealed. As he got closer to the top of the slope, he started looking for the entrance to the cave, but didn't see anything. He finally found a spot where the dirt of the incline had been disturbed, and he realized that the reason he couldn't find the entrance was that it didn't exist anymore. The disturbance in the dirt marked where he had fallen, and above it was only a pile of dirt. Richter didn't know how long he had been out, but that damn giant must have kept banging on the cave until it collapsed. Richter's face contorted in anger, and it was only because he was in dangerous territory that he didn't scream aloud in frustration. He only had one option now. He had to follow the tunnel. Richter made his way back down to the bottom of the underground hill, silently cursing. Once at the bottom, though, he stopped his lament. Sure, he was covered in horrible burn scars and buried alive in an underground warren of intelligent lizard monsters who specialized in deadly traps. But as his grandpappy used to say, a little hard work never hurt anyone. But I'll beat your ass if you don't get to work. Richter got to work. He drank a potion of clarity and gave another to Alma. No reason to waste any experience that might be coming their way. After that, he accessed his traveler's map. With a bit of focus, he switched from an above-ground view to a subterranean map. Richter sighed. He had hoped that the maps he had obtained from the kobold he had charmed in the Catacombs, Triuran, would link to where he was now. All he saw was the small bit of tunnel he was now standing in, though. Everything else around him was the pure black of unexplored territory. With another mental command, The map drew back to encompass a greater area. He kept zooming out until he found the tunnels Trieren had drawn. Richter's nostrils flared. He had to be miles away. No, he realized. It was worse than that. He was miles west and miles up from where he had found that abandoned temple, and all that he could see was blackened. Between Trieren's maps were almost useless to him right now. It would be like if he only had a map of Manhattan, but had to find his way there, underground from Long Island. If he got close enough, the map might come in handy, but otherwise he was just stumbling around in the dark. The only saving grace was that his flight from the giant had brought him roughly north and east, so he was at least closer to the Mist Village than he had been before. Richter closed his map and whispered softly, "Futon, stay invisible and speak quietly. Can you get us out of here?" "I have no ability to tunnel through rock, my lord," came the reply. "What can you do? Can you guide us home underground?" "I have no navigational abilities, my lord." Richter nodded to himself in the dark. He had known it was probably a long shot. "If only you could just transport us home." "I have no ability to transport you home, my lord." Richter paused for a second and thought about the remnants. Phrasing. "Do you have a way to get yourself home?" "I am tied to the Mist Village, and specifically the Great Seal, my lord. I am only able to be this far afield because of my proximity to you. I can return to the Great Seal at any time." "Why didn't you say anything about this before?" Richter asked tersely. "My duty is to serve the master of the Mist Village. I can only do this effectively while I am with you. Also, you never asked, my lord." Richter covered his face with both hands and breathed deeply 3 times to calm himself. He could not start yelling at Futon when they were in a monster den. He suddenly knew exactly how Dr. Evil felt after being thawed. "You have to tell me these things. I'm the boss. I need the info." "Yes, my lord," came Futon's monotone reply. "So you can return to the Great Seal?" Richter continued softly. "How?" "Is it a spell?" "It is an ability, my lord. I can at any time invoke it, and I will be instantly transported." "Can you come back afterwards?" Richter asked. "No, my lord. I'll have no way to return. And I'm guessing that you can't take me and Alma with you. I have faint memories of transporting others in the distant past, but that would be beyond my current capability. Perhaps when the village levels, my lord, but currently I cannot." "So when you're gone, Richter said to himself. "Yes, my lord. When I leave, I will not physically be present any longer." "What?" "I wasn't talking to just be quiet a second and let me think," Richter said waspishly. Silence reigned for a full second before he heard in a deadpan tone, "Yes, my lord." "Being quiet." Richter glared at the remnant outlined in the green and black. "I know that you're fucking with me, man," as ordered, though Futon remained quiet and did not respond. Turning his mind from the irritating orb, Richter thought it through. Communicating with Hisako and Randolphus was important. The last information they would have received would have come from Terran. That report would just say that he was about to fight the trained killers. They would have every reason to think he was dead or captured. What they would do in that case was anyone's guess, but they might waste time and resources coming to get him when there was so much to be done and so many threats to face. That was not a small consideration. Richter also had to factor in that while both he and Futon were here underground, no Mist workers were being summoned. That would dramatically slow down the growth of the village and the construction of defenses. He had no idea how long he would be stuck down here, and he couldn't just waste this time. There were many reasons why sending Futon back would be a helpful move. There was one obvious reason why he shouldn't, though. namely that Futen wouldn't be here to help him. Right now, Richter was reliant on the remnant to even see. He could always cast a light spell, but it would be like sending up a signal flare. Down here, even though Futen was emitting out light, it was much less conspicuous than a bright ball of white light. Sending the gray orb away would seriously compromise his position, and Richter refused to be the dumb sorority girl with the perky tits in the horror movie. Oh no, who could have foreseen that my decision to have sex in the middle of a murder spree with the weird guy in the van with blacked out windows could have gone wrong? You know who Richter thought? Me. He wouldn't shoot himself in the foot by sending away a needed ally. He also doubted that kobolds were the most dangerous things down here. In stories, underground monsters were usually bigger, meaner, and toothier than their above-ground counterparts. There was, of course, no way to be sure that even the faint light Futen was exuding wouldn't be seen, but it was certainly less conspicuous than his light spells were. He decided that he couldn't send Futen back until he found another way to see in the dark, but it was good to know that he had the option. He went back to working the problem. He had been trapped underground for weeks when unlocking his life mastery. During that time, he and the sprites had eaten most of the dried rations that were in his bag of holding. He had enough left for perhaps a week, but no more. Checking his food stores brought the fact that he hadn't eaten in a day to the forefront of his mind. His frantic pace while riding the Okami hadn't lent itself to eating, and then his fight with the assassin and warrior had exhausted him. He had felt the pangs of hunger while he had rested under the tree, but sleep had seemed a more pressing priority. After that, his frantic escape from the rock giant had driven hunger from his mind again. After burning what must have been thousands of calories, though, his belly was now starting to turn in knots. To emphasize how much energy he had expended, his stomach gave a loud growl. In the silence of the tunnel, the sound seemed overly loud. Richter took a travel ration from his bag. Before eating, though, he carefully broke it in half and placed the remainder back in the bag. He would have to ration until he found another source of food. That being said, he looked at the remains of some of the animals around him. It all smelled terrible, but he realized that such scraps could very well be the difference between life and death in the near future. Picking up a piece that seemed less rancid than the others, he examined it. You have found spoiled rabbit meat. This can be used as bait for carrion feeders. You will most likely become sick if you eat this. Richter dropped it in disgust. He wasn't that hungry yet. Further examination of his inventory showed he had several skins of water. Fresh water hadn't been a problem in the last dungeon because of an underground lake, so he had never needed to dip into his stores. At least he didn't have to. Worrying about that for a while, looking through his inventory revealed something else. The sustenance belt. He had all but forgotten about the item. It would allow him to exist on 50% less food and sleep. Right now, he wouldn't forego the plus for that his belt of strength gave him. But if he ended up being caught underground for weeks, then the sustenance belt might save his life. The last preparation Richter made was to fill the ring of spell storage. He decided to use charm this time. His fight with the giant had showed him that the ring could let him cast the same spell in succession, cooldown or not. The idea of being able to convert to enemies quickly to his side rather than just one was something that he couldn't pass up. With all immediate concerns taken care of, Richter's mind finally stopped racing. The battle with the rock giant and the run through the forest started to take its toll. His head felt like it was spinning, and he had to sit down so he didn't fall down. Not able to fight off his exhaustion any longer, he pulled his cloak of concealment around his body and dropped into unconsciousness. Richter slept for several hours, His dreams were plagued by sadistic women with butcher knives and 80-foot-tall giants that slowly ripped off his arms and legs. When he awoke, he was covered in sweat and his heart was racing. He immediately stood and drew his shadow dagger. His breath came out in ragged gasps as he looked around for enemies. Futen spoke up. I have been scouting the tunnel ahead. No enemies have come near. Richter exhaled in relief. Thank you, Futen. How long was I asleep? Only a few hours, my lord. I need to remind you that your time to allocate your points is almost elapsed. Richter nodded. He was fairly sure that he wouldn't be making it back to the village in the next day. He decided to invest in his most advanced skill again. 100% went into herb lore. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 39 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective. Increased chance of finding higher level herbs. Dismissing the prompt, Richter got up and looked around. Nothing caught his eye, so he activated stealth and started moving down the tunnel. The path twisted like a snake, and in several spots, Richter had to squeeze his body through tight junctions. At one point, he was stuck for a heart-thudding series of moments, but he was able to wriggle free and continue onward. For the first couple hours, nothing happened. That was not to say that Richter's travel was stress-free. Just by the fact that he was completely enclosed by tons of rock made him apprehensive. The air had a stale quality, lacking the movement of wine that he barely noticed when above ground. He had to force down his mild claustrophobia several times. Occasionally, he heard a scratching or scrabbling, but when he looked, there was nothing there. He kept searching for traps, and when he finally found one, it was only luck that kept him from triggering it. The tunnel had branched several times while he was walking, but he never deviated. The course he was following terminated in a blank stone wall. The tunnel itself continued, but it required jumping or climbing to a ledge 8 feet above where Richter was standing. Undaunted, he jumped and was easily able to grab the lip of the ledge above. But when he pulled his head high enough to see over the edge, a red tripwire glowed not 2 inches away from his fingers. If he had thrown his arm over the ledge to pull himself further up, the trap would have been triggered. Richter froze. His eyes darted back and forth, searching for more threats, but nothing else started to glow red. He started to experience the slightest of tremors in his fingers from supporting his whole weight while his arms were flexed. It was clear that the tripwire was only meant to cover part of the tunnel. The entrance to this new segment of tunnel was -1 feet across, and the tripwire was only 4. Richter moved himself to the right until he reached the section where he wouldn't risk triggering the trap, and then carefully pulled himself up. Once he was standing again, he examined the trap. Unfortunately, the wire ran into the wall of the tunnel through a small hole. Richter stared at it. There must be a hollow space behind the wall. He remembered that the Kobold Triaran had said his people were masters of traps, but the time and dedication it would take to drill through solid rock to set this trap up was both impressive and disturbing. Even the tripwire itself appeared to be the same color as the dirt floor it rested above. If not for the red glow from his trap detect skill, Richter doubted he ever would have seen it. Richter swallowed, fighting against the sandpaper feeling that now characterized his throat. If this was only the first trap he had come across, how much more diabolical would they become? Richter looked around for what would have been triggered if he had touched the tripwire. A fall of rocks, a series of spears, or maybe a giant buzzsaw that only the penitent men could pass. But he didn't see anything. Part of him wanted to bash at the wall to see what was behind it, but it was a foolish risk. What if he triggered the very trap he was trying to avoid? In the end, Richter just kept walking and left the tripwire behind. The trail of the kobolds was easy to follow thanks to his new tracking skill. Over the next couple of hours, his path continued in a serpentine manner, and he encountered no less than 10 traps and dozens of tunnel offshoots. Some of the traps were pressure plates and others were tripwires. Twice, he came across small caverns with cleverly disguised deadfalls. None of them offered him a retrievable mechanism, unfortunately, and most seemed to trigger simple darts, rockfalls, or trap doors. Richter didn't have too hard of a time to detecting and avoiding most of the snares. That was until he discovered one after he had triggered it. Richter was in a room where 3 patches lit up red. He was stepping around one of them when he realized that he was sinking. Looking around frantically, he saw that instead of solid ground, he was actually standing on a heavy tarp that matched the rest of the floor exactly. The ends had been weighted down, so his own weight would only overcome the anchors when he was near the center of the trap. Richter made a lunge, which only caused the tarp to drop faster, but he was able to get a hold of Futon. The remnant's levitating power was not enough to fully support his weight, but it was enough for him to high-step back to solid ground. Richter dropped to his butt when he was safe and looked at the deep cavity that had almost claimed him. A few wooden bars circled the periphery, giving more support for the tarp that had hid the trap. He sidled up to the edge of pit and saw that it went down at least 50 feet. The bottom was covered in sharp rocks. The walls sloped inward like a cone so that the base was twice as wide as the opening. A broken limb would have been likely, and climbing back up with that angle, well, it would have been a bitch and a half to say the least. None of that seemed as important as the fact that it hadn't lit red. Though Richter didn't know if it didn't qualify as a trap somehow, or if it was just so masterfully concealed that his pierce the veil skill just wasn't up to snuff. Whatever the reason, he felt like his chances of getting out of the tunnels alive had just been cut in half. He allowed himself a few moments to regain his cool after the near miss. He couldn't just keep sitting on his butt though, and before long he was forcing himself back onto his feet. He slowly shuffled around the pit and tested each patch of ground before fully committing his weight to it. Once he was on the other side of the cavern, he followed the tunnel that had the greatest density of foot traffic and continued further into the earth. Richter maintained stealth constantly while he was underground, with Futon several dozen yards ahead. Alma remained comfortably nestled atop his shoulders. Side tunnels had been appearing with greater frequency while he walked, some even leading straight up into the ceiling or down into the floor. He remembered how Triuran had told him kobolds often dug outside tunnels for the express purpose of trapping intruders, though he decided to keep following the kobold tracks, reasoning that at the very least he wouldn't be led into a blind alley or some kind of death trap. More and more tributaries sprouted off of the main tunnel, and not all were small little rat holes. The tunnel forked again, and soon the amount of tracks was equal in both directions. When that happened, Richter chose the path that took him in the direction of the Longfangs territory. His journey took him deeper and further into the earth. Richter was painfully aware that every step was a step further into enemy territory. One truth dominated Richter's life now, though. The only way out was through. Chapter 17. For the next day, Richter walked down through the tunnels in relative solitude. At one point, he heard a loud roar followed by a shrill scream of pain. The tunnels played tricks with the echoes, and he couldn't reliably say if the noises were closer than 20 feet or further than a mile. He sheltered in recessed section of the tunnel wall with his cloak over him for long moments, hoping whatever it was didn't come any closer. When silence reigned for a long period, he resumed his journey. Now that he was deeper in the earth, Richter's progress was greatly slowed by all of the traps and blind ends. He had to backtrack over and over. The only good news was that his Pierce the Veil skill went up 2 levels, and his Traps and Trap Disarm skills both went up 1 level. Though he occasionally heard more skittering sounds, he didn't see another soul for the entire first day. Richter knew that his luck couldn't last forever. Though, and he was right, he was disabling a particularly difficult series of traps, all level 15 and above, when he heard the barking language of the kobolds. He immediately had Futon turn invisible. He couldn't be sure that kobolds couldn't see the light the remnant had been emitting, even though it was so faint. Of course, without the remnant's ambient light, he was blind, despite his night vision spell. At a quick order, Futon moved ahead to find the encroaching party and then report back. Richter found the wall of the tunnel and edged back into a small crevice. He maintained stealth, and his icon indicating his effectiveness remained a green, closed eye. Richter waited. He wished that he could cast his buffs, but it would just draw too much attention in the pitch-black tunnel. Alma shifted on his shoulders. We may have some trouble soon, love, if I light up the space. Attack, he told her. I'm ready, master, she thought back. There was a distinctly predatory tone to her thoughts. Less than a minute later, Richter heard Futon's voice directly in his left ear. There is a party of 8 kobolds approaching, my lord. I could not analyze them without giving away my position. For have spears or small swords, to have crossbows, and one is slightly larger and is wearing armor. The last is carrying a staff, and I can sense magic emanating from her. Futon's whisper was almost inaudible. Richter nodded. It sounded like a caster and a series of warriors. One of the warriors might have some extra training, but that might actually work in his favor. Are they coming this way? I believe so, my lord. There is a small tunnel branching off between their position and here, but they are walking in this direction. Do they know I am here? I cannot understand their language, my lord, Futon replied, but they do not seem to be expecting trouble. Hopefully it's just a random patrol, he thought. The larger warrior and the one with the staff, are they at the front of the group or in the back? They are both in the back, Futon answered. Good, Richter said. I want you to hover high above me and several yards away. Let the patrol pass me. When the mage and larger fighter pass, my position, flare as brightly as you can. Keep the light in their eyes. Alma, you attack the smaller ones and be careful to avoid the ones with crossbows. I am ready, master, she thought gleefully. Richter took his bow out of his bag of holding and placed it under his cloak. Next, he adjusted the position of his quiver so that he could swiftly draw and knock an arrow when needed. Between his stealth skill and his cloak of concealment, he looked like nothing more than a shadow. In the darkness, he banished night vision and then settled into wait. The voices grew louder, the kobolds barking echoing in the tunnels. Again, the tunnels made it hard for Richter to gauge how far away they were. But he didn't have to wait long. After only a few minutes, the voice stopped echoing, and he could tell that they were crossing his position. Their footsteps were characterized by a slight scratching as their talons scraped the floor. There was also a faint shush sound. It confused Richter for a moment, but then he remembered that the kobolds had long tails that dragged behind them. Richter kept his eyes screwed shut and his head pointed down. He didn't dare move a muscle until Futon lit up the tunnel. His first encounter with kobolds kept playing through his mind while he waited. He had remained undetected while he stayed still, but they had seen him as soon as he shifted in the slightest bit. He could only guess that their vision was movement-based. Richter kept his breath shallow. Suddenly there were screams of pain and howls of agony. The darkness Richter had lived in for the past several hours was banished by a bright white light. Richter opened his eyes, and the light nearly blinded him. As well, despite not looking directly at it. The kobold patrol was almost completely incapacitated. The subterranean creatures could barely even tolerate bright light, but having a light the equivalent of the sunshine directly in their eyes after being in a completely dark tunnel had overwhelmed their senses. 3 were down on the ground rolling around in agony, and 2 others had fallen to their knees as they hissed in pain. Richter wasted no time. He spat the word of power that triggered his spell charm and overcame the will of the kobold mage. With no hesitation, he pointed his ring of spell holding at the armored kobold, and suddenly had another fighter on his side. He followed this up with a third enchantment. With a harsh word of power, his fingers contorted into a peculiar arrangement, and he cast Troubled Sleep. Unlike Charm, Troubled Sleep took a whole 3 seconds to cast. It was why Richter seldom used it in battle. Only the pain and disorientation that Futin's brilliance had caused. The light-sensitive kobolds let him take the time to cast the spell. 3 seconds didn't seem like a lot in normal times, but in battle it could be a lifetime. The dark magic writhed down Richter's arm and then shot forward. It flew towards the kobolds and started to circle around some of them. It moved faster and faster, varying its height with each elevation. It was clear that it was running around the circumference of an unseen cylinder, and those caught within it had to either resist the spell or fall into a nightmare. Plagued sleep. Of the 5 caught within, only 1 managed to maintain his feet, since Futin had fled, bringing light to the darkness. Less than 10 seconds had passed. Richter's 2 charmed kobolds stood ready to accept orders, for were prone, trapped in a nightmare sleep. Of the 2 remaining, 1 was still staring at him in fear and disbelief over the sudden change in her fortune. The last was hightailing it towards a nearby side tunnel. Alma drain him, he shouted mentally. The kobold was quite quick on his feet, but was no match for the dragonling once she had cast haste. Before the runner had covered half the distance to his escape route, Alma silently caught him. Her wings flared to slow her momentarily as her forelegs extended. With a deadly grace she latched onto the kobold's head. His arms started to come up to push off his attacker, but then he fell as seizures overtook his body. She remained attached as the body collapsed to the ground. The kobold standing near Richter had made a quick assessment. She didn't know exactly what had befallen her commander and the mage, but their slack expressions and vacant gaze told her that something was amiss. It clearly had something to do with this cloaked intruder that had arrived in their midst, though she had seen him cast spells of multiple types, something only the chromatic kobolds could normally do. Though running was the default of the kobold race when faced with a new threat, she knew there was little chance of her escaping, and besides, the human was holding a bow, so she took the only option that was left to her. She attacked. Her spear was extended in a lunge even before Alma had caught the kobold she was chasing. Richter jumped back and to the side in order to avoid the attack, but he needn't have bothered. His charmed kobolds reacted to the threat to their new master. The armored kobold swung his own spear forward and caught the female kobold in its side. The spearhead punctured her scaled hide, and blood, more black than red, sprayed from where he struck her. The charmed kobold's attack was strong enough to knock his target to the ground. The kobold mage had started casting a spell at the same time that the armored kobold attacked. The spell had a several-second cast time, and green energy began to surround both the mage and her staff. When she finished casting, she drove the butt of her staff into the ground. A crack appeared in the tunnel floor and zigzagged several feet away. When it finished, a small stone hand rose from the ground. Over the next second, 1.5-foot-high figure rose from the ground. The ground it had arisen from looked unblemished. The small golem immediately wandered over to the injured kobold and drove a rocky hand into her ankle. The kobold screamed, but that didn't stop the golem from ripping a bloody chunk from her leg. The armored kobold was getting ready to deliver a coup de grace, but Richter said, "Stop!" Immediately, both the mage and the fighter took a step back. With a wave of her hand, the mage had her summoned earth monster step back as well. The injured kobold female looked up at Richter with pure hate in her eyes. "Just kill me, human. I'll die knowing that my people will soon feast on your flesh." Richter looked back at her dispassionately and said, "You got it." He walked over to where Alma was feeding and drew a dagger. He quickly stabbed the kobold in the heart, ending his life. The dragonling looked at him like the cat that got the cream, extremely satisfied with her meal. "Want some more, love?" he asked her. "Oh yes, master. Thank you." He sent her a mental image of the injured kobold, and she launched into the air with an excited trill. The kobold saw death coming and screamed, but the sound was set off abruptly as Alma began to feed again. Richter had Futen use his identification ability on all of the kobold's equipment, and then he ordered him to turn invisible and sent him to scout the nearby tunnels. It was clear that the glare had been causing his charmed kobold's pain, and he didn't want to risk an adverse stimuli breaking his hold on them. He cast far light and attached a small ball of light to the tunnel wall several yards away. The kobolds did not seem happy, but they no longer looked like they were in pain. The visibility issue taken care of. He walked over to his new allies. Speaking in the barking language of the kobolds, he asked, "Are there any other kobolds nearby? Anyone that would have heard our fight, or is going to come look for you soon?" "No, master," the armored kobold said. "Are we safe here?" he asked next. "Nowhere is safe in the depths, master, but we most likely will not be attacked anytime soon." "Good enough for me," Richter said. He pointed to the kobolds that had succumbed to his troubled sleep spell. "I need information. Do any of them have knowledge of the tunnels that the two of you don't?" Even while charmed, the derision could be clearly heard in the armored kobold's voice. "They are simple soldiers, master. They could not possibly know anything that I do not. Elitism, alive and well, miles underground," Richter thought, shaking his head. "Do you agree?" he asked the mage. "Yes, master." The Kazine was all Richter needed. He mentally told Alma to drain them as well. It was true that the sleeping kobolds could have had information the Charmed did not, but he had to be practical. There was no way he could control so many of them at once, and time was of the essence. Richter could not forget that he was deep behind enemy lines. He analyzed each and found that they all had the prefix "Cole" in their names. The armored kobold explained that the Cole caste were born with the ability to use their tails as another prehensile appendage. Richter remembered that the fighter that had lunged at him had had a tail that switched back and forth, like a cat's. The Cole caste kobolds had tails that were longer than Richter's. Charmed kobolds. Some of them had a forge spike that was attached to the tip. Richter saw how it could be used like a scorpion stinger. After analyzing the third kobold, he was awarded with a prompt. "Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Analyze." Another prompt had been auto-minimized since he was in combat. "Conditions! Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in Stealth." He dismissed both notifications and left Alma to her feast. Richter turned his attention to the charmed kobolds. He analyzed the mage first. Name and photo. Kobold level 13. Health 190. Mana 330. Stamina 140. Disposition, charmed enmity. Kobolds are small reptilian humanoids. Most adventurers can best a kobold in one-on-one combat, but you will seldom find such a fight. They highly favor traps and ambushes. Kobolds shy from bright light and make their homes underground. It should be a wary adventurer that enters a kobold warren. Kobolds get 2 points too. Distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to intelligence, dexterity, and agility. Next, he analyzed the armored kobold. Name, Durin. Kobold level 12. Health 200. Mana 220. Stamina 170. Disposition, charmed enmity. Richter started interrogating them. First, he asked about the prefixes in their names. The mage told him that it meant that she was in a caste of kobolds known for their long claws. She demonstrated that the claws on the tips of her fingers could extend another 2 inches. Each looked wickedly sharp. She demonstrated by dragging them down the wall. Shallow furrows could be seen in the stone afterwards. The end caste were normally used as attackers. Apparently, they were also gifted with increased health. Dern supplied the information about his own caste. Dur denoted a caste devoted to defending mages. These kobolds were born with heavier scales that significantly increased their natural armor. They were also larger, had more health than lower castes, and had greater strength. Next, they told him about their clan, the Saber Claws. Their territory did indeed about the Longfangs clan's territory. Durin made it clear that there was no love lost between the 2 clans. The tunnels that joined the territories were all no man's lands and were sites of continual skirmishes. I need to get to the Longfangs' lands and then travel through them. The mage spoke up. I do not know how that will be possible, master. Even for us, it is almost impossible to avoid their traps and patrols. We will, of course, help in any way that we can master. I just wanted you to know the risks. Richter nodded. The information was not anything he hadn't been expecting. After all, he was trapped underground with possibly tens of thousands of monsters. He wasn't going to give up, though. He had them remove all of their gear. While he was at it, he had them help strip the other kobolds as well. When everything was in a pile, Richter ordered them to get to work drawing maps of the tunnels in the surrounding area and specifically how to get to the Longfangs' territory. As an aside, he asked them to jot down any other points of interest. He started going through their possessions. The soldiers merely had an assortment of poorly made weaponry and no armor to speak of. Each had small pouches with a hodgepodge of copper coins, small ingots of copper, and a smattering of low-quality stones. Richter had better luck with Durin-S equipment. You have found hide cuirass. Defense +3, max +5. Type, light armor. Durability 11/16. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight, 1.3 kilograms. You have found earth snake pants. Defense +5. Type, light armor. Durability 15/17. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 0.7 kilograms. Traits, +3% earth resistance. You have found iron spear. Damage 8 to 11, max 10 to 12. Durability 13/18. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight 1.6 kilograms. You have found health potion. Potion level, brew. Strength, weak. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Heals 25 health over 7 seconds. You have found pouch. You have found box trap. Triggering this trap will release the contents. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Richter asked the fighter what was in the box and was told that it was an orange mold. The mold released spores that got into the victim's lungs and made their lungs spasm. It caused poison damage, and there was also a chance that the spores could cause the victim's diaphragm to completely lock up for a short time. They would be incapacitated until the effect passed. A small wire was attached to the release mechanism. The box was no more than 3 by 3 by 3 inches. The trap would most likely be best used to booby-trap the inside of a chest. When Richter heard about the deadly fungus in the box, he checked the quality again. Seeing poor, he decided to handle it gently. He placed it in his bag of holding where it shouldn't be able to harm him. Next, he went through the midge's items. The most interesting thing was the staff. It was topped with the skull of what looked like a monkey of all things. It had a sloping brow, protruding nose, and two long fangs in place of incisors. The skull was attached to a wooden staff of polished wood. You have found Summoning Staff of Earth. Attack 3 to 5, max 7 to 9. Durability 12/37. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Weight 1.3 kilograms. Traits, summoned earth creatures are 14% stronger. The quality of the staff seemed much better than anything else the kobolds had possessed. When he asked about it, Enfota calmly explained that she had taken it from a known family that was caught in a trap. The entire family had fallen into a deep pit rather than risk direct confrontation with a potentially dangerous enemy. The kobolds had simply left the family in the trap for weeks. She explained that a kobold sentry was left to watch them from hiding. They slowly died of dehydration. The father had been holding the staff when her squad had come to search the remains. She remarked that he had also been holding the body of his small child. As Richter heard her speak, he was shocked and horrified at the nonchalant way that she relayed her story. She didn't even stop drawing the maps. She had seemed to take a small amount of joy in that the trap had worked well, but there was absolutely no inflection as she described the slow and painful death of a family of sentient beings, at least some of them children. Richter didn't know if he could call the kobold mage evil, since the events didn't seem to affect her one way or another. She seemed to exhibit a complete lack of morality one way or another. Either way, he no longer felt any reservation about what he had planned for these two. He kept going through her gear. You have found Bracelet of Mana. Durability 11/13. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Traits, increase maximum mana by +3. Well, that's utter crap, Richter thought. She also was wearing some basic clothes with no real statistics. In her pouch she did have 1 ruby, albeit of small size, and several small lumps of copper and silver. The only other thing that was of note was a weak mana potion. He placed everything in his bag. He watched the two charmed kobolds until they had almost run out of paper. Richter retrieved the parchment that the long-fanged kobold had written on and had them start using the clean backs. While he waited for them to continue, Richter reloaded his ring of spell storage with another charm spell. Fulton checked back in periodically and assured Richter that no one was approaching their position. After a time, Richter took what they had and arranged it on the ground. It took several minutes to arrange, but then a large map could clearly be seen. A prompt appeared offering to add this new information to his traveler's map. After accepting yes, the subterranean information Richter could access expanded massively. As the kobolds continued to work, he explored the map. As instructed, the charmed creatures had focused first on showing him the way to the Longfang's territory. There were 4 large tunnels depicted on his map that led between the 2 territories and countless smaller passageways. Several underground rivers crisscrossed the map. Sometimes the waterways appeared for only small stretches before disappearing into bare rock again. Richter had considered using the rivers to get out of the depths, but from what he could see, he would drown long before they made it outside. Instead, he focused on the tunnels. The problem was every single one of them had either traps, contingents of guards, or usually both. And it wasn't just the saber-claws defenses that were shown. Enfota had at least some information about the Long Fang's defenses. Apparently, as a member of a higher caste, she had access to intelligence on nearby enemies. Looking at the gauntlet he would have to make it through, Richter silently agreed that it would be near impossible to make it back to the ruined temple. He kept searching the maps for anything that might help. Though, as the kobolds finished new sections of the map, he continued examining and adding them to his traveler's map. Something started to catch his attention. A section of tunnel was climbing in elevation. He excitedly took the next parchment from Enfota and saw that it showed tunnels leading upward. Do any of these lead to the surface? He asked quickly. Yes, master, the fighter replied. There are many routes to the surface. This section of tunnel will lead you into the forest. Richter face-palmed. Of course there would be other routes to the surface. He had been so fixated on getting back to the village by the one route he knew was available that he hadn't even considered other options. This was the kind of mistake that could literally get him killed. Richter shook his head and recriminated himself again. He had to do better. Richter ordered her to detail the quickest route to the surface while Durin continued drawing any points of interest. As he waited for her to finish, Richter examined the various locations the fighter was jotting down. A small gold mine was far below their present position. It was guarded by what looked like a large contingent of kobolds. Another interesting location was a storage area. Durin said it was a space where his people stored the items they captured from enemies. At any time, it could be full of trash or treasure. It had a small number of guards according to Durin. More and more important sites filled the pages of the maps. One was relatively close by, and the kobold depicted it with a series of spikes. What's this? Richter said, pointing. That is a crystal garden, master. What is that? Crystals can be ground down and used to make higher-level potions and items, the kobold replied. Richter remembered science saying that finding more crystals was a priority, so the crystals just naturally occur. Are there any other locations nearby? Enfota answered. Crystals are grown, master. They can occur in small quantities randomly, but a crystal garden has a focus crystal at its heart. Given time and the right conditions, it will grow an unlimited amount of crystal. Richter's eyes lit up with greed. He had been considering attacking if there was a stockpile of crystal. Basically just a snatch and grab. But if he could make his own garden, it would be phenomenal. Coupled with the bonus from his life mastery, it would grow as much crystal as his people needed. Something bothered him, though. Why aren't you marking down any guards? It doesn't make sense that it would be left unprotected. The two kobolds looked at each other before replying. It is guarded, my lord. Then why didn't you mark a guard post down like you did other places on the map? Durin answered. There will be a number of workers that are mining the garden, master. Outside of that, there was only a small force guarding the garden. The contingent is normally larger, but fighters were pulled away for a raid on another clan. Well, how many can we expect? Richter asked a bit impatiently. He felt like the kobold was being recalcitrant for some reason. Durin's face twitched. There will be only 3 coal cast guards left. You killed the rest. The fighter pointed at the kobold bodies. There wasn't any anger in the kobold's voice as he spoke, but Richter wondered about the twitch that had preceded Durin's answer. While charm was amazingly useful, he wondered at the limitations of the spell. Could someone under its effects lie, even if it was only a lie of omission? Was the Real Durin screaming from inside his own skull, trying to get free. Richter really had no way of knowing since he had never personally suffered the effects of the spell. He pushed that question to the back of his mind, focusing on the here and now. He was suddenly elated. There were only 3 guards left. It meant that a valuable resource was basically unprotected. If I decide to attack, is there anything else I will need to be careful of? He wanted that focus crystal. If any of the workers survive the initial attack, then they will run to collect reinforcements. Outside of that, the focus crystal protects itself. It will summon a guardian that must be defeated before it can be collected. Richter felt his enthusiasm wane slightly. How much time before the reinforcements arrive? If the workers have to run to the nearest guard post, perhaps 30 minutes. If they encounter a patrol, then much faster. Durin replied. What type of guardian will the focus crystal summon? He asked. A beast formed of crystal itself. Enfota answered. I have seen a small one once before. On a patrol, our people found a crystal garden in the wild. The garden was young, though. The crystals only grew several paces across, and so the guardian it summoned was not much larger than a skitter. So the guardian gets stronger the older the garden is, Richter asked. Yes, master. Well, how old is the garden you were guarding? Focus crystals. And the gardens they create gain power the older they are. This garden is more than 50 years old, master, and it fills several caves in Fota. Answered. God damn it, Richter muttered under his breath. He still wasn't deterred, though, and Richter thought about the problem. His attack and capture of these two showed how much of a difference preparation could make in a battle. If he had attacked the kobold patrol head-on, it was completely possible that the 8 reptiles would have slaughtered him. He had been able to get close, though, and attack from surprise. That had made all the difference. How could he sneak close to the garden, though? He couldn't see without Futon, and the kobolds would be alerted if the remnant put out any light. Richter looked at Enfota. I need a way to see in the dark. Do you have a spell that can do that? No, master. All kobolds naturally have dark vision. I do know a simple recipe to create such a potion, however. Great. What is it? The kobold mage started talking. She actually knew 2 recipes. The first just involved grinding a kobold's eye into paste and then adding water. This would only make a brew-level potion. To make a tincture-level potion, another ingredient was required. Richter said he wanted the stronger potion, so she explained the process. It required a specific number of clockwise turns of the pestle should be completed before pausing. Surprisingly, the process to make the tincture required him to add his own breath. She told him that he had to blow on it for several seconds, and then grind it, then blow on it again before continuing to grind. Coincidentally, that was the advice he had given his first girlfriend and pretty much every other woman he had dated since. Enfota cleared her throat, seeing that Richter had stopped listening. When he gave her his attention again, she finished describing the recipe. When she was done speaking, 2 prompts appeared. You have learned Dark Vision Brew Recipe. 1 kobold eye plus 1 jot of water. You have learned Dark Vision Tincture Recipe. 1 kobold eye plus 1 jot of water plus 1 measure of skitter blood. What's a skitter? He asked. You mentioned that before. A creature that is one of our primary sources of food, master. They are common, ubiquitous, and easy to procure. You must have heard them. Since coming to the depth, Richter remembered hearing a scraping and scratching when he first entered the tunnels. So how do we get one? He asked, impressed by her use of unsat word. We shall take care of it, master, Enfota said. She barked an order at Durin, and he started moving towards one of the small side tunnels. Wait, Richter called out. He couldn't be sure just how much time he had left, but the 1-hour duration of charm must be nearing its completion. He drew his longsword and ordered Durin to kneel before him. At his prompting, Alma latched onto the kobold, but didn't start to feed. She was just in place as a security measure, praying that his life mastery would overcome the kobold's increased resistance to the second casting of the enchantment spell. He summoned his magic and cast charm. Richter analyzed the kobold and smiled. The spell had worked. He repeated that process with the mage and bought himself another hour of servitude with both. Interestingly, their dispositions towards him further degraded from enmity to hatred. Durin entered the side tunnel to find the skidder. Richter made sure to command him to return within half an hour. He couldn't risk the kobold getting away. Turning to Enfoda, he asked what spells she could cast. The list was small, but potentially helpful. She could cast summon minor earth elementals, stone spear, stinking mud, and binding roots. All of her magical skill focused around earth magic. A quick question revealed that stinking mud created a morass that greatly decreased movement speed. The other spells were easy to figure out based on the names. Richter also asked if she knew any other potion recipes, but she stated she only knew the first because she had previously been tasked with making it for non-kobold captives that her people had used as slaves. With nothing else to do, Richter took out the small mortar and pestle from his bag as well as several empty vials. Enfoda continued drawing maps, and Richter set to his grisly work. With his shadow dagger, he walked from body to body. He removed each eye and placed them all in his bag. He still had 2 bodies left to harvest when Durin came back. The kobold was dragging a furry, squealing creature behind him. Richter got his first view of a skidder. This thing was fugly. It was a rat the size of a Pomeranian, but instead of fur, it was covered in scales. Its pelt was a dingy black in the light and had 6 legs ending in clawed feet. Durin was pulling it by its tail, and as its body fully exited the side tunnel, it gnashed its teeth as it tried to escape. At one point, contorted and bit the kobold fighter, but its teeth were unable to penetrate his heavy scales. For the first time since becoming charmed, Enfoda smiled. She waved Durin over to a slight depression in the tunnel floor. Her claws extended, and with no further pause she ripped into the creature. The thing squealed loudly as it was eviscerated. Durin did not stand idly by, but instead flipped it over and took a large bite of its underbelly, the one part of the animal not covered in scales. Richter watched appalled as they consumed chunks of the creature, while it screamed. After a few moments, he hacked and coughed, bile rising in his throat and burning the back of his mouth. He clapped a hand over his mouth to control the urge. Enfoda looked up at the noise. She held up a severed leg she was chewing. Would you like this, master? They are best when they are fresh. The skidder screamed again. Richter lost control and vomit sprayed over the bodies of 2 of the dead kobold fighters. Even Alma seemed bothered by the savagery. She flapped her way to the far end of the tunnel, and Enfoda shrugged and got back to her meal. Once Richter stopped heaving, he rinsed his mouth out and spat. He quickly went back to his own disgusting act and finished collecting the eyes. Then he walked over to where the kobolds were feasting and ordered them back. He collected some of the red blood from where it had pooled on the floor. With the ingredients in hand, he walked over to his mortar and pestle. He placed 1 eye in the bowl, poured some of the blood atop it, and poured some water as well. Then he started grinding. The eye popped with a faint sound, and the white vitreous fluid mixed with the red blood. He kept grinding to the soundtrack of the 2 kobolds noisily resuming their meal. After a few minutes of grinding, blowing, grinding and blowing, finally got the result he was seeking. Lifting the pestle, he could see that the color of the potion had changed to a deep black. You have created Dark Vision Potion. Potion level, tincture. Strength, weak. Weight 0.1 kilograms. This will provide dark vision for 15 yards for 15 minutes. Richter smiled. His first real attempt at alchemy was a success. He carefully emptied the potion into a vial and then made 11 more with the remaining kobold eyes. After the 7th, he leveled up in alchemy, making the subsequent potions more powerful. The 1.5% bump only increased his range by a few more inches, but he would take it. Trying not to think about what was actually in the potion, he closed his eyes and drank one down. The thick liquid seemed to coat his throat, and he almost vomited again. The sensation was quickly replaced by a tingling in his eyes. When he opened them, the ball of light hanging in the tunnel caused immediate discomfort. He summoned Alma. As his familiar settled across his shoulders, he dismissed the light spell with a wave of his hand. Richter saw with dark vision for the first time. It was a bit surreal. His natural vision operated by differentiating positive and negative space. Because of that, seeing edges and focusing on specific objects was easy. Dark vision was like seeing everything at once without focusing on anything. What you saw was a still picture. Because of that, any changes to the picture were easy to detect. Richter suddenly knew why the kobolds could pierce his stealth when he moved. Also, being cloaked in shadows couldn't be expected to be super effective against beings that could see through pure darkness. His dark vision was also somewhat surreal in that it cut off abruptly at -1 yards. After that, it was like there was a wall of pure black. He asked Enfoda what the range of her vision was, and it turned out that both kobolds could see at least 50 yards. Richter shook his head. It meant that even though he could see in the dark, he was still in a severe disadvantage against any other kobolds he might run into. A quick question informed him that higher-level casts typically had better dark vision, and that the max distance also increased. Occasionally with level, maybe the workers wouldn't be able to see as far as his charmed kobolds, but Enfoda told him they could still see at least -1 yards. It couldn't be helped, though. If he had any chance of getting close enough to kill the guards at the Crystal Garden, it had to be without light. He cast night vision, hoping it would boost the range of his dark vision. There was no change, though. Dark vision didn't add any light. And without a bare amount of ambient illumination, the spell wouldn't work. Richter sent a call for Futon, and then thought through the upcoming attack. According to the mage, it was about a 20-minute hike to the Crystal Garden. After that, the entrance to the surface was 10 to 15 miles away. If the information the kobolds had provided was correct, the way was littered with traps. None of them should be any more complicated than what Richter had already found, though, according to Enfoda. Apparently, the really dangerous and diabolical traps were only found closer to the key areas, because he would be moving away from the center of the Saber Claw's seat of power. The resistance he found should be minimal, she told him. Richter mulled over his situation. On the one hand, he could make a run for it and have a high chance of getting out of the tunnels. On the other, though, a potentially valuable resource was almost undefended. And he still had his ring of spell storage, he thought with a smile. He reloaded the spell with charm and waited for Futon to return. He quickly accessed his prompts to see if there was anything else that required his attention. Richter was pleased to see that he had gotten a nice experience bump from Alma's brain drain. You have been awarded 1,944 base 31,115 by 0.05 x 1.25 experience from brain drain against level 8 kobold. You have been awarded 3,115 base 49,835 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain drain against level 10 Kobold. You have been awarded 940 to base 15,060 for x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain drain against level 6 Kobold. You have been awarded 858 base 13,723 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain drain against level 5 Kobold. You have been awarded 1,830 base 29,285 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain drain against level 8 Kobold. You have been awarded 2,326 base 37,211 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain drain against level 9 Kobold. The experience wasn't enough to get either him or Alma to the next level, but he was still happy with the bonus. Richter gave the mage and fighter their gear again. He needed them equipped now that a battle loomed. The one thing he held back on was giving back the summoning staff. He wouldn't risk losing such an interesting object. Richter leaned against the wall of the tunnel to wait for Futen. After a few minutes, the remnant spoke in Richter's ear. "How can I help you, my lord?" Richter took out his physical traveler's map. "We are going to attack a crystal garden. This is the route." With a thought, the route became highlighted. "Go invisible. Report back once you have scouted the scene." The remnant disappeared. Richter cast haste on himself and the two kobolds. "Stop when we are 100 yards away from the garden. Let's go." They all took off at a run. The distance was crossed quickly with their enhanced speed. Richter had to drink another dark vision potion, but other than that, the trip was uneventful. They stopped near a bend in the tunnel, and Foda told him that the garden was only 100 yards ahead. Richter could hear barking voices. "Futen," Richter whispered. "Yes, my lord," came the response right in front of his face. Not too long ago, the remnant's voice appearing out of nowhere would have creeped the hell out of him. Now, though, he just accepted it as business as usual. "What did you find?" "There are 3 guards at the entrance to the cave ahead. The entrance is 20 yards across. 12 other kobolds are carrying crystals to a wagon that is hitched to some type of animal. The wagon is almost full." "Okay," Richter said. He turned to his charmed kobolds. "Can you lure the 3 guards over here?" "They will do as ordered," and Fota answered. Richter nodded. "Alma, I need you to drink a potion. It will let you see in the dark." "I'll need you in a moment." "Yes, master," she thought back. Richter gave her a potion and then confirmed that it gave her dark vision. She answered happily that the tincture had worked, though she hadn't expressed it. Being blind and dependent on Richter to get around had been very difficult for the winged creature. Richter sent the 2 kobolds ahead, instructing them to bring their guards back and to be ready to attack if either resisted his spell. Alma hovered above. She was ready to unleash a side blast as soon as the kobolds turned the corner. Richter cast Barkskin on himself. His fingers twitched unconsciously as he thought about unleashing his spells. Scant minutes later, the 3 guards came around the corner. Alma unleashed her power, and they all fell to their knees, 2 with screams and 1 with just a stunned look on his face. Richter unleashed the charm spell, stored in his ring with 1 hand, and with the other invoked charm a second time. Both of the kobolds he targeted adopted the vacant expression of the newly enchanted. The 3rd kobold was struggling to his feet, leaning on his spear to stand faster. Richter opened his mouth to command his charmed kobolds to attack when Alma let out a cry. Gold lights surround her body as she cast charm. Suddenly, there was another vacant expression. Richter looked at his familiar in shock and wonder. "That's my girl. You are so wonderful." He had known she could use life magic now. Of course, but actually seeing how much more powerful his familiar now took his breath away. She trilled happily in response to his praise and alighted on top of her charmed kobold's head. Then she promptly defecated before shooting back up into the air. Richter's face wrinkled in disgust. Then he just shrugged and laughed. She had just made the kobold her bitch and then shit on him. Maybe she wasn't exactly wonderful, but she was definitely still his girl. Richter's analyzed skill confirmed that all of the enchantments had been successful. The 3 kobolds were all of the coal caste. He immediately sent the 5 charmed creatures around the corner with instructions to force all the workers back into the cave. The workers had heard the brief screams and were ready to bolt when the 5 members of the higher castes came back with no apparent concern. However, the deeply ingrained obedience to follow the orders of their betters overwhelmed their instinct to flee. Richter followed 30 seconds later while stealth. He was reasonably sure that he should be beyond the boundary of the workers' dark vision. He smiled when he saw the 5 charmed kobolds blocking the mouth of the cave. Richter equipped his bow and nocked an arrow. More than 30 tri-caste kobolds were in the cavern. When he stepped into view of the workers, they all began to bark and whine in fear. He shouted, "Attack!" The next few minutes were not so much a battle as a slaughter. The charmed kobolds set into their kinsmen with vicious abandon. Richter continually knocked and fired arrows, each finding a home in the scaled bodies of the workers. He didn't imbue any, wanting to avoid the large, concussive booms. It didn't matter, though. In 5 minutes, all of the kobold workers were dead. Alma had had a field day, having drained 4 more workers. Each time she latched on, he immediately shot the kobold in the chest. After only 1 or 2 shots, it would expire. Alma garnered another 9,165 experience points for the both of them. One of the guards had been injured and blood ran freely down his chest. Richter cast slow heal and the wound slowly closed. He looked at Enfota. "Where is the focus crystal?" "I will find it, master." The kobold mage ran deeper into the garden. Richter followed her with his eyes and then looked around the cave. It appeared normal to be made of stone, except for the clusters of crystal that blossomed randomly from the walls, floor, and ceiling. Each looked like an oversized section of a fractured geode. Richter ordered the others to gather the items from the dead workers. As they did his bidding, he moved over to the wagon holding the harvested crystal. The animal hitched to the wagon shuffled a bit uneasily at his approach. He tried to speak soothingly to it, but that only increased its agitation. Realizing his mistake, he tried again, but in the language of the kobolds. The animal calmed. He analyzed it and discovered it was called a prox. It looked like any oxen he might find above ground, except that the ears were overly large. Ignoring it, he started loading his bag of holding with the crystals as fast as he could. Before long, Enfota ran back up to his side. "I have found it, master." Richter had loaded half the contents of the wagon into his bag. Luckily, the crystal wasn't too heavy. He looked at the rest of the unclaimed resource, but decided to stop while he was ahead. The focus crystal was the real prize. If the battle with the Guardian went well, then he would gather the rest afterward. Richter followed the mage further into the cave. He stopped by the pile of gear that the workers had. Richter ignored most of the random items, but placed all of the pouches into his bag. He would go through them later. The one other thing he picked up was a pickaxe. He reasoned he would need it to dig out the focus crystal. The cave extended back further than Richter had initially thought. The group walked for several minutes, and Richter took the opportunity to load his ring of spell storage once again. His mana dropped by 60 points, but it had almost completely replenished anyway, so it wasn't a large hit. Richter drew one of his heavy cobalt arrows and placed it on his bow string. He had a feeling he might need some extra stopping power soon. The outcroppings of crystal became more regular the further in they went. It was no longer just random pockets. Now Richter could see entire sheets of crystal growing from the walls. The individual crystals also seemed bigger. How long did it take to grow all of this? Richter asked. This garden has existed for decades, Master. Its loss will be a large blow to our people, Enfoda responded. The charmed creature didn't seem particularly bothered that she was helping to rob her own people of a clan treasure. The information made Richter acutely aware of passing time. Though, that was when he saw it. Nestled into the wall was a glowing crystal. Richter couldn't really make out colors in his dark vision the same way he could if there was light, but he clearly saw it was slowly pulsing. Looking around, he didn't see the guardian the kobolds had warned of, placing his arrow back into his quiver. He shouldered his bow. Richter ordered the kobolds to keep watch, and then he picked up the pickaxe. Swinging with all of his might, he hammered at the wall of crystal. Few chips fell to the ground. He swung again, and more chips fell to the tunnel floor. Richter secured his grip and started mining in earnest. Quam! 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 His blows were a steady beat that echoed through the still cave. He hoped that he wasn't drawing the attention of another patrol, but he wouldn't be denied his prize now that he was so close. Cracks appeared in the wall, and Richter reversed the pickaxe so that the point was towards the wall. He swung again and again into the cracks, and each blow drove the heavy point into the crevices that now zigzagged all over the wall. He brought the blunt end back to bear and swung again. With a sound like the fracturing of a glacier, the wall fell as a whole and the focus crystal was exposed. Richter threw the pickaxe down and away from him. Sweat flowed freely down his body, and his hands tingled from the reverberations of his heavy blows. He reached towards the pulsing crystal, and a prompt filled his vision. You have unlocked the quest, Crystal Garden Eye. To make your own crystal garden, you must harvest the focus crystal. The crystal is a powerful item and a living thing, and so to harvest one is both a boon and a responsibility. You have found a focus crystal. Do you wish to retrieve it? Reward. Focus crystal. Yes or no? He ignored the prompt for a second and drank another dark vision potion and gave Alma one as well. He had Enfoda prepare any spells or buffs that she had. Then he cast haste on himself and two of the kobolds. He had Alma buff herself and hasten the other three. Richter called out for Futon to scout the area outside of the Crystal Garden to watch out for other kobolds. The remnant wouldn't be of much use against a stone monster. Richter heard a disembodied, "Yes, my lord," a minor earth elemental rose from the ground as the kobold mage finished casting a spell. Richter figured they were as ready as they were going to be. He focused on the prompt and selected yes. Richter had a feeling that things were about to get Fubert. Everything got fucked up beyond all recognition. As soon as the prompt disappeared, the earth began to tremble violently. Richter realized he needn't have been concerned about anyone. Hearing the blows of the pickaxe, it sounded like the entire mountain was being ripped in half. The upheaval knocked all of them to the ground. That turned out to be lucky because crystals from all about the cavern began to fly about. Razor-sharp shards shot through the air faster than an arrow. First two shards slammed together, then a third. More and more crystals began to aggregate, and the focus crystal rose into the air. Its slow pulse had been accelerated to a nearly constant flicker, and it was added to the massive crystals floating in the air. Richter and the kobold's crab walked away from the maelstrom of shards raging above them. Alma crawled on the ground looking up at the deadly shooting alley above her. Standing would have been too willingly. Placed their bodies in the middle of a crossfire, so they edged away, being careful to remain hugged to the floor. The crystals continued to smash together faster, and it became clear they were forming some type of crystal golem. Less than a minute after, Richter had chosen yes on the prompt, a humanoid figure composed entirely of semi-clear iridescent shards stood 10 feet tall in the middle of the crystal garden. Richter analyzed it. Crystal Guardian, level 41, health 980, mana 470, stamina 760, disposition enmity. You have sought to harvest a focus crystal. The crystal is a form of life, and like any life form, it will protect itself. The Guardian is a defensive mechanism formed from the crystals that grow in the garden. The crystal monster raised its arms above its head, as if in triumph or glory. The focus crystal pulsed with a slower beat again, and was in the center of its chest. Richter watched the Guardian stand there, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Then it turned its neck, and despite its featureless face, Richter was sure that it was staring right at him. Its gaze invoked a primal response in Richter. Oh shit! Kill it! He decided to shout instead, knocking an arrow and loosing. The kobolds sprung into attack. The 3 coal-cast kobolds jumped forward, 2 wielding spears, and the third a stone cudgel. Their tails whipped blades at the Guardian as well. The Duer-cast kobold ran forward and swung his heavy mace at the Guardian's knee. The kobold mage began her casting, and her summoned pet lumbered forward to do battle with its large cousin. The initial results were less than impressive. The Guardian barely noticed the attacking spears, both of which slid harmlessly across its hard surface. The tail daggers had even less of an effect. Durin's mace blow buckled its knee ever so slightly and left a few fine cracks, but did no serious damage. Richter's arrow struck it in the head, but glanced off. The Guardian's counter-strike was not so easy to brush off. It swung one arm studded with sharp crystals at Durin. The kobold dropped under the blow, but the Guardian continued its swing. The arm connected with the unarmored bodies of 2 of the coal warriors. One slumped to the ground, his body a ruined mess. The other kobold flew across the tunnel and struck the wall. It landed in a heap, and a smear of black blood was left on the wall. Richter knocked another heavy arrow and began to imbue it. Enfoda finished her casting, and a stone spear, 1 inch in diameter, shot from her hand and hurtled towards the crystal man. The spear struck it in the shoulder and knocked it back a step. It immediately started attacking. Again, Durin swung his mace in both hands. The Crystal Guardian blocked the blow in one of its arms. All the kobold's strike did was chip one of the shards at the end of its fist. The Guardian kicked forward, trying to punt Durin across the room. The kobold's natural dexterity coupled with Richter's haste spell let him avoid the attack. The remaining coal warrior struck with its spear again, but the second attack was as ineffectual as the first. With a barking shout, Enfoda finished another spell. Green light writhed around her right leg. She raised it up and then stomped down. The light flowed into the ground and disappeared for a split second. But then roots shot up from under the Crystal Guardian. The tendrils wrapped around its leg in an attempt to keep it in one place. Unfortunately, the roots were only pencil-sized, and the Guardian simply wrenched one foot free, then the other. The mage's binding root spell at least served to give Richter a clear shot. His arrow had developed a gold aura and black streaks that occurred when he imbued his attack. He released. The shot arced across the small space and connected with the creature's chest in a large concussive boom. Richter's earlier concern about not drawing attention were moot after the loud noises of the Guardian's creation. The kobolds all dropped low, startled and pained by the unexpected noise. Thankfully, the pain passed quickly and wasn't enough to break the enchantment. The Crystal Guardian fell back into the wall of the cave. It connected with an impressive thud and fell down to a seated position. More crystals fell from the ceiling because of the impact. One large crystal stalactite almost crushed Enfoda, but she was able to dive out of the way. The monster wasn't done, though. It grabbed a spike of crystal from the wall. Rather than using it as a handhold, the Guardian tore the crystal free to the sound of crunching glass. Still seated, it threw the spike at Durin. The crystal shard was 2 feet long and at least 6 inches thick. The projectile hit the kobold in a glancing blow. He hissed in pain. The blow spun the kobold around and made him fall to the ground. Richter ran forward a few steps and cast grease. The Guardian had been in the process of regaining its feet, but fell back down when its legs slipped from beneath it. Richter smiled and said, "Is it hot in here? Might be a little cheesy." He realized, but what was the use of being a badass monster fighter if you couldn't say badass one-liners? He extended his arm and cast flame. Power flowed from him, and his entire arm tingled and glowed red for the split second before a gout of flame shot from his fingertips. It touched the edge of the grease circle. The Crystal Guardian was still trying to escape, and suddenly the Guardian was sitting in a round hell of its very own. Whereas before it had moved awkwardly trying to regain its balance, now it flailed frantically to escape the ongoing damage it was taking. Alma blasted to keep it in the fire. The dragonling flew above the Guardian and unleashed a side blast. The monster's limbs stilled and it just lay there, half of its body still in that fire. It would have been a great idea for Alma to keep blasting it silly, but the cooldown on her ability precluded it. She asked Richter if she should attack it with brain drain, but he couldn't risk it. The damn thing had too much health, and its level was too high for her to stun. Besides, the flames might hurt her. She flew back and hovered above his head. While it was incapacitated, he tried his store charm spell. He didn't really think it would work on a creature like this, but he had to give it a shot. The spell found no purchase. Richter was disappointed, but not surprised. He moved back by the kobolds, Durin, and the coal cast. Kobold stood ready to attack it again, and Photo was in the process of ordering her Earth Elemental to attack the Guardian while it was down, when Richter snapped a command. "Cast Stinking Mud," he ordered her. "We would need to back up first, Master. We are within the radius of the spell." They all backed away while the Elemental scurried forward to do its mistress's bidding. Once they were at a safe distance, Enfoda began the spells for second cast time. While she did that, Richter began imbuing another heavy arrow. He looked at his target and saw that the Guardian had gotten up and had grabbed the Earth Elemental in one hand. The Mage's Pet struggled to still fight, but the size disparity just could not be overcome. With a mallet-like fist, the Guardian was bringing sledgehammer blows against the hapless creature. Dirt and pebbles fell from the Elemental with each blow, and it quickly lost cohesion. The Elemental served its purpose, though. The gold aura over Richter's arrow had developed black streaks that flowed across it. He waited until after Enfoda finished her spell. With a guttural noise that sounded painful to make, she finished her casting. A ripple passed over the ground in front of the party, and its weight the ground began to slowly bubble. The entire stone floor converted to a plain of thick mud. The spell effect extended back 10 yards. As amazing as the effect was, what was really spectacular was the smell. Each bubble that rose from the mud released a smell like rotten eggs. The sudden olfactory assault almost made Richter lose his focus, but he maintained his concentration and released successfully. The arrow shot towards the Guardian and struck it in the chest again. His aim was perfect. The short distance coupled with use of his focus skill meant that accuracy was not a problem. The shot staggered the Guardian, but this time it didn't fall. That was only because its legs had sunk to feet into the ground. However, thanks to the kobold's earth magic, Richter tasted victory. He analyzed the monster and saw that it had lost hundreds of health points already. Cracks spider webbed across the iridescent body, worst in the chest. He thought he should be able to wear it down to nothing before it could cross the 30 feet through the sucking mud. Smiling, he knocked another arrow and was about to activate drill. Shot when the focus crystal in its chest flared. The Guardian swung one massive hand into the wall, crushing some of the crystal growing there. The ruined shards didn't fall to the ground, though. In fact, all of the crystal near its hand lost definition. Small rivers of crystal began to flow towards the monster. The fluid flowed up its arm and over its body. It settled wherever there was a crack. In just a few seconds, all of the obvious damage had disappeared, and its surface was as unblemished as when the battle had started. Richter's lip curled and he analyzed it again. Crystal Guardian, level 41, health 920, mana 270 470ths, stamina 300 320ths. Richter cursed. The damn thing had completely regenerated. At least, it had to use a good amount of mana to do it. But this was not good. The crumbled remains of the earth elemental fell from its hand, and it pulled one leg free of the mud to start lumbering toward them. Richter started imbuing an arrow. How long is the cooldown for the spell you just cast? He shouted. 30 minutes, master. Damn it, he thought. He watched the Guardian lumber closer and closer. When it had crossed half the distance, he shot at its heart again. He had timed its shot for when one foot was in the air and free of the muck. Its torso swayed back from the hard hit, but it didn't fall like Richter had hoped. It was able to swing its foot back and plant it in the mud. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to kill it before it got to the end of the mud if it kept healing itself. He had to do something. Brute force alone wasn't working, and Richter was the only one with a ranged attack except for Enfota's stone spear. There had to be a way to outsmart this thing. What he really needed was a way to delay it. Richter looked at the 3 kobolds near him. You, he said to the cold cast, run around the Guardian and start attacking from behind. Don't let it catch you. Richter turned back to the Guardian, knocked a wood sprite arrow. He activated drill shot. 2 seconds later, the arrow left the string and started spinning as it flew through the air. It struck the Guardian's chest just to the left of the focus crystal. The sprite arrow bored into the crystal for a second before stopping. The arrow remained there, sticking straight out of its chest. The kobold fighter had crossed the distance to the Guardian. His smaller size and weight made him sink less into the mud than the Guardian did. Both of their movement speeds were reduced, but the fighter was still a touch faster. Richter almost wanted to cheer when the crystal monster started lumbering towards the coal. He took the respite to reach into his bag. He pulled out 2 crossbows he had taken from dead kobolds and handed them to Enfota and Durin. He doled out the bolts between them, and the 3 of them started firing at Guardian. He also drank a restore mana potion. Now that it was trying to kill the Richter's charmed kobold, he didn't have a clear shot at its chest. Drill shot wouldn't reach its heart, the only vulnerable spot Richter could see. He started imbuing. The 2 other kobolds started firing as quickly as they could, with the shoddily made crossbows that wasn't very fast at all. The weapons had some stopping power, but at best they merely chipped away at the Guardian's body. Still, it was better than nothing. The cold cast dodged and jabbed. His attacks barely did any appreciable damage, but of course, that wasn't the point. Richter, Enfota, and Durin were able to keep firing with impunity as their comrade conducted a deadly dance with a construct almost 3 times his height. If it wasn't for the mud, then the coal might have had a real shot at continuing to avoid the monster's attacks. But it was not meant to be. The distraction he provided came to a sudden and tragic end. The kobold jabbed at the face of the guardian and then attempted to jump back. One foot came free of the mud, but the other stayed mired. The monster's fist came across the kobold's face with crushing force. Blood sprayed across the mud, and the kobold fell limp to the ground. The monster reached down and grabbed the body in both hands and started pulling. The damage was enough to rouse the kobold, but all he could do was scream. Richter sent Almari. The cooldown on Psyblast had elapsed, and she swept towards the monster, unleashing her power. The guardian released the kobold, who fell to the mud. Crossbow bolts continued to plink off of its body while it staggered. Richter continued to imbue his arrow. The dragonling flew clear. After 2 seconds, it recovered from Alma's attack and reached down. Again, the coal-cast kobold hadn't been able to escape. Blood seeped through the kobold's skin in places, mixing with the mud. Even worse than the superficial injuries, the guardian had crushed one of the fighter's legs. Before it released its hold, it grabbed him again, holding the kobold above its head. It began to pull for a second time. The coal screamed, and blood began to speckle the guardian's head and chest. With a horrible wet sound, the kobold was wrenched apart. The crystal monster dropped both halves and turned towards Richter and the other kobolds. Again, Richter's arrow had shifted from a pure gold to scant black lines too, the black streaks now appearing solid in a barbershop pattern. As soon as he saw it face him head-on again, he released. The arrow struck it square in the chest, and the shockwave flattened the mud, and the boom even hurt Richter's ears. It also finally knocked the monster down. Richter looked at the bloody severed halves of the kobold laying in the mud. He felt like a monster himself, but he looked at Durin and said, "Go attack it." The thick-scaled kobold didn't hesitate. It started to stride towards the fallen monster, mace in hand. Richter downed another mana potion. When the guardian got up, he could clearly see cracks in its chest again. Still none of them reached to the focus crystal, though. Richter cursed. Just what did he have to do to kill this thing? Once again, the focus crystal flared, and the guardian slapped its hand against a wall. The crystal flowed away from the wall and up its arm. Just like last time, the clear liquid stone flowed over the guardian's body and healed all of the damage it had taken. Richter noted that a portion of the now bare cave wall glowed blue. He shut that from his mind, though, and got back into the fight. Richter checked its status again. Crystal Guardian, level 41, health 920, mana 91 470ths, stamina 283 320ths. With gritted teeth, Richter drew a sprite arrow. At least the bastard wouldn't be healing again. He triggered drill shot again. He just had to wear it down. All he had to do was kill it before it reached him. Of course, that was when things got screwy again. The monster took one step towards Durin, who set himself to meet it at the edge of the mud. The guardian didn't try to close any more of the distance, though. Instead, it pointed a crystal arm at the kobold, and the focus crystal flashed. In a heartbeat, the arm halved in diameter, but doubled in length. Before Durin could move, the spear-like appendage shot through his chest. The kobold screamed in pain and swung its mace weakly at the crystal arm. He swung twice more, each attempt weaker than the last, and then his head slumped forward in death. The crystal guardian's arm resumed its normal size. It took a step towards Richter and Enfota, finally free of the mud. Richter shouted at the mage to run, and the two remaining party members both dashed away to make space between themselves and the blood-spattered monster. "Can you summon another elemental?" Richter shouted. I don't have enough mana, master. Cursing, he gave her his last restore mana potion and tossed it to her on the run. And Fota drank it. After another few seconds, he asked if she had enough now. Yes, master. Then fucking summon it. They both turned left around a corner and then turned back to face their enemy. And Fota started chanting. Richter drew a heavy arrow and extended his aura around it. He then began pouring in his mana as quickly as possible. The steps of the Guardian grew louder, and it came around the corner. Richter released. He hadn't had enough time to invest much in the imbuement, but the heavy quality of the arrow coupled with the extra power were enough to make it fall to one knee. And Fota finished her summoning just in time. The elemental rose from the tunnel floor and jumped on the Guardian. The small elemental and the Guardian looked like mini-me fighting. Austin powers, but Fota's pet still had powerful hands. As proof, Crystal fell to the ground as it attacked. The kobold had just enough mana to cast Stone Spear again. The stone projectile hit the monster in its chest. Richter shot it in the same place, but did not have much mana left. The blow only created a few cracks in the crystal. The Guardian had been twisting at the waist as it tried to grab the slightly faster Earth Elemental. It finally caught the summoned creature, though. The Guardian's protector threw the small rock man at Fota, and she went down with a large thud. With no other distractions, the monster turned its full attention to Richter. It extended one hand, and the focus crystal began to pulse again. Knowing what was coming, he mentally called out, Alma, blast it! The dragonling swooped from above and hit it with another blast. The Guardian's arm dropped as it struggled to overcome the 2-second stun. Richter reached into his bag and pulled out a specific arrow. The entire fight he had been hoping he could knock the focus crystal free of the Guardian's chest. He had reasoned that without its heart, the crystal monster would simply fall apart. Now, though, Richter just wanted to survive. He placed the arrow of piercing on his bowstring and triggered drill. Shot! The Guardian recovered a half-second before Richter finished the 2-second activation of his subskill, but the distance was so small it had no hope of evasion. The arrow left his bow spinning and struck the Guardian dead center. The arrow as a whole stopped spinning after a second, just as his previous drill shots had. The special property of the arrow of piercing was to ignore 66% of its target's armor, though. The arrowhead continued to spin, and it drove deep into the monster's chest. For the first time in the fight, the focus crystal itself was damaged. The Guardian fell to its back. The focus crystal pulsed wildly. It was a form of life that was barely self-aware, but it still struggled to survive. It needed to heal itself, but it lacked the mana to use the crystal in the garden. So the focus crystal used the only thing available to it, the body of the Guardian. Before Richter's eyes, the monster began to shrink in size. As it did, Richter noticed that the cracks his arrow had made in the focus crystal began to disappear. He knew that he didn't have much time. Dropping his bow, he drew his shadow dagger and ran over to the Guardian's prone body. Raising his dagger high, he drove it down into the hole that the piercing arrow had made. Now, both his dagger and arrow pierced the central crystal. The Guardian swung one arm up to strike Richter, but the loss of its mass showed in its decreased strength and speed. Richter released his dagger and jumped back out of the way. Alma, drain it! His familiar flew in and wrapped herself around the monster's head. The Guardian was only 5 feet in height now, and its limbs moved randomly as if it had lost the ability for concerted action. It shrunk faster, now that Richter's dagger was sunk into its heart. The focus crystal drew upon the Guardian more and more, but it couldn't heal with weapons still penetrating it. Richter drew his high steel longsword. He placed both hands on the hilt and raised it up, prepared to drive the blade down into its body. When he realized he was wasting an opportunity, he freed one hand from the hilt and twisted his fingers into an odd configuration. A word of power left his mouth like a caress, and he cast Soul Trap. Then he raised his sword again and drove the blade down into the Guardian's neck. The high steel sword shot straight through the crystal, and only stopped when it hit the tunnel floor. With a twist and a wrench, the head came loose, and the Guardian's health dropped to 0. A ribbon of light twisted through the air and disappeared into Richter's bag. The monster was finally dead. Chapter 18. Alma crowed in triumph and jumped into the air. Richter looked down at the once large body. Despite not moving, the body continued to shrink as the focus crystal tried to heal. It still couldn't though, and the body was only 3 feet tall now. Not wanting his prize to be lost, he quickly removed the dagger and arrow and watched as the wounds in the crystal closed before his eyes. Once it was completely restored, the body stopped shrinking. A prompt appeared. You have found Focus Crystal. This can be used to grow a crystal garden. It can be planted anywhere, but thrives underground. This is a living entity, and it feeds on the ambient magic in an area. It must be planted within 1 week or die. Weight 13.6 kilograms. He barely had time to look at the crystal before another series of prompts filled his vision. You have completed the quest, Crystal Garden Eye. You have successfully harvested a focus crystal. You are now responsible for this form of life. Reward: a focus crystal. Reward: 12,500 base, 10,000 experience points. You have unlocked the quest, Crystal Garden 2. The focus crystal you gathered is a living creature. You must plant it within 1 week or it will die. Penalty for failure: possible loss of alignment. Reward: Crystal Garden. You have no choice in accepting this quest. Your actions have consequences. Richter smiled and picked up the seed for his new garden. The quest wasn't a problem. Dead or alive, he would be back in his village within a week. The focus crystal was about the size of an eggplant and was heavier than it looked. Nothing he couldn't handle, but it was amazingly dense. It was no wonder that it had resisted any damage until he had used his arrow of piercing. That made him look at the arrow again. When he examined it, it looked none the worse for wear. The prompt that came up showed that its special property of ignoring 66% of an enemy's armor was still intact. When Richter had reached initiate status in his archery skill, he had gained the ability to retrieve half of all the special arrows he used after his death. Though he had dropped below level 10 in archery, so he hadn't thought that he would maintain the retrieval power. Either way, he was glad to have been able to keep such a useful weapon. The arrow went into his bag. After Richter placed the focus crystal into his bag as well, he looked at the rest of the Guardian. Another prompt appeared. You have found Concentrated Crystal. The creation of a Crystal Guardian compresses the crystal used in the creation of its body. That, coupled with the power of the focus crystal flowing through it, changes these crystals. The magical properties are increased dramatically. Any potions or items created may gain extra potency or powers. Looking at the small amount of the Guardian's body which was left, he grunted. If he had known that its remains would be so useful, he would have tried to hack more of it off. At least he had one, though. Richter picked up the severed head, which was about the size of a large watermelon, and placed it in his bag. The rest of the body would have to be taken apart. Before he could take it with him, he started looking around for something to break it apart when his vision suddenly went black. The dark vision potion had run out. Alma squawked in displeasure as her potion ran out not long afterwards. As useful as dark vision had been, he decided it was time to bring some light onto the situation. Richter invoked his light magic and several globes shot from his fingers to illuminate the cavern. What he saw took his breath away. He had seen the cavern through his dark vision, but the beauty of it could only really be appreciated in the light. The crystal cavern sparkled and shined. It reminded him of standing near Victoria Falls at sunset. The massive waterfall had struck the ground a mile below where he stood with such force that a mist had been driven 100 yards above his head. When he had looked in the direction of the setting sun, the red and gold light had refracted in the countless water droplets, and it looked like the air had caught fire. It was a natural beauty Richter had never forgotten, just as he knew he would never forget the sight of the crystal garden illuminated by his magical light. Richter suddenly doubted his decision to disturb such a beautiful setting. Actually seeing the sections of the garden that had been destroyed made him feel like he had done something wrong. All he had thought about was that there was something that he had wanted, and so he had committed this desecration of a natural wonder. He hadn't stopped to think about if he really had the right. Back on Earth, Richter had criticized the greedy corporations and governments that had plundered the planet's resources, with no concern for the human cost. Was what he had just done any different? Was this what it meant to be a chaos seed? A hiss of displeasure interrupted his introspection. Richter looked back and saw that Enfoda was still alive. She had been knocked unconscious by her elemental, but was now pulling herself out from the rubble it had left behind in death. Seeing her, Richter found some internal peace. He may have had to cause some destruction to gain the focus crystal, but it was better than letting creatures like her continue to use it. He had not forgotten the story of how she had obtained her staff. Quit complaining, he told her. Richter looked around, preparing to leave when he saw faint illumination against a far wall. He had forgotten about the section of wall that had been revealed by the Guardians. Regeneration! It was glowing the exact shade of blue that has pierced the veil, skill used to indicate a hidden compartment. The only problem was that it was across the section of tunnel that had been converted to mud. A command to Enfoda solved that problem. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the spell. The ground became solid stone again. Richter quickly walked across to the wall, taking the pickaxe with him. When he arrived in front of the blue square, he ran his hands along the panel, searching for a latch or lever. He didn't find anything obvious, but his fingernail did detect a crack in the wall exactly in line with where the blue glow stopped. Stooping, Richter blew into the crack. A small gout of dust flared, and Richter could see that the crack was actually a well-defined slit. Richter placed his dagger in the opening and slowly pushed. With a click, a side of a panel raised from the wall. Richter smiled in delight. Sheathing his dagger, he dug his fingers into the edge of the panel and pulled. With the sound of grinding stone, the panel slowly swung outward until he could see a space. He put the tip of the pickaxe into the crack and then wedged the door open like a hammer. Taking a nail off the wall, it opened easily after that, and Richter was able to see the treasure it contained. His eyes widened in excitement. You have found magic book. Durability 4/5. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0 for kilograms. You have found magic book. Durability 6/6. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.5 kilograms. You have found magic book. Durability 7/7. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 0 kilograms. You have found magic book. Durability 8/10. Item class rare. Quality superb. Weight 0.3 kilograms. You have found magic box. Durability 195/199. Item class, rare. Quality, exquisite. Weight, 4.1 kilograms. You have found stonewood chest. Durability, 263 289. Item class, common. Quality, superb. Weight, 38.7 kilograms. You have found magic short sword. Durability 60 to 66. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 1.2 kilograms. Cha-ching, Richter said loudly. His concern over the damage he had caused in the garden just didn't seem as important anymore. It was amazing how a bunch of swag could make any existential crisis just fade away. Richter stared at each item, but his lore skill was apparently not high enough to identify any of them. He put out a mental call for Futon and examined his treasure. The chest was locked, not wanting to move too fast and trip any hidden traps. He just placed it in his bag. The opening was just large enough to take fit over the chest long ways. The sword had the silver gleam of quicksilver and an ornate hilt. The sheath was formed of some type of pale pink hide. Other than that, he couldn't tell anything about it except that it was still sharp despite how long it may have sat hidden behind the wall. Before he could check anything else, Futon appeared. That was fast, Richter said. Yes, my lord. I was already on my way back. There is a patrol approaching your position. Richter cursed. How far? How many? I did not see them, but I heard their voices echoing in the tunnels. It sounded like a great many. Fuck, they must have been attracted by the noise of the battle. He quickly shoved the sword into his bag, and then the other items as well. Under the box was an intricate symbol carved into the stone of the cubby. Richter stared at it for a second, and then ran towards the entrance to the garden. Alma and Futon flew above, and Enfoda fell and stepped behind him. When he exited the cave system that held the garden, he was able to hear the echoes of the barking voices himself. He knew tunnels could play tricks with sound, but it sounded like there were a lot more enemies than he could handle. He turned to Enfoda. He had planned to kill her ever since he had first captured her, and the story she had told him about the gnome family had made it even more certain. Richter hated what he was about to do, but he realized that he had to let her go. He pointed in the opposite direction from his route to the surface. Wait here for the patrol. Tell them you were attacked, and then I ran that way. Lead them away as long as you can. Yes, master, she replied. Richter stared at her another moment. He was tempted to try and charm her again, but it would be the third time, and if it failed, he would have to fight the hateful mage while an army approached. No, there just wasn't time. He just had to hope that he got enough of a head start before the enchantment wore off. He drank a dark vision tincture and gave another T.O. Alma, with a slight bit of mental flexing and a crook of his fingers, dismissed his far light spells. Then he ran down a side tunnel and hid behind a bend. Alma settled onto his shoulders, and at his order, Futon turned invisible. Before long, he heard loud yapping as Enfoda met the band of kobolds. Either she was very convincing or her higher caste put her in charge, because soon Richter could hear them running away from his position. He waited another minute for them to be led away, but didn't dare wait any longer. He wasn't sure how much more time he had left before. Enfoda broke free of charm, but it couldn't be long. Richter cast haste and took off running. Richter sprinted as fast as he could, following his map to the exit. The winding tunnels were confusing, and there was no way he could have found his way out unaided. Thankfully, though, the kobolds' racial ability of pathfinding underground had translated to the quality of the maps they provided. The tunnels appeared before him exactly as they had been depicted. Once again, he ran until his stamina started to run out. Then he would jog lightly until it refilled halfway. Traps appeared regularly, but he didn't dare take the time to disarm them all. He simply skirted them and sped on. When his dark vision potion ran out, he had Futon light the tunnel. The time for stealth was over. Now it was about speed and stamina. He moved his legs as quickly as he could, but then he heard the horns. Richter would never know if the alarm was sounded because Enfota's enchantment wore off or he had just passed an unseen sentry. But the baleful sound of horns started coming faster and faster. Initially, they were just behind him, but then Richter was sure he started hearing them too. Either side, he kept running. It was unclear who was more surprised, him or the kobold patrol that he ran across. Futon led the way slightly and went around one of the endless twists in the tunnels. As soon as the orb disappeared from sight, Richter heard cries of pain and anger. He rounded the bend a second later and saw 7 kobolds reeling from the sudden bright light. They had come from another small tunnel that was a dogleg to the right and had been taken by surprise. Richter didn't pause. Instead, he just threw both hands forward and contorted his fingers in a specific configuration, each a mirror image of the other. He shouted the word of power. For the first time, the magic seemed to resist his will, but after a moment of intense focus, he spat it out. Warmth flooded both of his arms just prior to twin gouts of flame exploding from both hands. They interwove with each other like he was a ghostbuster, crossing the streams, and the combined forces created a large jet of flame. The color of the fire, which was normally yellow-orange, became a solid orange, and the flame shot out much further than before. His arms were locked together by the force of the spell, and he felt his mana pour out of him. With a cry of rage and power, he aimed the flaming lance at their faces as he ran by. They all fell to the ground with even louder cries of pain. The scent of cooked meat filled the air. He didn't stop running the whole time. Once he was past them, he canceled the spell. He heard a few crossbows discharging, but the kobolds were firing blind, and none of the shots came near him. As he sped up the tunnel, he noticed that his mana bar had fallen a good deal faster than he would have expected. Richter was mentally patting himself on the back when he heard another horn right behind him. One of the kobolds in the patrol must have had one. Sons of bitch, he thought. Richter pushed his legs to pump faster. Richter glanced at his map and saw that he only had a few miles left to go. He kept running, the kobold patrol's screams of agony fading behind him. He started hearing more horns to either side of him. Before the loud blasts had been one long mournful note. Now, however, it was 3 short blasts. Richter could only assume that the change communicated that the hunting parties had found their quarry and were closing in on him. 10 steps, 30, 100, then 500. Richter's stamina bar was nearing empty, but he couldn't stop when he was so close. He kept pushing. Futon, what time of day is it? He wheezed. It is mid-afternoon, my lord. Richter used that information as a personal rallying cry. He just had to make it outside and he'd be safe. The sunlight would keep them from following. He turned another corner and entered a last straight stretch. The tunnel rose at more than a 30-degree incline and was covered with gravel. Richter kept running, having to focus to keep his balance. He cast grease behind him near the bottom of the hill, hoping to slow any pursuit. He slipped and scrabbled in the loose scree, occasionally falling to all fours, but never stopping his upward progress. A horn blew to long, loud blasts. Richter hadn't heard that particular horn pattern before. He looked behind him, and what he saw at the bottom of the slope made his heart drop. 10 kobolds were at the bottom of the slope, and they were mounted. Their steeds looked like centipedes, only thousands of times larger than the small insects he had seen on Earth. As he watched, One of the mounts opened its and Richter saw a row of needle-sharp teeth. A kobold pointed it, speared at him, and roared, Richter's form easily seen in Futin's light. They all took off towards him. Shit! Richter turned back towards the top of the slope and willed his legs to move faster. Despite his stamina being near empty, his fear gave him extra strength. He only had a quarter-mile left up the slope. He had to make it. He risked another look behind him and saw they were coming up fast. Too fast! One broke ahead of the pack and raced up the tunnel. It hit the greasy spot well ahead of the rest, and the mount's thousands of tiny legs scrabbled for purchase, but it tipped forward. The centipede was going so fast it flipped end over end, and the kobold rider flew forward and landed. With a thud, Richter started to cheer internally, but then saw the other centipedes veer to either side of the grease patch. The tunnel was narrow enough that the 10-foot radius of the grease spell covered the entire floor. But it didn't stop them. The remaining 9 kobolds built speed, and then kept running on the walls. Their sharp, strong legs found dug into the stone walls just enough to keep them horizontal until they passed the obstacle. Once they were past the spells out, they came back to the tunnel floor without pause and kept running. Shit! 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 Richter stared at them and then looked up the slope. There was no way that he could cross the remaining distance before they caught him. He wasn't going to make it. Praying that this worked, he quickly reached into his bag and took out the spring wool he had found on Sonore's body. You better fucking work, he shouted at the bar of compressed steel. He angled the item so that the ends pointed at the tunnel walls, made sure Alma and Futin were further up the hill than he was, and then removed the latch. A split second later, the spring wall deployed. Richter fell onto his, but with a startled yell, the wall shot out along the plane he had angled it. In its compressed form, it made a loud ting as it released, and then the sharp points along the edges of the device sunk into the stone of the tunnel. Walls with dozens of small thunks. It looked like a chain link fence, but with much smaller holes and much thicker metal. The kobolds roared as they closed on his position. Richter scrabbled backwards, slipping in the gravel as he tried to get to his feet. The first of the centipedes reached the spring wall and tried to barrel through it. The wall buckled under its weight, and the high steel mesh bowed towards him. The mount's teeth gnashed as it tried to close the remaining feet between them. Richter looked into the eyes of the kobold rider, whose reptilian mouth was pulled back in a rictus of battle lust. It clearly tasted victory, and its spear was pulled back to stab him as soon as the centipede broke through the steel barrier. But the wall held. The wall held. The spring wall had flexed like a net under the kobold's charge, but then snapped back into shape. The kobold and its mount were pushed back, and the others quickly reined in to avoid a pile-up. Richter shouted, "Yes!" and then regained his feet. He smiled cockily at the kobolds, but then one brought out an axe and chopped at the wall, leaving a small tear in one of the links. "Fair enough," he said quietly with a small nod of his head. The cockiness faded, and he turned to start running up the hill. Then he had one of the most wonderful thoughts he had ever had since he started thinking. He smiled at the kobolds again. Oh yes, boys, he thought, the cockiness is back, and it's bigger and veinier than ever. Richter surreptitiously aimed his ring of spell storage at one of the kobolds, barely raising his arm. He released his stored charm spell. With his other arm, he enchanted a second rider. A gold glow surrounded his hand as he cast the spell, catching the kobold's attention. The enchantments were only phase 1. Phase 2 of his plan was where the sneakiness came in. Richter very blatantly pointed at a kobold next to the first one he had charmed and said in the barking language of the kobolds, "My charmed creature, I your master, command you to kill all of the other kobolds." The male that had been pointed at stared across the wall with surprised and widened eyes before the rider could refute Richter's claim. However, the charmed kobold obeyed his master's spoken command. Ah! Studded mace swung down with crushing force, and the kobold Richter had singled out slid bonelessly off of his centipede. At the same time, Richter's other charmed reptilian stabbed a fourth kobold with a spear. After that, the entire mounted force began clubbing, stabbing and slashing each other in a wonderful bloody mess. The kobolds' natural combativeness and divisiveness made them turn upon each other in a desperate bid to preserve their own individual lives. Only a few feet of space and a high steel mesh wall separated Richter from the slaughter, and, as the Chaos Seed looked upon his handiwork, he inhaled a deep, satisfied breath. In the months afterward, Richter could admit to himself that he may have watched the brutal tableau a bit longer than he should have, listening happily as screams and grunts filled the air. He would be able to concede that he enjoyed witnessing the gore and the death and black misted blood more than any sane person should have at the time of the massacre. However, with his nerves stretched to the breaking point, no deep thoughts were crossing his mind. Richter just stood with a smile and enjoyed the show. When only 3 of the mounted force were left alive, Richter looked past them and down the slope. He saw a second mass of kobolds, both mounted and otherwise, gathering at the bottom of the hill. As this army surged up towards him, he gave one last fond look at the kobolds killing themselves in front of him before turning and running the rest of the way up the hill. Richter made it to the top of the incline and turned right, just as the charmed kobolds had described a narrow cave connected to the tunnel and led outside. A waterfall fell from above the mouth of the cave, leaving the cave shrouded in shadow. That didn't matter to Richter. He was almost outside. He ran towards the falling water, the roar drowning out all sound just as the falling water blocked out most of the light. He stayed to the left of the cave and then entered a final short tunnel that led outside. Richter ran, excitement building in his chest, towards fresh air and, more importantly, the protection of the sun. He would finally be safe from these bastard lizards that had been trying to kill him. He followed the tunnel as it twisted through sheer rock. Right, left, and then one last right turn. He stepped out into fresh air and was immediately drenched in a torrential downpour. The water fell in sheets. The storm was so intense that barely any sunlight filtered down from above, despite it only being mid-afternoon. Richter put his head back and screamed into the storm, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Again. Chapter 19. Alma wriggled into his hood and under his cloak to protect herself from the rain. Still cursing, Richter started running again. He accessed his map. From what he could guesstimate, he was about 120 miles south and 30 miles west of the village. He hoped that the kobolds wouldn't be able to track him in the rain, but because of his new tracking, still, he could see animal prints even in the deluge he was running through. It was true that because of the rain he could only make out tracks a few feet away, but he couldn't hang his hat on the hope that the kobolds wouldn't track him. Futin, he shouted over the sound of the rain. A flash of lightning followed his call. "Yes, my lord," came the monotone reply. A roll of thunder followed the remnant's response. "You need to go back to the Great Seal. I need reinforcements. Tell them I am more than 100 miles south and at least 30 miles west of the village." Richter checked his map again, looking at both the translucent image superimposed on his vision and maintaining his balance. As he ran through the forest, taxed his ability to multitask, but he did his best. From what he could see on the map, a large cliff was directly in his path about 5 miles from his location. Several rivers crisscrossed the map as well. Tell them I'm going to be going further south and east until I can circle around a large cliff shaped like a crescent. Hopefully they know where that is. Going south when he crossed the rivers would also increase his chances to lose any potential pursuers. Are you sure that you want me to leave you, my lord? The remnant asked. Go, Richter shouted over the wind. I need more help than you can give. Fudin's light began to grow in intensity. It shined brighter than Richter had ever seen it before. Then the glare grew so powerful that he couldn't see anything but white. With a clap of sound louder than the thunder, it rushed into the space that the remnant had been occupying a moment before. Richter stared at the spot Fudin had disappeared from. Sunspots marring his vision, he really could have warned me that his teleport would basically summon every monster within 20 miles. What a dick! Alma's only response was to shift unhappily under his cloak. Richter cast night vision to make up for the loss of Fudin's light, then took off running again. The storm continued unabated. His progress was greatly slowed by having to navigate obstacles like downed trees and mudslides. When he came to the first river 30 minutes later, he was glad he had told Fudin that he would be moving further south as he made his way east. The rain had swollen the river dramatically. What had been depicted on the map as a large stream was now a medium-sized rapids. Richter had been planning to walk down the center of the stream for several hundred yards to throw off anyone with the tracking skill and then exit on the other side. There was absolutely no way he could wade across. This, though, as he stood on the bank, he considered just jumping in and swimming. But the turbulent flow and large branches that bobbed around him, the water made drowning a very real threat. Richter started running south, down the riverbank, looking for a ford. After a bit, he found a tree that must have washed down from upstream and then gotten caught in a crook of the river. It extended 3/4 of the way to the far bank. Richter stepped out onto the tree, testing it with one foot. When it held, he pulled back his hood. The water flowed down his face, and Alma yelled in displeasure. I'm sorry, love, but if I fall and you're still in my cloak, I don't think you'll make it. Fly across and wait for me. She wasn't happy about it, but did as he asked. The wind buffeted her a time or two, but she made it into the limbs of a large tree on the far bank. Okay, Richter, he said to himself, let's do this. He walked out onto the tree with his arms held out to his sides. In his earth body, he was sure this wouldn't have been possible, but his increased agility here in the land let him balance on the makeshift bridge. The tree rocked slightly thanks to the fast-moving water. He was almost to the end of the trunk when something hit him like a hammer in the back of his shoulder. He cried out in pain and plunged into the river. Richter flailed to get above the surface, each movement of his left arm shooting pain through him. His head came above the water, and he coughed out some river that had made its way into his lungs. He sucked in a quick breath before he was pushed under the surface again. Over the next 5 minutes, he was pushed to and fro in the river, but he finally got to the other side. He pulled himself up, hand over hand, until he was firmly on solid ground. Laying on his side, he gasped and sputtered. Richter reached for the source of his pain and felt a metal bolt sticking out of his back. It was high enough in his shoulder that he could wrap his fingers around the portion sticking out of him. Getting a sure grip, he ripped it out. The barb on the head made his health drop fractionally more than the initial attack, and blood flowed freely down his back. He worked his other hand into a spell configuration and cast Slow Heal. The wound immediately began to close, and the pain abated. His fingers were also outlined in gold light, though, which alerted his pursuers to his position. More crossbow bolts shot across the river towards his general position. Alma swooped in and cast errant wind. The spell increased Richter's ability to dodge the projectiles and provided the edge he needed to get to safety. Richter took cover behind a large rock, and Alma settled back under his cloak. Richter bared his teeth and looked back across the river, but even with his night vision, he could barely see across to the other bank. Twisting his hand into a specific shape, he cast far light again and again. 10, then 20 balls of light shot across the river and attached to trees, rocks, and bushes. He now had a clear view of the force arrayed against him. Dozens of kobolds stared across the river at him, their eyes pregnant with hatred and promised retribution. All were mounted on what looked like large black pit bulls. More than half had crossbows, and they all fired. When they saw him peeking from behind the stone, he ducked his head back down and let all of the missiles either hit the rock or pass him by. Richter flipped them off and took off running. He cast haste as he once more sped through a darkened forest in a desperate bid to survive. Richter came to another river, but was able to wade across this one. As soon as he hit the other side, he was off and running again. Less than an hour later, the sun set, making a dim world even darker. Even with night vision, his sight was extremely limited. He ran through the night, barely staying ahead of the mounted kobolds. If the sky had been clear, he most likely would have been caught and killed. But again and again he was able to lose his pursuit in the storm. Unfortunately, again and again they found him. He tried to make his way north more than once, but the kobolds had spread themselves out to the north of this position. It was like they knew he was trying to get back to the Mist Village. Whenever Richter was spotted, the rider would blow his horn and the rest of the kobolds would converge. Richter would dash off and a game of cat and mouse would ensue. He would find a convenient hollow tree or fold in the land to hide in. Richter's stealth and cloak let him stay concealed until a hole appeared in their formation, and he would again streak out into the night. Though Richter hadn't been driven to ground yet, the kobolds continued driving him east and south. He would have been screwed if his only safe haven was his village. When he checked his map, though, he was surprised by the amount of distance he had covered since making it above ground. He smiled a vicious smile when he realized that the village wasn't his only safe haven. The kobolds kept driving him south, but it was Richter that began to lead them east. He kept running when he could, hiding when he had to. More hours passed. Richter's legs were tight, and he was fairly certain one of his boots was filled with blood from a popped blister when he finally arrived at his destination. He climbed a leafy tree and waited. Before long, Richter watched a kobold rider stalk through the rain, not 30 yards away from his position. He had hidden many times through the night, but this time was different. He didn't stay in his perch and just wait for the reptile to pass. He was finally done running. A mental message to Alma sent her. Winging silently into the higher limbs of the tree, Richter quietly lowered himself down from the branch he had been sitting on, and he dropped noiselessly to the ground. He stood and knocked a sprite arrow to the string and started imbuing. He had been behind the rider, but the glow from the arrow immediately gave him away. The rider saw him after 2 seconds and hurriedly raised a horn to his lips. Richter just smiled. He had no intention of stopping the kobold from giving away their position. In fact, for the first time, he was looking forward to hearing the god-awful racket the kobold horn made. The kobold paused for a moment, confused by Richter's expression, but then placed the horn to his lips and blew a loud note. The call was cut off when Richter's arrow detonated against his chest and knocked him out of the saddle, but the damage was done as the dog mount ran off in fear. Other horns echoed in the night. Richter raised his hand in the air and shot off several far lights, the balls of light rising in the air like fireworks. Then he took off running east. Again, after just a few minutes, the riders caught up with him. Through the night, his host of pursuers had slowly closed in on his position. The kobolds didn't need to spread out their numbers as sightings of Richter became more common. What they didn't know was that Richter had let himself be seen. The dog mounts outpaced him, the steeds running faster than Richter could despite his prodigious use of haste. Soon, the kobolds came at him from all directions, including dead ahead. Richter found himself surrounded. The reptiles barked angrily to each other, and the mounts growled and snapped at him. He cast simple light. Richter knew it would piss them off more, but though the kobolds were clearly angered, they all maintained a distance of at least 10 feet. Richter looked at the sea of angry kobolds. There had to be at least 200 of them. He kept a smile on his face, but inside, his heart hammered wildly in fear. He could only hope that what Hisako had told him was true, and that his plan would come to fruition before they all quite literally tore him apart. After a few minutes, a particularly large kobold pushed out of Richter's circle of enemies, riding a scarred pit bull. The kobold wore robes, rings, and held a wand clutched loosely his hand. Richter analyzed him. Name: Yaezan. Kobold level 35. Health 280. Mana 6,300. Stamina 190. Disposition: enmity. Profession: mage. Specialization: battle mage. The mage looked down at Richter from atop his mount. The wand in his hand gleamed in Richter's summoned globe of light. Unlike most kobold weapons, this looked well made and well maintained. It possessed the milky white color of moonstone and had a large ruby affixed to the end. Yaezan saw Richter looking at his weapons, and the kobold seemed to sneer. The mage raised his arm almost lazily. Then with a crook of his finger, dark energy shot up to Richter's ball of light and snuffed it out. The forest dropped into almost complete blackness. Though Richter couldn't see the kobolds anymore, he could hear their excitement. The ambient volume of conversation of the other kobolds rose at their leader's casual display of power. Richter re-established his night vision with a twist of his hand and a word of power. As the black energy writhed into existence, he looked at the mage and wondered if his spell casting might trigger a violent response from the mage, but all he saw on the man's face was smug superiority. When Yaezan spoke, he pointed the wand at Richter's face. You have come into our home and taken something. We will take it back, and for our trouble, we will take your heart as well. All of the kobolds yipped and barked loudly at their leader's words. Richter squinted at the large kobold. What if I just gave you the focus crystal back? Would you be willing to forgive and forget? I am not speaking about a mere crystal, and you will know it. The kobold shouted. I do not know how you knew to look beneath the crystals for what had long been lost, but you will tell me before you die. Richter looked about, honestly confused. If you don't want the focus crystal, then what do you want? His night vision picked up a glimmer of movement. Enough games, human. If you do not wish to speak the truth now, then we will take you back to the tunnels. We shall see how resistant you are after the burrowing worms begin to nest within you. Yaezan barked an order, and the ring of kobolds began to close in on Richter. Wait! I'll tell you what I know, he said loudly, holding his arms out. Yaezan barked another order, and the kobolds stopped moving. The rider looked at him pointedly. I know that you feel wronged. I know that I took something from you. I also know something else. Richter let his last word hang in the air. For several seconds, the kobolds leaned in slightly as if afraid to miss his next words. Yaezan had opened his mouth to speak when Richter continued, cutting the mage off. He lowered his voice slightly as if he was sharing a secret. I know that you should be careful how you talk to me. We are not in your dark little hole anymore. And I know that when you step into someone else's house, you should be damn careful how you speak. Richter's voice rose through his speech, and spittle flew from his lips as he shouted the last sentence at Yaezan. The kobold bared his teeth. And this, he said, sweeping his arm around at the trees. Am I to understand that this forest is your house? Is that what you wanted to tell me? Was that the point of your useless speech and false bravado? Richter glared back, matching his enemy's glare in both will end animosity. Then he broke the gaze and smiled sheepishly. No, this isn't my house. It's theirs, he said, gesturing behind the kobold. And I was just talking until they had all got in position. Yaezan's head whipped back, and he saw that hundreds of blue, glowing dots had lit up the darkness. Then the sprites released their imbued arrows, and the kobolds found another reason to fear the light. Chapter 20. When Richter came to, his head was cushioned atop something soft, and a sweet scent filled the air. He picked his head up and saw that he was inside of a small room. A round yellow globe glowed softly in the corner. When he looked around, he saw that he wasn't alone. A white-haired sprite woman sat calmly in a chair at the foot of the bed. She looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. He awakes. Her voice had a youthful tone that belied her apparent age. He shook his head to clear the cobweb. Thank you for your help. I am forever in your debt. I should say so, she replied. The magic to bring someone back from the dead is no easy thing. Richter's eyes widened in alarm. The last thing he remembered was imbued shots exploding all around him. A few had struck the ground in front of him and thrown him through the air. After that, his head had struck something hard, and everything went back. He quickly accessed his status page, concerned that he had lost levels again. A girlish laugh made him look back at the sprite. She had her hand over her mouth in a poor attempt to stop the laughter that was spilling out into the room. Oh, your face. Just a joke. Lord Richter, I had to pay you back for stealing my sister away. She stood and gave a small curtsy. I am Fumiko. Hearing the name, it suddenly clicked. The sprite looked familiar, because he had spent so much time with her family member. This must be Sumiko's sister. So I didn't die. She laughed again. No, though when we saw the state of your face, we thought that you had. I did do something about that, though, she said, with a twinkle in her eye. Her gaze drifted up, and she tapped her hair. Confused Richter placed his hand on his face and ran it up over his scalp. For the first time in days, he didn't feel the pocked texture of his burned scars, but instead only smooth and healthy skin. His mouth dropped open, and he quickly cast mirror. An unblemished face stared back at him. He was bald as a cue ball, but other than that, his image was the old one he remembered. How? He asked with wonder in his voice. Let's just say Sumiko isn't the only life master in the family. The spell to remove your scars had to be cast in phases. You also had a crack in your skull from when you struck a rock during the battle with the kobolds. You have been asleep for the past 2 days. That explained why he was so hungry and thirsty, Richter thought. He didn't want to think about who had cleaned up after him when his body had done the necessary. He knew for a fact that just because you were unconscious for a long period of time, it didn't mean you stopped defecating. Basically, he was pretty sure that he owed some sprite another fruit basket. We also shaved the patches of hair you still had left. 1, because you were quite filthy, and 2, because you looked quite ridiculous. Richter chuckled and looked at her, his gratitude so intense he couldn't even really talk. He simply stood and embraced her. She hugged him back, but then said into his ear, "Thank you for the offer, but you're not my type." Then her hand moved down from his back to cup his bare ass. Richter screwed his eyes shut, and he started nodding, I'm naked. Aren't I? See, she whispered into his ear again. I knew you weren't just a cute butt and smile. Her hand was still cupping him. He stood there awkwardly for a few more seconds as he pondered how best to escape the situation. But when she started squeezing, he quickly backed up, covering his privates with his hands as best he could. She took one last look and then walked out of the room, her laughter trailing after her. Richter stared after her, thinking how different she was from her sister. Another sprite, a male sprite this time Richter was happy to see, brought in his armor, weapons, and a set of clothes. The sprite told him that his armor had taken a beating in the initial barrage of imbued arrows the sprites had fired at the kobolds, but had been repaired. He hadn't taken any direct hits, but the concussive force of the arrows had still buffeted him around. Richter thanked him and then closed the door to get dressed. His bag was by the bedside. The magic of the item had ensured that it stayed near him. He dressed and equipped himself, then sent out a mental call. Alma, where are you, love? Was the self-satisfied reply. She sent him a mental image of a table laden with food. The view shifted to a sprite woman that was feeding his familiar small pieces of spiced meat. Richter noticed that the picture was much sharper and the colors were much richer since he had increased the psi bond. Greedy glut, he thought fondly. She just sent back another happy The sprite led Richter down a spiral staircase and then outside. It was night, but there was plenty of light provided by tall glowing rods that stuck up from the ground like tiki torches. As he looked around, he realized where he had been resting. He had been inside of the hearth tree. Richter was both pleased and surprised that he had been allowed inside. Fumiko was waiting at the entrance for him and saw his eyes widen as he looked up at the massive edifice. Yes, you were shown great honor. The only known sprite to ever enter the hearth tree. You deserve it, though. Sprites that have come back from your village have told us of the birth of the Pixie Queen. Thank you, my lord. There was no laughter in her voice as she voiced her sentiment, and she swept her hands back in a graceful curtsy. Richter fidgeted, a bit uncomfortable by her sudden show of respect. Breaking the moment, he asked, "So there is food?" She laughed, and the serious moment passed. "Right this way. We are all eager to hear how you showed up on our doorstep with an army of kobolds. Well, then have I got a story for you." Richter walked over to the table and sat near where Alma was resting. Fumiko placed a plate of food in front of him and poured a glass of pale wine before settling in a seat across the table. Richter took a sip of the beverage and closed his eyes in bliss for a moment as the cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat. When he opened his eyes, he cast his gaze around at the happy sprites breaking their fast amidst a sea of gold grass. For the first time in days, he felt safe. Richter enjoyed the food and camaraderie. The sprites told him that the skirmishes with bugbears were increasing in frequency. A call had been put out for all sprites living in the northern part of the forest to return to the hearth tree. Despite the laughter he heard, Richter also detected somber note in the conversation. Everyone knew that a large battle was coming and that soon friends and loved ones could die. Hisako had taken a well-armed delegation to meet with Niklas, the leader of a nearby wood elf tribe, to enlist their aid. Yushi was currently out hunting the eaters. Kumiko and the other sprites turned serious as they discussed the threat the eaters posed. No one quite understood why the bugs weren't spilling out into all sections of the forest. Outside of a few sporadic sightings, there had been no sign of the voracious creatures. More wine was brought to the table and the dark mood lifted. Richter took control of the conversation and told his story. He started with riding the Okami to save Terran ended with his flight from the kobolds. He explained his arrival in the Wood Sprite Lands. When he couldn't get back to the Mist Village, Richter had realized that his only hope was to evade his pursuers until he got close to the hearth tree. Hisako had already told him about the frequent patrols the sprites conducted. When he was close enough, all he needed to do was draw enough attention and then wait for the cavalry. He admitted that when the kobold battle mage had extinguished his light spell, he had worried that the sprites might not see him and he'd be a victim of friendly fire. Fumiko reached out and traced a deep scratch in his armor. Well, maybe we were a bit too friendly with our fire, but to be fair, you were a bit too friendly when you woke up, mister. Cute butt. Richter coughed expressively while the other sprites set them both in curiosity. Ahem, all's well that ends well. What did happen, though? Were all of the kobolds killed? Fumiko shook her head. The big one that was talking to you was able to erect some powerful shields. After the first salvo, he cast a dark spell that made targeting the others difficult. We killed a lot of them, but more than half escaped. Richter shook his head at the news. He was sure that he hadn't heard the last of Yaezan and the Saber Claws. He was still immensely grateful and thanked everyone for helping him. Richter talked to the Fumiko and the other sprites well into the night. When he finally slept, it was with a smile on his face. Richter awoke early. Even back on Earth, he had never been a late sleeper. With the near-perfect body he had been given since coming to the land, he barely needed 6 hours in order to be completely rested. As he left his room in the hearth tree, Alma jumped onto his shoulders, wrapping her tail around his arm for stability. He still smelled that sweet scent he had first detected when he woke the night before. As best as he could describe, it was a mix of the crisp smell of pine and a hint of maple syrup. Fumiko had told him the night before it was just the natural scent of the hearth tree. Richter only had to walk for a few seconds before he came across a sprite. He asked for directions to their equivalent of an alchemy lab. The smiling woman directed him down several levels and then told him to follow the first hallway on the right. Soon, Richter was standing in front of a door with the symbol of a bubbling potion engraved into the wood. He knocked twice and the door quickly opened. A sprite that looked like he was middle-aged looked up at Richter questioningly. After Richter explained what he needed, the sprite happily agreed to help. Richter tried to pay for the item, but the sprite just smiled and said he was happy to help any ally of his people. Richter smiled back. Gotta love these hippies. After he had gotten what he needed, he walked down to the base of the hearth tree and went outside. The glowing rods had been turned off, and Richter saw that the sky was just beginning to lighten. As he left the golden glade, he found a sprite who agreed to tell Fumiko and the elders that he would be back by mid-afternoon. The elders had made a brief appearance at his dinner table the night before. They were a small council of wise sprites that ruled the hearth tree. While Hisako was away, they had told him he would have an escort on his way back to the Mist Village. Richter didn't argue, knowing full well how dangerous the countryside was. Despite the danger, he didn't want anyone following where he was headed this morning. He needed to go back to his glade. Richter checked his weapons and tightened a loose strap on his armor, then left the golden glade. As soon as he was past the shining grasses, he cast haste and started running. With a trill of happiness, Alma launched into the air and flew above him. The morning was filled with the simple sounds of the forest. Richter sped along, often surprising animals which shot for cover. The verdant setting was full of the tracks, both predators and prey. After all of his near-death experiences, he simply enjoyed the peace and tranquility of the forest. He also finally had the time to deal with all of the prompts he had neglected while he had been fleeing for his life. You have been awarded 105,831 base 1,693,288 by 0.05x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 41 Crystal Guardian. Your familiar has reached level 15. Your familiar has reached level 19. Tring! You have reached level 21. Through hard work you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 22. Through hard work you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 23. Through hard work you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week, or they will randomly be assigned. For you, congratulations! You have reached skill level 24 in Pierce the Veil. +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 25 in Pierce the Veil. +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have advanced from Initiate to Apprentice in Pierce the Veil. In addition to seeing hidden traps and compartments, you can now find hidden doors and have a chance to detect magical concealments. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in Stealth. You can inflict 1% greater damage during stealth attacks, +1 against perception checks. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 11 in Stealth. You can inflict 1% greater damage during stealth attacks, +1 against perception checks. Congratulations! You have advanced from Novice to Initiate in Stealth. Your weapons and equipment now make much less noise while stealth. You can now move with greater speed without losing stealth status. 25% less likely to leave tracks. You have received 2,500 base 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Stealth. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 22 in Trap Disarm. 2% more likely to disarm trap. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in Archery. 2% bonus to Aim. 2% bonus to Damage. Congratulations! You have advanced from Novice to Initiate in Archery. 50% chance to retrieve special arrows after they have been shot. You have already received bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Archery. You will not be awarded this experience again. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 5 in Imbue Arrow. 5% damage. 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 6 in Imbue Arrow. 5% damage. 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 3 in Focus. Zoom. -1 by 0.1x. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Small Blades. 2% attack speed. 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in Light Armor. 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in Light Armor. 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have advanced from Novice to Initiate in Light Armor. Movement speed penalty decreased from 3% per piece to 2% per piece. Decreased casting penalty from wearing light armor. Stamina drain. From exertions while wearing armor reduced. You have learned to move in. Your armor gaining the perk. Synergy. Synergy gives a plus 20% defense. Bonus to light armor as long as you are wearing only light armor. Synergy. Stacks with each successive level. You have received 2,500 base 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Light Armor. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 6 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 15%. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 7 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 16%. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 8 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 17%. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Dual Casting. You have learned to channel the same spell through both arms, magnifying the effect of the spell. Casting magic in this manner also increases the concentration required to successfully cast a spell and increases the chance of spell miscast. The mana used during dual casting will be increased dramatically compared to casting normally. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in Air Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in Air Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in Air Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in Air Magic. As a master of a place of power, you already have a 50% boost to spell, power, and resistance. No further bonus. You have received 2,500 base 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Air Magic. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Life Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Earth Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Dark Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Dark Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Light Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Fire Magic. New spells are now available. Your burn scars have been healed. Charisma and dexterity restored. Richter was overwhelmed by the massive amount of prompts at first. He hadn't realized just how many of his skills he had had to use just to survive over the past several days. Pierce the Veil had let him survive the traps. His stealth had made it possible for him to avoid the patrols the night before. Even his tracking ability had let him find the kobold tracks and escape the rock giant. If he had lacked any one of those, he probably would have died another grisly death that didn't take his magic into account. He couldn't even count the number of times his spells had let him squeak through to victory. Richter ran through the forest and enjoyed the warmth of the rising sun. As he ran, though, he reflected on the realities of his situation. The land was a dangerous place. Each challenge he had come across seemed more deadly than the last. As much growth as his skills had undergone over the last few days, he knew in his heart that it wasn't enough. It was time to do some skill grinding. First, though, he had to allocate his characteristic points. He cursed himself when he saw that he had points that he could have invested into endurance or agility during his long flight through the night. He had seen the flashing notification icon, but was so busy just staying alive that he hadn't taken the time to check it. His frustration didn't last long, though, because now he had 18 points to distribute. Even though it wasn't sexy, he decided to put 4 points into endurance. During short fights he was okay, but again and again he seemed to need large amounts of stamina. He also put 4 points into intelligence and 2 into wisdom. away from the Mist Village and its mana pool. His mana had dropped at a frightening rate during his fight with the Guardian. 4 points went into Constitution, the health, and increased stamina regeneration should help in almost any situation. The last 4 points he thought about for a bit. Now that Fumiko had restored his boyish good looks, he didn't think he needed to invest in charisma at the moment. If Chrome and the other village dwarves were any indication, his upcoming negotiations with the dwarves of the Serrated Mountains would be based more on actions than a winning smile. He decided to invest in agility. He didn't want to sound like a punk, but he definitely would have liked to have been able to run away from the rock giant a bit faster. He also doubted that the giant was the last big baddie he'd have to run from. 3 points went into agility. With his last point, Richter kept to what was now becoming a tradition. It went into luck. His skill percentage points he held back on. As soon as he confirmed his choices, his body flooded with power. His steps became slightly lighter, and he moved faster and further with each stride. His health, mana, and stamina bars grew a bit longer as well. Richter gave out a loud whoop and kept running through the morning. Before he knew it, he was in front of the enchanted veil that hid his glade from view. Pushing through, he felt the same tingle that he always experienced when he crossed the magical barrier. The sun had risen fully and was shining down on the small meadow. When he had first come to the land, the entire place was festooned with colorful herbs and flowers. Despite the fact that winter had not fully moved on yet, his last visit, Cyan had harvested most of them to plant in the same meadow as the quickening, leaving the glen green and bare. Richter was happy to see that some of the herbs were already growing again. He exhaled a long and satisfied breath. It was good to be back. Richter walked over to the pool of clarity. He closed his eyes for a moment in reverence to honor the spirit of Kareem the Knowledgeable. The pool had really been his ace in the hole since coming to the land. Richter almost felt like Kareem was his brother. He thanked him quietly and then got to work. Richter quickly filled all of his empty potion vials from the pool. He filled several hundred before he ran out. Then he withdrew the items he had gotten from the sprite alchemist. When he had found Sonore's vials that held several doses of a potion each, he had asked himself why he couldn't do the same thing. The alchemist had told him that potions would lose their potency if kept in an average container. But as long as a vessel was properly prepared, it could hold any number of doses. Each of the light wooden containers the sprite had given him was a cube with rounded edges. A capped bottle neck protruded from the tops. Richter placed the bottle under the surface and watched as bubbles quickly flowed up from the neck. Soon it was full and Richter picked it up and examined it. You have found Potion of Clarity. Potion level, essence, strength, pure. Weight 8.2 kilograms. Experience increased by 25% for the next 24 hours. Doses 256 of 256. Cha-ching! He would have more than enough to sell and provide for his personal use. If Basil's trade mission was a success, Richter planned on sending him right back out, learning epic spells and sword fighting. Skills was great and all, but money seemed just as important in the land as it had been on Earth. While the glade wasn't too far from the Mist Village, it was still almost a 3-day hike that he couldn't be sure he would have the time to make any time soon. Richter quickly filled up the other containers he had received from the sprite alchemist. Once again, he was supremely thankful for the weight, reducing properties of his bag of holding. Time and again, it proved itself as the most valuable item he had found since coming to the land. Alma flew in a loop above his head, drawing his gaze. A fond smile formed on his face. Well, maybe not the most valuable item, he corrected. Once he was done filling up, he left the glade and started running. Again, the sprites heavily patrolled the lands near their home, so he felt relatively safe, but Richter was still eager to get back to the safety of the hearth tree Alma scouted from above. He was happy and relieved when he saw the massive tree nestled in the glade of tall gold grass. A sprite patrol met him before he made it to the hearth tree. One sprite broke off and ran ahead, while the patrol escorted him in. Fumiko found him when he finished walking through the golden grass and gave him an earful about stupid bravado and unnecessary risks. He took the scolding in stride. Seeing that he didn't seem in the least bit contrite, she just shook her head and was about to stalk off when Richter stopped her. I'm sorry, Fumiko. Really, I am. I didn't mean to make you worrying. I just wanted to get you a thank you gift. He took her hand and placed 3 potions of clarity in it. She glared at him a second longer, then her face softened into a smile. Richter smiled back, relieved that once again something sparkly got him out of trouble with a woman. The small woman reached up and lightly patted his cheek. You may be a guildie, but you're a cute guildie. I accept your generous gift. Take one more parting gift from me. She kept her hand on his cheek and laid the other on his heart. Magic coursed through him, and suddenly he knew. Congratulations! You have learned the spell. Summon Weak Life Wisp. Summons an entity comprised of life magic. Will float in the area and restore a total of 100 mana to you or one of your allies. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 60 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range self. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 20 minutes. Richter hadn't been expecting such a reward, but he was glad to have it. He thanked Fumiko profusely. She just laughed again and then walked off. Richter stared after her and realized that he definitely could be into an older women. Then he realized he was staring at the sprite's ass and that other people were definitely watching him do it. Okay then, he said, clapping his hands together. Then he went to find his escort. Soon he was standing on the edge of the golden glade at the head of a troop of 10 sprites. Some of the elders saw him off. They pressed several restore health, mana and stamina potions into his hands. He tried to pay the sprites for the gift, but they begged off, so he simply bowed and thanked them. Then he turned and started heading home. The first 2 days were uneventful. He spoke to the sprites in their own tongue, enjoying the chance to use his gift of tongue's ability so liberally. The sprite language was musical to the ears and was a true joy to speak. Richter felt that immersing himself in the language in a way served to wash the harsh barking words of the kobold tongue out of his mouth. Richter spoke to each sprite as they walked and learned a bit about each individually, as well as more about the idiosyncrasies of wood sprite culture as a whole. He also took the time to allocate Alma's new ability points. He had planned to place some points into her Psy Blast ability, but when he saw that he had 5 points to play with and Brain Drain needed exactly 5 points to level, he just couldn't resist. He leveled it up and smiled when he saw that she could now take down level 26 opponents. The dragonling just trilled happily and flew through the trees, hunting small game. Richter was eager to get back to his village, but there were too many sprites to cast haste on all of them. The sprites were also not enthusiastic about his suggestion that they run the whole way, so he just walked at their pace, neither fast nor slow. Drinking a potion of clarity each morning, he decided to put his trip time to good use. The first thing he did was to address something that he had put off for way too long. He examined his city interface in depth. When he opened it, Richter was again greeted with a sprawling host of menus. The amount of information was massive, but he was able to catch many salient points. He studied it off and on throughout the day, and compiled the relevant information on a spare sheaf of parchment. Defenses. Walls. Height, 5 feet. Bonuses. 10% defense against invaders. 10% distance to ranged attacks. Composition. 92% earthworks minus 1000 HP per section. 8% marbled quartz minus 5500 HP per section. Trench spike. Size 20 feet deep x 30 feet wide. Delays melee attack. Chance to damage enemies on. Spikes. Outer trench under construction. Fortified rooms. Armory. Durindum wood with banded metal. 12,000 HP. Treasury. Titan steel. 400,000 HP. For up-to-date information, build a town hall. Enchantment S. Confusing mist. Cost 800 mana. Upkeep for 100 mana. Per day. Generates a thick mist field which extends to the boundaries of your domain. Causes disorientation that will lead affected creatures in random directions. You may grant immunity to this effect to beings of your choosing. Attacking or taking hostile action against a creature will negate the effects for a short period. To know more and for more options, build a caster's chamber. Health, neutral. No change to population growth, loyalty, morale, or relationships. To know more, build a healer's hut. Magic. Spell purchase and available at current settlement level. To buy. Spells you will need to build a caster's chamber. Diplomacy. Wood sprites of the northern forest of Nodria. Relationship. Ally. Saber-claw kobold clan of the depths. Relationship. Hatred. Longfang's kobold clan of the depths. Relationship. Enmity. Kingdom of Eves. Relationship. Neutral. County of Stoner. Relationship. Hatred. Nightblade's Thieves Guild. Relationship. Hatred. Goblin tribes of Azeroth Swamp. Relationship. Enmity and fear. To have updated information and options, build an embassy. Buildings. Current. Longhouse. Provides shelter. Removes morale penalty from lack of housing. Forge of Heavens. 10% chance of an item of a given quality being automatically upgraded a higher quality once completed. Tilled field. Livestock pen. Ship cradle. Walls. Trench. For up-to-date information, to increase productivity for buildings projects, and to discover the unique buildings of the Mist Village Builder. Workshop. Military. No standing army or units. For more options, build a barracks. Science. No active research. To increase research and research options, build a scholar's hut. Government. Tribal. No change to loyalty or morale. Citizens must pledge individually. To open options, build a town hall. Resource S. Wood. Plentiful. Marble. Copious. Crystal. Scant. Iron. Copious. Copper. Scant. Water. Unlimited. Food. Plentiful. To reduce resource decay and for up-to-date quantities, build a storage. Shed. Trade. Exports. Potions of clarity. Imports. Paper. Rations. Livestock. For more detailed information and options, build a market. Some of the information was what he expected, like the defenses, though he hadn't known just how much more effective the marble walls were compared to the earthworks. Some of the info was just depressing. The diplomacy screen, for instance, just showed that he had managed to completely piss off basically everyone he had met since coming to the land. He dwelled on that for a while, but ultimately shrugged off his worrying. Can't make an omelet and all that, he thought. The buildings tab was surprising. He had no idea that there were unique buildings for his village. Of course, he now knew he had to build a workshop to figure out what they were, but it was still fascinating. He would have to get Roswin to build a workshop ASAP. Each tab, in fact, seemed to require that he construct some type of building to unlock further functions. Richter also hadn't really thought too much about the health of his village, but it apparently had real consequences. He was just happy that its level wasn't lower than neutral. What really caught his eye was the magic tab. When he had seen it right after becoming master of the village, he had thought it was just a list of potential spells. The fact that he would be able to buy spells in the future was amazing. Richter looked over all of the information that he could, and yet there was still a great deal more to read and learn. What he took away from the experience was that he needed to be more proactive in building his village. He closed the menu when he couldn't just look at it anymore and then started focusing on other issues. While Richter and his party had been moving through the forest, he stealthily followed tracks that he saw, sometimes veering off from the main group. One or two sprites accompanied him each time, but there was no concern for them startling his prey. Their woodcraft ability let them move as quietly as a leaf in the wind. Richter was able to find many animals and analyzed each one. He was able to level his stealth skill twice, his tracking skill 4 times, and his analyze skill twice. Even more importantly, while he was tracking, he picked every useful herb and plant he could find. His apprentice rank in herb lore let him see 3 uses for most of them. Some had some truly wonderful effects, but others were just strange. It was great news that puant leaf could make an anti-itch powder. It was unfortunately getting my then creepy though that red bark sap could make an aromatic potion that attracted children. The main point for Richter was that the next time he checked his status page, his herb lore skill advanced his progress to the next level by 28%. Richter invested the 75% he had gotten from advancing the last 3 levels, and he finally got to level 40 in herb lore. He eagerly read the prompt that described the bonus experience that came with it. You have received 10,000 base, 8,000 bonus experience for reaching level 40 in the skill herb lore. He also practiced his new dual casting skill by casting random spells. He had to stay away from casting flame, seeing as how he was walking through a heavily wooded area, but his other spells were fair game. He soon found that his first success with dual casting did not predict any actual ability. His spells fizzled more than once. Richter noticed it was easier for him to cast spells where he had a more advanced skill level. Haste, for instance, had a higher success rate than Ice Dagger. Despite the difficulty, by continually depleting his magic, his new skill reached level 5, and he also raised his skill level in all of his magics except fire. Richter found that he got some excruciating headaches by continually depleting his mana, but there was an unexpected benefit when his wisdom rose by 1 point. Richter was smiling over the increase to his stats when he caught sight of a peculiar set of tracks. He immediately motioned for the sprites to stop. All 10 immediately drew arrows and faded into the trees. If Richter didn't know exactly where to look, he would not have been able to see them. It was late afternoon, and the sun was well on its way to setting. But there was still more than enough light to see by. The tracks glowed slightly brighter than the others he had been following, just as when he had found the kobold's trail. He assumed this meant that something sentient had made the tracks. There were 2 problems, though. 1, he didn't recognize the footprints. 2, there were a large number of them. One of the sprites caught up with him and immediately drew an arrow. He called out in a loud voice, not in words, but in the trilling call of a bird. 3 short trills echoed through the trees and were almost immediately answered by 2 answering chirps. Richter had heard both of the bird calls while walking through the forest, and if he hadn't been looking right at the sprite, he wouldn't have known the call was false. In just a few seconds, the entire troop of 10 sprites had materialized around him. What type of tracks are they? Richter asked with quiet intensity. 9 of the sprites had slowly started spreading out from Richter's position. After just a few yards, their woodcraft ability made them disappear from his sight. The lead sprite, Kenzo, stayed with Richter, though both men knelt low in the brush, their cloaks keeping them mostly hidden from sight. The small archer had a mop of black hair that always seemed to threaten to fall into his eyes, and beneath it he had a pair of flint gray cat eyes. Bugbears, Lord Richter. More than 10, maybe 20, Kenzo said softly. My men will learn more and report back. Both Richter and Kenzo waited for 5 minutes before the first of the sprites returned. The female sprite gave a short report that she had found nothing to the east except for older tracks leading toward their position. Over the next half hour, more and more came back with similar stories from different directions until only 2 sprites remained away. The 9 of them waited another 30 minutes with no word back. Richter looked to Kenzo, expecting an order to go after the missing men, but all he saw was calm patience. The sprite commander had the utmost confidence in his men. Another 10 minutes later, both of the missing sprites materialized out of the trees. The other sprites faced outward with arrows knocked, while the sprites gave their debriefing. We found them, one said gravely. At least 15, maybe 20 of them. Are they all bugbears? Kenzo asked. Did you see any obvious casters? Richter knew too well how dangerous the bugbears could be after their raid on his village. They were large and ferocious opponents, but they were not gifted in the magical arts. They often had other races like orcs or dark elves travel with their war parties to fill that niche. Knowing if the nearby enemy band had magic users was a key piece of information. I was able to spy them as they were cresting a hill. One of the sprites replied, everyone I saw was a bugbear, but some had already disappeared to the other side of the hillocks, so I cannot say for sure. We decided to come back, though, because we found something else while we searched for the bugbears. Another series of tracks appeared, and it was obvious that the bugbears were following them. That was one of the only reasons we were able to catch up. They were taking care to move silently. They were not stealth, but they were clearly on the hunt. Kenzo's face hardened at that. What? Richter asked. What does that mean? A band of bugbears will stealth right before they attack. But if they are moving silently, the attack will happen soon. Well, what tracks did you find? Richter asked. It was a set of 5 people, all wearing shoes. One pair of footprints was small like a gnome's, and the others looked to be human or elfish. The sprite looked pointedly at Richter. I can only think of one settlement anywhere near here that would have a group like that. Richter's eyes widened. His people! He quickly consulted his map. They had made better time than he had thought. The mists weren't more than 15 miles away. He wasn't sure why his people had left its protection, but they had been found. He had to do something. Richter made a decision. I have to go after these bastards, he said to Kenzo. I need to save my people. You did not sign up for this, though. Neither I nor my people will hold it against you if you choose to head back to the hearth tree. This may be a hopeless fight. Kenzo stared at him, and his eyes hardened. I'm not idly here with you on this trip. Hisako is my mother's sister. When I heard that Aralai, my beloved cousin's companion, needed to reach home, I volunteered. I did this not to accomplish one goal, but instead to serve my people and serve our alliance. The wood sprites of Nodria will not turn away from the cause of good. We will not allow your people to be slaughtered. Now my question for you is, are you ready to kill our enemies, or do you want to waste more time speaking idle words? Richter looked at Kenzo for a long moment, and then reached a hand out. The sprite clasped his wrist and nodded. They spent less than a minute gathering more information from the sprites that had seen the enemy party. In that minute, Richter handed out potions of clarity and loaded his ring of spell storage with charm, and then they set off at a run. The bugbears were roughly 10 miles ahead of them. The sprites that had followed their trail said the tracks of the missed villagers couldn't be more than 2 to 4 hours old. If they were going to catch up with the bugbears before his people were dead, it was going to be close. Richter had Alma fly overwatch. The 11 of them sped through the forest as quickly as they could, without giving away their position. The bugbears outnumbered them, possibly 2 to 1, and they couldn't afford to lose the element of surprise. With every step, Richter imagined plunging his arrows into his enemies' bodies. Hunt his people, would they? They would pay for that mistake in blood. He cast haste on himself and raced ahead. One of the sprites had some skill with earth magic and cast forest path on himself and 2 other sprites. The spell effectively increased the target's ability to move quickly through wooded areas. Richter watched as branches seemed to lift out of their path and brambles refused to catch upon their clothes and cloaks. Close to an hour passed before Richter's advance group caught sight of the bugbears. The sun was close to setting, and his group had used the climbing abilities of their enhanced sprite armor to gain a bird's-eye view of the terrain. Richter looked out, and what he first saw actually wasn't the bugbears. It was his people. Near a riverbed was an armed party of 5. 2 wood elves held swords and wore a mix of leather and chainmail armor. Another elf and a human wore leather armor, and both held bows. Arrows were knocked to the string. A 5th villager was a gnome, and she just wore leather armor. Yellow nimbus surrounded her hand as she cast a spell. The group was standing in the middle of a meadow. Tall trees rose all around, but the group had a clear line of sight. It meant they could see the bugbears that were standing at the far edge of the meadow, but the shadows were getting long at this point. The goblinoids were using the trees as cover against the villagers' arrows. What Richter was seeing didn't seem to quite add up, though. The bugbears were roaring and beating their weapons and shields against the trees. They were making a terrible racket, which was how Richter and the sprites had known to climb the trees to get a better look. What didn't make sense was why the bugbears would be scared of just 2 arrows. Why were they waiting? Also, it seemed like there were only 10 hiding at the tree line. Where were the rest? His eyes scanned the rest of the meadow his people were standing in, but he didn't see the other bugbears. What he did see was a slight distortion in the air at the far side of the open space. It looked like a slight haze, as if he was seeing heat rising over the desert. Richter only observed it for a moment, and that was only because he was using his focus skill. He kept staring at his people, and then he saw the distortion again, but in 2 different places, and each was 10 yards closer to the villagers than before. Just like before, it disappeared. Suddenly Richter knew what he was seeing, and, more importantly, he knew why the glimmers had moved closer. The bugbears he could see were just a distraction. The remainder of the enemy party was stealthed and was making its way slowly towards his people. They would be slaughtered immediately. All hope for a nuanced approach fled from Richter's mind. He looked at one of the sprites and said, "Help us." Then he dropped out of the tree. Chapter 21. Richter hit the ground hard and started running. He was able to absorb most of the force by flexing his knees, but it was still jarring to drop the 20 yards. Thankfully, his body was up to the task, and he barely stumbled before he was moving at full speed. He had fuzzy men to kill. The one good thing about the bugbear's tactics was that it served to distract them from his approach. The enhanced sprite armor reduced any noise he made by 50% when he was in the forest, but he still broke plenty of branches on his mad dash through the trees. He just prayed that he could get close enough that he could break through their ranks When he was 300 yards away, he recast haste, minor life, armor, and bark skin. He kept sprinting. His armor slowed him slightly, but he could definitely tell that he was moving easier than he had when fleeing the kobold warren. Richter's legs flew across the ground. At 200 yards, he gave a quick mental order to Alma. She sent back her agreement and that she would wait for his signal. He hurtled over a bush, easily clearing the 4 feet, and landed with a grace he could never have matched on Earth. His bow was still held in one hand as he tried to stay low enough to avoid obstructions, but not enough to diminish his speed. Less than 10 seconds later, he was only 100 yards away. When he was 75 yards away from the tree line, some of the bugbears noticed him and turned towards him with a smile. None were overly worried about the solitary human that was rushing into their midst. They were just happy to have another trophy to bring back to their base. That arrogance worked just fine for Richter. He started using analyzing. Rapid fire. He didn't have the time to read the prompts, and as soon as one popped up, he almost immediately dismissed it. But soon he found what he was looking for. The faintest of grins graced his face to celebrate his good luck, angling to run right at a couple of the larger and better equipped bugbears. He threw out his hand and shouted a word of power. Gold light pulled at his fingertips as Richter's will twisted the fabric of reality. His powerful life magic met the resistance of a sentient creature, and in a contest measured in milliseconds, ruthlessly crushed the bugbears. Free will. A professed bugbear ranger was now his to command. Richter's other arm was already up and extended towards a second bugbear. Slightly flexing of his will was all that was required to release his stored spell. In less time than it took for his victim to consciously register what had happened, Richter had another thrall. There were still 2 enemy bugbears between him and the tree line, and more converging from each side. He shouted a command while sending a second mental command to Alma. His 2 slaves turned their weapons on one of the other bugbears, while his winged familiar cast a spell. A gold glow suffused her entire body, and her eyes flashed as she unleashed her power. Her charm spell was powered with the same 50% bonus as her master's magic, and it easily overcame her target's resistance. Richter ran past the fighting bugbears and knocked an arrow to his bow. As soon as he was free of the trees, he drew and imbued for the briefest of moments. He sighted directly in line with his people, who were looking in utter confusion at the bugbears who now seemed to be fighting each other. He loosed his arrow. His people were shaken from their befuddlement by the appearance. The bald man firing a glowing arrow at them. One loosed his bow, ineffectually into the woods, but it was more a case of being startled than a conscious attack. No one else had time to react before the arrow reached their position and then shot past. It traveled whistling through the air, another 15 yards before impacting with the ground with a loud bang. Earthen clods were shot into the air, peppering the area for 10 yards. In every direction, the large pieces of dirt did not inflict direct damage, of course, but when they impacted against the bodies of the concealed bugbears, it was enough to break their stealth status. Behind you, Richter shouted as he continued to sprint towards his people. 5 bugbears had appeared less than 10 yards from his people. One had been knocked off of his feet by his proximity to the detonating arrow, but the others were roaring in anger and were in the process of drawing their weapons. He took a second to command his bugbears to follow him, then kept running. His gnome villager finally recognized him and shouted its lord, Richter. At the same time, she turned around and saw the bugbears that had crept so close. Wasting no time at all, she started a chant and light surround her hand. A 5 by 5 foot area to the far left of where Richter's arrow had struck the ground became full with a maelstrom of shining particles. This was one of the casters that had learned Glitterdust when he had awakened the air magic of his villagers. Richter realized. Two more bugbears appeared, and one fell to his knees screaming and holding his eyes. The other took off running to close the final distance to the villagers. Richter was impressed by the quick thinking of the gnome Elrimage, but now wasn't the time for congratulations. He stopped 30 feet away from his people and drew an arrow. Before he could fire, though, a final two bugbears unstealthed right behind two of his people. One stabbed down into the neck of the elf archer with a heavy dagger. The elf fighter muttered a simple awk as his knees buckled under the heavy assault. The other bugbear was wearing a ridge gauntlet that he was able to smash into the face of a wood elf fighter. The armored elf was wearing a high steel helmet with a nose guard, which saved his face from being completely mauled, but he still dropped to the ground stand. The bugbear's gauntlet had a small piece of flesh in the sharp steel ridges and blood dripped off onto the ground. While this happened, the other two villagers leapt to aid their attacked comrades. The other mailed elf swung his sword at the gaunted bugbear and began trading blows. The human villager loosed an arrow at one of the bugbears, revealed by Richter's arrow. Then he dropped his bow and drew a short sword to attack the bugbear that had driven a dagger into his party member's neck. Richter drew, imbued, and loosed an arrow at a bugbear closing with the caster. It struck the bear in the side and knocked him down. In the meantime, the two bugbears he had charmed caught up with him. Alma's enchanted bugbear continued to fight a losing battle against 7 other bugbears near the tree line. Alma used a side blast on the tail end of the group, attacking her pet, and then winged towards Richter. For bugbears fell to their knees screaming in her wake. Alma, heal the villagers, Richter thought to her frantically. Yes, master. She flew towards the knot of fighting, her body already glowing gold, as she cast errant wine to protect herself from any arrow shots. What is your command, master? The ranger asked. Save my people. Kill the other bugbears, he shouted in response. He kept up his rate of fire while he answered. An imbued heavy arrow struck a bugbear in the chest, knocking the goblinoid to the ground. The gnome mage had unlimbered her crossbow and shot the downed bugbear in the chest. The powerful bolt sunk into the bugbear's chest with a wet thunk. The other bugbear Richter had chosen to enchant was a raider. The powerful goblinoid held a large warhammer and ran towards the villagers that were fighting for their lives. He came up behind another bugbear and slammed his sledge into the back of another bugbear. The sword-wielding villager looked up, blooded but bowed, and prepared to fight this new opponent. Richter's raider just slammed his hammer into the fallen bugbear's head once, twice, 3 more times. His victim's head was a ruined mess, and one leg kicked spasmodically. The raider gave no acknowledgement to the villager before diving back into battle with another opponent. Before the raider had even landed his first hammer blow, the ranger had entered the fight as well. This bugbear was holding a 5-foot-tall bow of brown wood so dark it was almost black. As he knocked a large arrow to the bow, the wood of the bow started to glow green. He sighted and released 3 seconds later. The bowstring made a noise louder than should have been possible, and a tactile thrum shook the air. Richter's jaw seemed to reverberate unpleasantly in response to the deep vibration. The effect was worth it, though. Though Richter was still firing, he almost stopped in amazement. The dark arrow that the ranger had shot shimmered in midair. As Richter watched, what had been 1 arrow became 5. The arrows were closely clustered, and they hit the ranger's target almost as one. The bugbear saw the projectiles just in time to hunch slightly and raise his circular shield. It didn't save him. 1 arrow punched through the shield, puncturing through the wrist, and sending a spray of blood and small bones onto the ground. Another to struck the bugbear in the abdomen. One was only a glancing blow, and was turned by the bugbear's boiled leather armor. The other struck just above the navel thought and sunk deep into the abdomen. A fourth arrow sunk into the goblinoid's foot, pinning it in place. The fifth saved the bugbear from any more pain, though. The arrow had sunk through the bugbear's eye and into his brain, leaving a finger with black shaft sticking straight out like a pin in a pincushion. Richter stared in shock at the power of the ranger and thanked his lucky stars that he had charmed the professed fighter at the start of the battle. He was about to start imbuing another arrow when a massive shockwave threw him forward. He was able to keep his feet, but had to run forward 3 steps before he recovered his balance. When he looked back, though, he didn't mind being jostled a bit. The sprites had joined the fight. All 10 of the sprites had fired imbued arrows at once. The bugbears had slain Alma's charmed pet, but they were still in close proximity to one another. Before they could disperse, the sprites used their racial attack to turn the bugbears into kibble. Each had infused mana into their shots for at least 5 seconds, and then upon Kenzo's command, they let loose hell. The imbued arrows caused massive damage upon the individual targets they struck, but the damage reinforced itself. The waves of force built upon one another in something sprites called a death lotus. The bodies of the bugbears were buffeted about by the shockwaves, causing secondary damage, and in more than half, internal bleeding ensued. The few that escaped instant death were seriously wounded and were effectively out of the fight. The raider was fighting 2 bugbears and had received a deep cut in the thigh that greatly hampered his movement. The ranger had used another talent, entangling shot. The arrow struck a bugbear and immediately tendrils spread out from where the arrow struck. They wrapped around the bugbear and then dove into the ground, rooting the goblinoid in place. Another expenditure of mana made the bow glow white. As the ranger activated the talent, Hawkeye, the ranger shot directly at one of the villagers, trading blows with a bugbear. Though the risk of hitting the villager was high, the arrow flew true. It whistled over the right shoulder of the mailed villager and struck his enemy in the neck. The bugbear reeled back in pain and shock. The villager took the opportunity to strike a low blow. His sword entered the bugbear's thigh near the groin, severing a major artery. The hairy fighter fell with a cry and blood poured freely onto the ground. Another of the villagers was down, bleeding from a stab wound high in his right chest. He was pressing his hand against the wound to staunch the blood loss, but it was a lost cause until Alma swooped above him and cast slow heal. The villager who had been stabbed in the neck was unconscious, and the air mage cast glitter dust again to nearby bugbears, cursed in her direction, but were blinded for a short period. Richter had started running towards his villagers in the vain hope that he could save one of the 2. As he ran closer, he started a casting. 3 seconds later, black energy writhed down his arm and started circling the bugbears, fighting his raider. Because of the ebb and flow of the fight, his charm pet was caught in the Owl of the Dark spell as well. The 2 bugbears he had been fighting succumbed, but the raider himself resisted. Unfortunately, casting troubled sleep constituted an attack and broke the charm enchantment. Richter now had a fight on his hands with a 6-foot for muscle-bound killer who absolutely hated him. Intermittent bangs sounded all around him as the sprites continued their ranged fight against the remaining bugbears. Richter didn't have time to observe the effects of the barrage. He was just trying to stay alive. Enraged, the bugbear raider swung his warhammer in a punishing across the body attack. Richter knew that there was no blocking such a vicious attack. In the split seconds he had to react, he ducked low and bent his knees. Richter was almost in a full curtsy before the bugbear when he heard the hammer whistle above his head. He didn't lose his center of balance, though. In his left hand he held the high steel short sword Chrome had made for him. Still bent low, he attacked with the sword form, reaping wheat. His sword cut towards the raider at shin height, but was stopped by his opponent's greaves. The raider reached out to push Richter as he stood up, hoping to knock the chaos seed onto his back. Richter's increased agility had done more than just increase his ability to spring, however. Without fighting the powerful shove, Richter's body almost instinctually aided the movement by performing small jump. Then, all that was required was a small flexing of his back, and he committed to a backhand spring. One hand connected with the earth ever so briefly, the other still holding his short sword, and with a slight push his momentum carried him back to his feet facing his enemy, but now with 10 feet of space between them. The raider snarled again and took a step towards Richter with his hammer half raised, but the Lord of the Mist Village remembered the words of Rosalgal. This is not a dance. Richter dropped his sword and channeled the power for his spell down both arms simultaneously. The word of power resisted his attempts to speak it for the briefest of moments, as if his mouth was filled with thick honey, but his will prevailed. Both wrists came together unbidden as red bands of power swept down his forearms, along his hands, and manifested as a spear of pure orange flame that struck the bugbear full in the face. The raider had managed another 1.5 steps, decreasing the distance between them to a meager 5 feet. One more step and Richter would have been within range of his hammer. Once the gout of fire reached him, however, the raider's senses all shut off except for one. Pain! A howl of agony accompanied the smell of burning hair and cooked meat as Richter's dual casting of flame enveloped the head and upper chest of the bugbear. The fire burned much hotter than even Richter had expected, his practicing having increased the fiery output. As one of the bugbear's eyes popped from the extreme heat, Richter's mana dropped at a prodigious rate, but he didn't stop the attack until his enemy had fallen to both knees. The hammer dropped and forgotten. After maintaining the punishing attack for long seconds, Richter finally released his horrible will, and the entwined ropes of flames faded from existence. He was lightheaded from his mana nearly being depleted, but his enemy was upon death's door. He drew his longsword from his back, searching for other enemies, but all of the bugbears were either dead or disabled. The one exception was his charmed ranger, whom the sprites were now sighting upon. "Stop!" Richter called out. He made eye contact with Kenzo, and "Sod, he's under my control. We can question him. Any that are left alive, just disarm and leave for me." The sprite captain quickly got his troops under control. To aid the situation, Richter quickly commanded the ranger to divest all of his arms and armor before running over to his villagers. He heard a cry of brutal pleasure from Alma as she descended upon the burnt raider to drain away his few remaining points of life. When he reached his people, only one was still standing, the gnome. Mage, the elf who had been stabbed in the neck, had never regained his feet. There was another stab wound in his chest. 2 other villagers were down with stab wounds in their chest and abdomen. One was screaming in pain, and the other was unconscious. The 4th was moaning on the ground, his leg protruding at a strange angle. Richter downed to mana potions and quickly ran up to the elf with the neck wound, but saw that blood no longer pulsed from the wound. The man's left eye was half-lidded, and the other stared sightlessly up into the sky. The villager was beyond his ability to help. Alma flew up behind, having finished her meal, and he ordered her to cast slow heal on one of the bleeding villagers. He went to the unconscious one, casting slow heal. Richter tried to wake his patient, but to no avail. Blood still leaked from his wounds. Not knowing what else to do, he cast the new spell Fumiko had taught him, Summon Weak Life Wisp. 3 seconds later, a golden ball of light sprang into existence and then sank into the chest of unconscious man. Richter saw that the chest wound was finally closing, and though the villager had not woken up, his breathing eased. A quick glance showed that Alma had already stabilized the other villager. Richter handed him a health potion and then walked over to the man with the broken leg. The Aramage had made her way over to the man and was giving him what comfort she could. That wasn't much when compared to the shard of shin bone sticking out of his leg. Richter analyzed both of the villagers to recall their names. He looked at his injured villager. "We are going to take care of you, Foreign." Foreign opened a bleary eye and looked at Richter. "Thank you, my lord." Richter reached into his bag and pulled out a healing herb and healing potion. "Take these. This next part isn't going to be fun." Richter ordered the Aramage, Drissa, to hold the man's leg in place. Then, looking Foreign in the eye, he waited until the villager had quaffed the potion and was chewing the water thread, then set the leg, pushing on the bone shard. With one hand, he pulled down on Foreign's ankle with the other. Richter was able to get the fractured bones back into the man's leg to the sensation of bones grinding together. Foreign screamed and lost consciousness. Piece of water thread still hanging out of his mouth. Without an X-ray, Richter couldn't be sure that the tibia and fibula had lined up, but it should be sufficient until he could get the man back to Sumiko. That done, he looked at Drissa. "You did well, but what the hell were you all doing outside of the mists? It's only dumb luck that you're not all dead." The Nomi hung her head slightly. "I know, my lord. Captain Terrad told us not to leave the mists, but we were hunting a direwolf. It had been coming closer and closer to the village. Cured," she said, pointing at the dead archer, "convinced us to follow its tracks even when it left the mists." She started to sob. "I can't believe he's dead." Richter placed his arm around her shoulders. "We will bring him back with us and bury him at home. Stay with Foreign for now. There is still work to be done." The mage tearfully nodded and Richter stood up, walking over to Kenzo. He asked the sprite, "So what's our status?" "We didn't lose anyone except for your man over there. 2 of my people suffered minor injuries, but they can move. I'm going to send my soldiers out to search the area." "Did any of the bugbears get away?" Richter asked. He immediately started searching the periphery. "Not that we saw, but it wouldn't be the first time they had positioned a soldier away from the battle for the express purpose of reporting back to his main group." "Okay," Richter said, relaxing somewhat. "I need every bugbear that is left alive brought over. I plan to kill them all. I trust you won't have a problem with that." "They may have valuable information," Kenzo objected. "That one over there," Richter said, pointing at his charmed bugbear, "is a professed ranger. He will most likely have more information than any of these common fighters. You can question him for the next 30 minutes. I don't want to stay in the open any longer than that, and besides, the enchantment will wear off. In the meantime, I'll need your people to help make a stretcher for one of my villagers. Does that work for you?" Kenzo nodded. Richter ordered the ranger over and told him to answer any and all questions that Kenzo posed. The sprites had brought over 5 bugbears that were still alive. 2 were the ones caught in Richter's troubled sleep spell. Another 2 were unconscious and didn't appear long for this world. The 5th was actively fighting and cursing, but was bound and had been dragged forward by 3 sprites. Richter walked forward and hit him behind the ear with a pommel strike. The bugbear's body slumped somewhat, and he just lay on the ground. Soft sobs started to come from the captive, and he pleaded for his life in the bugbear language. Richter looked at the bugbear, disgusted. The problem was Richter wasn't sure if the disgust was targeted at himself or the sentient being pleading for his life. A quick mental order later, and Alma latched onto the head of the bound bugbear. The subs cut off and her victim's body was afflicted with intense seizures. His familiar was not afflicted with any of her master's moral qualms. Richter turned away and left her to her feast. He walked over to the ranger's gear. You have found stone lizard hide helmet. Durability 2628. Type light armor. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 2.0 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide breastplate. Defense plus 13. Type light armor. Durability 65/65. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 7.2 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide armbands. Defense plus 7. Type light armor. Durability 53/55. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 3.6 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide gloves. Defense plus 8. Type light armor. Durability 37/39. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 1.9 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide trousers. Defense plus 7. Type light armor. Durability 36/37. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 4.1 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide boots. Defense plus 7. Type light armor. Durability 31/34. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 2.1 kilograms. Congratulations! You have obtained an entire set of matched armor. Stone lizard armor. Defense given by each piece increased by 25%. Special bonus. Defense versus animal attacks increased by a further 20%. You have found magic bell. Durability 48/51. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 3.3 kilograms. You have found steel arrows. Quantity 36. Durability 5/5. Item class common. Quality average. You have found moonstone short sword. Durability 61/64. Item class common. Quality superb. Weight 3.2 kilograms. You have found magic steel dagger. Durability 29/30 seconds. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 1.2 kilograms. You have found ring of health. Durability 6/8. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Traits plus 27 health. You have found ring of stamina. Durability 9/9. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Traits plus 29 stamina. You have found magic whistle. Durability 12/12. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.01 kilograms. You have found health potion. Durability 6/6. Potion level solution. Strength basic. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Will restore 54 health points over 5 seconds. You have found pouch. Richter admired the ranger's armor. The hide was a dark gray-green in color. It was smooth to the touch, but it was pebbled with irregular small knobs. It was remarkably supple, and yet was heavier than he would have thought. The bugbear had really had some great defense. Again, Richter was so pleased that he had enchanted the man at the start of the battle. If the ranger had been fighting against him, at the very least, the loss of life would have been much worse. The pouch just contained a few odd coins that Richter pocketed. He walked over to his villagers and cast slow heal again on the villager with the abdominal wound. The man thanked him, and Richter promised his people he would come back in a few minutes to cast the spell. Again, he cast a regretful glance at the slain villager, then walked back over to where 3 of the sprites were dragging the bugbear bodies. They were all being stripped of equipment which was set to the side. Richter asked if they had any need of it, but one of the sprites shook her head. Richter began sorting through it and placing anything of value into his bag. There were no magical items, but there were plenty of weapons and armor that Chrome should be able to adapt for the villagers to use. His bag was seriously heavy when he was done, but he was able to retrieve a massive amount of gear. He walked back over to his villagers again, this time casting slow heal on Foreign. Then he walked over to Kenzo and the ranger. Have you gotten what you needed? Richter asked. More than you know, Kenzo replied. This one, he said, indicating the ranger, is a captain in the bugbear invasion force. He knows about troop movements, defenses of their base, and its exact position. How many bugbears are we facing? Richter asked. Kenzo's expression became sober. More than 1,000 and more are still coming. Richter nodded, his expression equally grim. Do you need anything else from him? His question was laden with obvious meaning. Kenzo hesitated a moment and then shook his head. Richter summoned Alma over to hover above his head. He then reached into his bag and pulled out his traveler's map. He had the ranger point out the location of the bugbear camp. He zoomed in twice to be absolutely sure that he knew where the encampment was. Then he told the bugbear to kneel. Richter drew his short sword and gave a mental command. Alma descended upon the kneeling bugbear, who started screaming as his mind was ripped apart. Richter then plunged his short sword through the bugbear's body into the heart and out through the chest. A sharp twist worsened the already massive internal damage, and the ranger died before his body even hit the ground. An exultant Alma flew off into the air, shrieking over her victory. Chapter 22. They burned the bodies of the bugbears. Richter used the cape of one of the bugbears as a burial shroud and carried the body over his shoulder. Foreign turned out to be able to hobble along on an impromptu crutch after being healed 2 more times. The party started forward towards home, battered and blooded, but barring one tragic exception, still alive. The villagers thanked Richter and the sprites profusely for their help. Every one of them had thought they had seen their last day when the bugbears had started their taunting distraction. Richter just kept walking. Now was not the time for criticism, but it was clear that tighter control needed to be exerted on his people. The dead body on his shoulder would not be there if this group had just remained inside of the mists. It occurred to him that he didn't even know the man's name, and analyze wouldn't work now that he had died. A question to Drissa supplied the answer. Though, pardon, the sun was down well before they reached the mists, but Richter was able to light the way with his magic. Despite the fact that everyone was exhausted, no one wanted to stop before reaching the safety of the village. Their pace was seriously slowed by his villager with the broken leg, but he didn't complain once, so they just slowly trudged onwards. They walked well into the night until they finally reached the mists. Once they did, Richter summoned 2 mist workers, one to carry Barden's body and the other to carry the hobbled villager. The man complained slightly at being picked up, but quieted when he saw the look on Richter's face. The Chaos Seed was just ready to be home. To further that end, he gave immunity to Kenzo and 5 other sprites. The captain sent the rest of his people back to the hearth tree to share a detailed report of the intelligence he had gained from the ranger. The rest of the party continued onward. Before they had gone 2 miles, Futon came along in response to a mental call Richter had sent out as soon as they had reached the mists. With the remnant's light boosted to maximum, traveling became much easier. The party increased their speed somewhat as they did their best to cross the remaining miles. As Richter walked, he dealt with his notifications. You have been awarded 6,614 base 105,824 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 14 Bugbear Raider. You have been awarded 3,265 base 52,243 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 10 Bugbear. You have been awarded 2,745 base 43,916 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 9 Bugbear. You have been awarded 4,649 base 74,387 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 12 Bugbear. You have been awarded 2,876 base 46,009 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 10 Bugbear. You have been awarded 1,848 base 29,560 to x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 8 Bugbear. You have been awarded 32,774 base 524,381 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 26 Bugbear Ranger. Your familiar has reached level 20. Your familiar has reached level 21. Tring! You have reached level 24. Through hard work you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 25. Through hard work you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned. For you, congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in Analyze. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 15 in Tracking. 1% attack. Bonus versus individual prey. You can follow older tracks. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 11 in Archery. 2% bonus to Aim. 2% bonus to Damage. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 7 in Imbue Arrow. 5% damage. 5% speed of Mana Flow. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 4 in Focus. Zoom. -1 by 0.1x. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Small Blades. 2% attack speed. 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Dual Casting. The spell, Power of a Dual Casting, is doubled at skill level 1. Advancing in this skill will increase this bonus by 2% per skill level. At this level, total spell power increased by 224%. Mana cost of each individual spell increased by 300%. Cost decreased by 4x skill level. At this level, mana drain increased by 276%. Chance of spell miscast decreased by increasing this skill. This number is affected directly by spell level and caster's proficiency in that branch of magic. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 12 in Air Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in life magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in dark magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in light magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in fire magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in war leader. 1% effective distance, 1% attack and defense for all allies. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in war leader. 1% effective distance, 1% attack and defense for all allies. Know this! You have saved some of your villagers from certain death. Loyalty of those villagers increased by plus 300 each. Relationship with those villagers increased to loyal. Dismissing all of his prompts, Richter decided to hold off on allocating the points for his levels. He did do something he had been putting off, though, and invested 1 point into Alma's Side Blast. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability, Side Blast, to level 2. The mental disruption caused will now also cause direct health damage. The 2 to 4 second stun effect is increased to 5 to 7 seconds. The initial hour of 10 feet can be increased to 15 feet with a corresponding drop in the blasts. Effectiveness or narrowed to 5 feet with an increase in the blasts. Effectiveness. Cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. Alma did a loop in the air and blasted her improved side blast straight up into the air. She didn't hurt anything, but it was clear that his familiar enjoyed the fact that she was now carrying a bigger stick. Alma seemed to be the only member of the group that wasn't completely exhausted. Richter smiled at his familiar, and her exuberance helped to ease his mood. With everything that had happened, he decided to take a look at his status page. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 25. 25%. Health, 630 to mana. 450 for stamina. 300. Strength, 32. Agility, 32. Dexterity, 38. Constitution, 41. Endurance, 30. Intelligence, 41. Wisdom, 24. Charisma, 24. Luck, 17. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, side bond. Qualities, resolute, honorable, implacable. Skills, herb lore LVL 40, 47% to next level. Alchemy LVL 2, 48% to next level. Enchantment LVL 28, 0% to next level. Crafting LVL 1, 0% to next level. Smithing LVL 1, 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 9, 11% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 23, 54% to next level. Stealth LVL 13, 61% to next level. Traps LVL 22, 22% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 22, 18 to next level. Tracking LVL 15, 23% to next level. Riding LVL 7, 76% to next level. Archery LVL 11, 48% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 7, 9% to next level. Focus LVL 4, 47% to next level. Double Shot LVL 2, 11% to next level. True Shot LVL 2, 81% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 1, 43% to next level. Small Blades LVL 6, 12% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1, 78% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1, 0% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1, 0% to next level. Light Armor LVL 10, 72% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 8, 12% to next level. Dual Cast LVL6, 68% to next level. Air Magic LVL12, 17% to next level. Life Magic LVL7, 53% to next level. Earth Magic LVL6, 11% to next level. Water Magic LVL5, 74% to next level. Dark Magic LVL8, 94% to next level. Light Magic LVL7, 37% to next level. Fire Magic LVL6, 74% to next level. Map Making LVL Max. Trade LVL13, 0% to next level. War Leader LVL3, 51% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Forge of Heavens. Resistances. Air 50%. Life 50%. Mental 35%. Spiritual 15%. Race. Human Chaos Seed. Reputation. LVL3, you seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. That done, and with Barden's body no longer physically weighing on him, he felt free to discuss certain matters with his villagers. They told him that several groups like their own had been created by Terran. Each group was comprised of 2 melee fighters, 2 ranged fighters, and 1 of the air mages Richter had created. He nodded at the wisdom in that, though he still intended to have words with his companion regarding discipline. While his people needed to get tougher, they just weren't ready to venture past the mists yet. After several more hours, dawn broke, and not long after, Richter came over a last rise and saw his village for the first time in a week. The farms lay to the south, and the pastures lay to the southwest, just as he remembered them. He watched both being worked by his villagers. Men and women weeded the fields, watered the plants, and tended the livestock. Mist workers toiled silently to dig the trench surrounding the farms. Beyond the farms, the earthwork walls were slowly being converted into walls of marbled quartz. Even now, Richter could see a mist worker carrying a rectangular block the size of an ice chest toward an empty section. 5 ships were anchored in the river to the west, but his escort did not seem surprised or upset about seeing them. He assumed the trade delegation had come back, but why it was still here or why there were extra ships was beyond him, so Richter let it go for now. Besides, he was overcome with gazing upon the beauty before him. Beyond the village proper, he looked up at the hill that rose to the north with a backdrop of mountains. Green trees lined the edge of the hill, but Richter could see a flash of silver and white as well. He smiled. It was good to be home. He said goodbye to Kenzo and the other sprites who were anxious to be home. Kenzo was eager to personally speak to the elders about what he had learned. Richter thanked him one last time, and then they parted company. As he walked through the fields, his people shouted out. They came over and welcomed him back with smiles and happy greetings. Richter stopped for a second to connect with his villagers, but he didn't wait long. He had to find out what had been happening while he was gone. He was surprised to see 2 villagers, a human and gnome, standing guard at the gates. Each was wearing a conical helmet, shining new chain, mail, and had a round high steel shield. Both also held a spear with a high steel head. The gnome's weapon was sized slightly smaller to fit his shorter stature. The guards slapped their fists to their chests and nodded their heads slightly. A firm milord issued from both of their mouths. Somewhat taken aback by their formal tone, he nonetheless gave a nod in return before walking into the village. Richter turned to Futon. Go as quickly as you can to the Great Seal. Randolphus will almost definitely be there this time of day. Tell him to wait for me. Then go and find Sumiko and tell her we have an injured man who needs help. The mist workers will carry him to the base of the catacombs, then find Quasia, Zerhulind, Terrid, Cyan, Chrome Roswin, Shivonai, and Basil, and have them meet me at the Great Seal. Lady Hisako isn't in the village, is she? No, my lord. Then gather the rest and join me in the room off of the Great Seal. When you are done. Yes, my lord, came the deadpan reply. The remnant moved quickly away. Richter kept walking towards the slope that led to the Great Seal. More villagers cheered his return, and he also came across more guards, equipped the same as the ones at the gate. Each saluted him by clapping first over their hearts. Clearly some things had changed while he was gone. Two guards had been placed at the entrance to the catacombs. Richter nodded to each as he walked by. He walked down the tunnel and made his way into the room of the Great Seal. Seeing the physical representation of his power again, he stopped and took a moment to gaze at it. Two of the four spirals showed signs of power and life, just as they had since he had awakened his second power. They pulsed and flashed with rich and powerful magic. It made the contrast of the other two even more striking. The spirals of dark and water magic remained only cold and inertile. Awakening his other powers had to be a priority, but there was just so much else to do. Richter suddenly felt the heavy weight of his responsibilities. He had to conquer levels of the catacombs. He had to persuade the dwarves to fight against the bugbears. He had to deal with the scourge. He had to rescue more of the non-humans from Eve, protect his people from Count Stonek, deal with Ronin and the Nightblades, and now maybe even the Ouroboros Assassin Guild. It seemed like there was always more and more and more. Richter closed his eyes and breathed a deep breath. He struggled to find his center. He couldn't allow himself to be crushed under the worries of tomorrow. Richter had been taught at an early age that every insurmountable large problem was just a series of smaller problems that could be conquered. What was important was that he not give up. He took another deep breath, and the moment of self-doubt and pity passed. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Randolphus was looking at him. "Welcome back, my lord," the tall man said. "I am happy to see that. You have prevailed. If I'm not mistaken, you have come back stronger." "It's good to be back, Randy," he said with a grin. "And yes, I have been through quite a bit, but I came out the other side stronger. Now, I'm assuming you have a lot to speak with me about?" "I do indeed, my lord," he answered, while stepping back and gesturing towards his office. "Others are going to be joining us. Randy, let's go to the room with the large table instead." "As you wish, my lord." Randolphus walked back into his office to retrieve some files, while Richter walked into what was, in effect, his conference room. He noticed as he was walking that another two guards had been placed at the entrances to the treasury and armory. Richter realized that he should have instituted measures like this before now. He didn't let himself spiral back downward. With recriminations, though, he just walked into his conference room. Sitting at the head of the large rectangular table, he tried to get comfortable. Shifting in the wooden chair, he decided to invent the Lost Boy at the first opportunity. This thing was seriously uncomfortable. The Chamberlain joined him at the table and started filling Richter in on what had happened in his absence, starting with when Terrid had been brought back by the Okami. Cyan had immediately taken a group of villagers and sprites to find him. They followed the trail of the Okami back to the where Richter had slain Sanare and her accomplice. Then they had found the site of his battle with the rock giant. Cyan hadn't known exactly what had attacked him. He had only known it was very large. Though the search party had barely rested over their days of travel, Cyan immediately took off along the trail of devastation the rock giant had left in its wake. Cyan had ultimately found the collapsed cave. Richter's tracks had led inside, and the rock giants had clearly laid off to the north. Cyan and the others had apparently spent several hours digging, but to no avail. He had then started the trip back to the village to wait for either Richter's return or his rebirth. Randolphus continued his story with what had happened in the village, while Cyan had been gone. After spending a small amount of time with Isabel, both Terad and his love had approached Randolphus. Both said they had been in seclusion long enough. Richter nodded along. He had already known that Isabel would be taking an active role in the village. Thanks to the completed quest prompt he had received, Terad had taken charge of the village's defenses. The very next morning after his return, he had called for an assembly of all of the villagers. Terad had spoken passionately about how special the Mist village was and how it deserved to be protected. He reminded them of the harsh laws of Eve, of the beatings, of the rapes, of the murders. According to Randolphus, he had stoked the fires of their anger and indignation. Then he asked them if they would let anyone or anything force them back to that life. That wasn't all, though. Isabella had joined him in addressing the crowd. She had shared some of the stories of the indignities she had suffered. She had told the other villagers about how Richter had rescued her. She had spoken about how he sent her to safety when Ronin had attacked the fleeing party and had stayed behind to fight. She pointed out other villagers who had been captives and asked if their freedom was worth fighting for. She had asked the loved ones of the former captives if they would fight to make sure their families weren't torn apart again. Then she had simply asked them if they would fight for the man who had offered them the right to choose their own fates. Randolphus told him that although Terad had fired up the villagers, it was at the end of Isabella's speech that every villager was on their feet and shouting Richter's name. Terad had to restrain many of the villagers from immediately running out of the village to search for their lord. The crowd had apparently shouted in fury and fervor for long minutes until they could be calmed. Afterwards, more than 100 villagers were clamoring to sign up for the militia. Randolphus had interviewed all of them and found that while almost 60 people had been going to fight to preserve the safety of the village after Terad had spoken, those numbers had more than doubled after Isabella's speech. Since then, the forges had been going into overdrive to equip those who agreed to serve. Terad had also been able to convince almost everyone who had agreed to serve in the militia to swear fealty to the village and its master. Richter smiled when Randolphus related that part. It would make what he had planned much easier. He still wasn't sure exactly what being a companion entailed, but whatever else it meant, Terad and Cyan had been indispensable in Richter's rise to power. Terad's camaraderie ability was amazing. The story also explained to Richter why the loyalty of the village as a whole had gone up by +20 after he had completed Isabella's quest. Cyan and Terad had wandered in while Randolphus was talking, but hadn't wanted to interrupt. Richter rose and embraced them both, though, and they joined him at the table. At that point in Randolphus's story, Terad spoke up and told Richter that he had formed 9 scout groups of 5 people each. He had chosen the party number based on the fact that any more would decrease the amount experience gathered from fighting. Number group was allowed far from the village by itself, though. Terad looked at Richter with a serious expression and described some of the dangerous animals and monsters that had been seen in and out of the mists. Mountain lions, cave bears, giant spiders, and vampire bats were just a few of the had started to be seen frequently in the lands around the village. Terad told Richter that almost everyone who had their magic awakened had agreed to serve. None of the children were allowed to join the scout groups, of course, magic or no. As it was, the adult air mages were too numerous to be in the scout groups all at once. Terad's solution was to cycle them out. Each was mostly in the groups for support, seeing as how they had almost no offensive spells. Terad also told him that everyone in the militia trained for a portion of each day, whether they were scouting, guarding, or fulfilling other duties. Apparently, Isabella had been contributing as well. Terad, being kidnapped, had snapped her out of the well of misery she had been in. He told Richter that the fear she experienced proved stronger than the emotional pain her sexual enslavement had caused. Randolphus had to have her physically restrained to stop her from running after Terad on her own. After Richter left, she had taken charge of the herb garden near the quickening with a vengeance. In the last week, it had tripled in size. She had a natural ability with plants, apparently, and an advanced herb lore skill. She has also organized groups to scour the forest for useful plants. Terad reported that Isabel was requesting that an herb shed be constructed. The building would apparently allow her to dry and treat harvested herbs, increasing their potency and longevity. Richter nodded to Randolphus, who made a notation. Basil, Zer, and Sumiko filtered in. Richter greeted each in turn. Randolphus was about to start on the next item, but Richter asked about the ships anchored outside of the village. That actually ties into what we needed to discuss next, my lord. Randolphus said, I will let Basil describe what transpired. It was an interesting trip, my lord, the man said. Then he told his story. Outside of navigating a section of turbulent river, the trip back to Leaf's Crossing had been uneventful for Richter's emissary. The sailors had apparently been happy to be gone from the village. Though they had not been in any direct danger, they too had seen dangerous animals and monsters the closer they got to the mists. The ship had eased into the harbor at Leaf's Crossing, and Basil had carried his precious cargo of potions of clarity amidst a few other boxes of trade goods. Basil recounted that the idea of having hundreds of pieces of gold hidden on his body while he also carried items worth hundreds more had stressed him out to no end. He knew that he had been any thief's wet dream, and so he had paid 10 tough-looking sailors to accompany him. While he was in Leaf's Crossing, Basil had considered it a worthwhile expense to put the sailors up in the inn as well. With such a guard detail, Basil told him that he had arrived at the Whistling Hen with no difficulty. Basil gave a wide smile at that point and thanked Richter profusely for recommending that particular inn. Richter smiled back knowingly, remembering exactly how friendly the women there could be. Basil continued his story. Rosie, the proprietor of the inn, had told Basil that no one resembling the contact Richter had described had been to the bar. He then said that he planned to simply wait as long as necessary, and in the meantime, spend the time relaxing and buying supplies. Rosie had apparently had other ideas. The tough woman had pulled Basil to the side almost immediately. Rosie had not forgotten the ships of non-humans that had stopped in Leaf's Crossing before sailing to a better life with Richter. Apparently neither had many of the townsfolk. Since Richter had left almost a month before, long line of hopeful people of all races had formed. They all wanted to immigrate to the Mist Village. To be exact, another 163 people wanted to join. Richter looked at the man sharply, but let him continue. When Basil saw he wasn't going to be interrupted, he explained that his initial feeling had been one of caution and alarm as well. Before he left for Leaf's Crossing, though, Richter had told him that Rosie could be trusted. In light of that, Basil agreed to at least speak to each of the potential immigrants. Rosie had helped him to coordinate the interviews. Over the next several days, Basil had conducted interviews. To make the process easier, he had hired the services of two professed scholars. He apologized to Richter that their services hadn't come cheap. Richter didn't mind or care about a little overhead cost, but he was confused about what a scholar did or was. Seeing his lord's questioning expression, Basil explained that the two scholars had various administrative talents. Between the two of them, the men he had hired possessed the talents of association, perfect scribing, still image, knowledge tablet, copying, and, most importantly, confidential. Seeing that Richter looked even more confused and was also starting to look a bit annoyed, Basil quickly explained further. Association let the scholar recognize patterns and then organize large amounts of data in the most efficient manner. The perfect scribing talent was just as it sounded. The scholar could write with perfect penmanship such that anyone who read his work would know exactly what he was trying to impart. Richter was about to ask why a talent like that would matter, but then he remembered how a lot of doctors wrote. The chicken scratch that health professionals called handwriting was a travesty. Richter was convinced that people died in hospitals because of it. When you factored in that many people in the land were illiterate, the few who could write most likely had a wide variability in how they formed their words. Being able to know what someone had meant to say when you read it would actually be worth quite a bit. Basil continued to explain that the copying talent let a scribe fully duplicate a letter or parchment in every detail. As long as they had enough parchment and ink, they could use their mana to immediately make another copy of what they had in front of them, down to the last ink blotch. Basil added that he had heard the talent could be leveled to be able to copy scrolls, skill books, or spell books, but that was beyond the abilities of the scribes in Leaf's Crossing. Those advanced talents were also apparently prohibitively expensive. Basil didn't even try to explain the still image and knowledge tablet talents, but instead just handed over a heavy piece of wood with a smile. The wood was about 2 feet in height and width and 1 inch thick. It was sanded smooth and then lacquered brown except for a white circle in one corner. When Richter pressed the circle, a picture of a gruff-looking Nomi appeared in the corner of the wood, and a list of information was written in the common tongue right next it. Richter almost dropped the item in shock. He suddenly felt like he was looking at an iPad. He stared at the knowledge tablet in wonder. Once again, he had to remind himself to abandon his preconceptions. He often thought of the people in the land as medieval yokels with their kings and swords, yet in his hand he held proof that his perception was at least not universally true. Through magic, these people had achieved a result that had taken thousands of years of earth science to create. Richter ran his hand over the wood, and the picture and information changed. He realized he was holding the equivalent of a PowerPoint presentation that showed detailed information regarding each of the people Basil had interviewed. "You have reviewed this, I assume?" Richter asked Randolphus. "I have, my lord. The knowledge tablet is a valuable tool, and the information gathered upon it was most informative. Can you add more information to it?" he asked Basil. "I cannot, but a scholar with the talent could." Richter nodded, still enthralled by what he was holding. "And what about the last talent?" "Confidential. That is what makes scholars truly invaluable, my lord. Every guild scholar takes the confidential talent first. It makes it literally impossible for them to betray the confidence of their employer. Even in the face of torture, a scholar cannot in any way violate the terms of their contract. So, if you tell them to never reveal the information they have been given access to, the magic of their profession ensures that your secrets remain safe." "Man," Richter exclaimed, "I wish you could have brought one of those scholars back with you." Basil exhaled a loud sigh of relief. "I am so happy you feel that way, my lord." Richter's eyes narrowed a bit, suddenly feeling like the other shoe was about to drop. "Why? Why are you so relieved?" It might be best if I just finished telling you about what happened in Leaf's Crossing, my lord." Richter looked at him side-eyed for a second, then just slowly said, "Aha, go ahead." Ahem, yes, well, as I was saying, Basil talked about how he commandeered a table in the corner of the Whistling Hen over the next few days. Prospective villagers would come, up singly or as a family, and then he would interview them. One scribe would take down all of their info, and the other would record their image, and then compile all of the information on the knowledge tablet. Basil said that all of the people he had spoken to seemed to be honest and were simply looking for a better life. Most were non-human, but there were humans that just wanted a change. One thing that had surprised Basil was that not all of them were from Leaf's Crossing. Richter's name was now becoming known. Richter wasn't sure how he felt about that. The more attention he brought on himself and the Mist Village, the more vulnerable they were in certain ways. He supposed it was also an opportunity, though. He did want things to be built faster after all, and an influx of villagers could mean a boost to productivity. It was also inevitable, he realized. The villagers who had chosen to come with Richter from Law had left behind friends and family. Those friends and family would have spread the story of a safe haven for non-humans that existed in Forest of Nadria. Basil told him that this was in fact how many of the people he interviewed had heard about their village. Many, in fact, had had friends and relatives among the already existing Mist villagers. The people Basil interviewed had come from towns neighboring Leaf's Crossing, and more than a few had walked from Law. Richter interjected, "So while you were doing these interviews, the authorities had no problem with having so many non-humans congregating in and around the inn, especially considering why they were there." Basil's lips twisted in irritated remembrance. My lord is most astute. In fact, the authorities did come to the inn the second day. A group of 5 guards wearing Eve livery walked right up to me. I thought I was going to be arrested or beaten at the very least. Then Rosie came up and told the lead guard I was there on your behalf. After that he smiled at me, and I remember this part quite clearly, my lord. He said, "I'm sure you didn't mean to flout the king's laws now, did you?" Richter laughed out loud, having a strong idea of where this story was heading. "And you said that you would never do something like that." "Right. Of course, my lord." "Well, then the irritating man told me that I had to have the proper permit to conduct interviews like I was doing. Then he told me that he just so happened to have a cousin that could issue the proper documents, and he would be more than happy to take the money for permits to him." Then he added that, of course, there were also the penalties for late registration, the surcharge for expedited processing, the mandatory overtime for his guards to monitor a sanctioned interview, the new tax on. Richter waved for the irritated trader to stop talking, as his own laughter was threatening to drown Basil out anyway. The guard's name wasn't Calder, was it? "You know the rogue, my lord." Richter smiled and just asked, "How much did he shake you down?" "4." Basil's expression looked like the man had just swished with vinegar. "But he ultimately said 7 gold and 4 silver, my lord." The somewhat steep price helped Richter get his chuckling under control. He wasn't too bothered though and said, "Just the cost of doing business, Basil. Now tell the rest of your story." "Yes, my lord. Well, the annoying smiling man got the money for his quote-unquote permits, and then I got back to the interviews. On the afternoon of my 3rd day there, a tall, muscular man wearing loose-fitting clothing came up to the table. I recognized him by your description of half as his emissary, and he knew that strange passcode you told me." Excitedly, Richter asked, "What did he say?" "He said Rick, my lord." Even more excited, Richter asked, "And what did you say in response?" "Morty, my lord." "Yes," Richter shouted happily. Wubblabadub. Everyone around the table stared at him. He waved them off, "Meh. You guys wouldn't get it. Trust me, though, I'm awesome. Continue with your story, Basil. Basil coughed, totally confused. Yes, my lord. Well, the emissary from Hafiz was with 4 other men who were obviously his brothers. I paused the interviews and retired back to a secure room Rosie had prepared for the meeting. The men Hafiz had sent were actually his sons, and I am happy to report that they acted honorably. I'm even more delighted to tell you that the price was even better than expected. The nobles of Eve are apparently very interested in increasing the level of their warriors. Each vial sold for 3 gold, 1 silver, and 7 coppers. Richter started doing some fast math in his head, so for the 200 potions of clarity I gave you, we made 634 gold, my lord. Richter gave a whoop and stood up with his hand raised. Basil looked at him and then looked at the hand as if he was unsure if Richter was about to strike him. Richter laughed and pulled the man to his feet. Then he had Basil extend his arm with his hand flat. Richter gave him a resounding high five and said, "Fuck yeah, man. Make that cheddar." Basil sat back down with an amused smile, apparently liking the show of exuberance. Fuck you indeed, my lord. I did not buy any cheese. However, Richter laughed again and told him that's okay. So what happened with all the people you interviewed? Are they waiting in Leaf's Crossing for my decision? Basil opened his mouth and then closed it again before speaking. Well, my lord, that is an interesting part of the story. Here comes the other shoe. Richter thought. Well, after the initial trade with Hafiz's sons, I also gave them the list of items we needed that I had not been able to find in Leaf's Crossing. They told me their father was eager to continue the trade relationship. They had even anticipated some of our requests and had brought food and livestock to sell. They were also quite clear that their father, Hafiz, would take more potions of clarity as quickly as possible. But there was a complication. They had sailed to Leaf's Crossing from Eve, but before they had left, there were rumors that a count that was close to the king had noticed that some non-humans were attempting to escape the kingdom. They had also heard that a military force was going to be sent to curtail this. They didn't know if the soldiers would come overland or by boat, but they had recommended Basil leave as soon as possible. So you see, my lord, I had a dilemma. Richter looked back at him. I'm guessing the solution to that dilemma has something to do with those ships in the harbor. Basil let out a heavy sigh. Yes, my lord. You empowered me too. Make decisions on behalf of the village. I know that we need more people. So I just asked myself what you would do. I could have left them all there, to the mercies of the Eve military, but I decided to bring them with me. So I guess we will call them refugees, are all on the ships. The rest of the people Richter had sent Futen to fetch had joined the table while Basil was talking. Futen now floated in the center of the table, casting his light on everyone. Roswin, the elf who led the building crew, spoke up. Well, we were already making a second longhouse. When the ship showed up, I had all the other projects stopped so we could finish it faster. Most of them are in the second longhouse now. Some are still on the ships. That was good work, Roswin, Richter said, nodding in appreciation. Grum was the only response Richter got from the mustached elf. We also unloaded the supplies and animals that Hafiz's sons brought with them, Basil said. I paid them a fair price for all of it. They agreed to wait for you to return before leaving because they would like to meet with you, my lord. Richter looked at Basil for a long moment, but ultimately nodded. I agree with your decision, and you're right. I do need more people. Let's just not make a habit of increasing the population of the village by more than 50% in one day. Okay. Basil gave a relieved laugh. I will restrain myself in the future, my lord. So we have another 163 new villagers? Richter asked. Basil opened and closed his mouth again. Richter nailed him to his seat with this gaze, wondering what was coming next. Well, my lord, while I was doing the interviews, a few more people came to town as well, Basil said innocently. How many more? Richter asked impatiently. Just 82, my lord. Just 82. Plus the 2 scribes. The scribes agreed to come, Richter asked, somewhat surprised. It sounded like they were already doing okay in Leaf's Crossing. He knew Basil had thrown that in to soften the shock of an extra 82 people he hadn't told Richter about yet, but it did sound like the scribes would be quite a boon to the village. Well, I did have to pay off their debt to their guild, the White Quill. Debt, Richter said, his voice rising. What debt he was getting? Actually irritated now. Basil's story seemed to be ewing between great news and expensive realizations. Richter would have much preferred to just eat all of his veggies at once, then focus on the pudding. Nobody wanted to eat spinach after they had had chocolate cake. Alma had been resting on the table in front of him, but she rose up on her haunches feeling her master's consternation. The dragonling stared at Basil, who regarded her warily. Well, for their training, they had to follow their guild's orders until they paid back a certain amount. I can promise you, though, my lord, that you can't put a price on their kind of expertise, Basil assured him. Well, you better put a fucking price on it, Richter said, rising from his chair. How much? He asked again, definitely louder this time. And I hope you didn't agree to pay all of these new villagers the same wage that I agreed to pay our current villagers. I'm not made of money, you know. Alma's wings unfurled, and she hissed at Basil, who was definitely starting to look a bit fearful. Richter kept his hand on her back so she didn't actually attack the man. Randolphus came to the beleaguered trader's aid. That was good, because everyone else around the table was just looking at Basil with expressions that said, "Sucks to be you, man." I promise you the scribes were well worth the initial price. My lord, the chamberlain stated. They also agreed to providing their services as much as we needed for only 6 silvers per month. As for everyone else that was brought back with Basil, they are here to work for their keep. They understand that no payment has been promised to them. I have a detailed list of all expenditures for your perusal, my lord, if you would like to view it later. Richter looked back and forth between Basil and Randolphus. He knew he was being managed, but he also knew his inner thriftiness had reared its ugly head for a second. He took his seat again and said in a measured voice, "So we have 245 new villagers plus to scribes. You also had to pay a reasonable amount for the scribes to come. Is there anything else?" Richter stared intensely at Basil. Well, spit it out, Basil. Yes, my lord. Calder told me that since the new king took power in Eve, the guards' salaries had only been paid sporadically. When he saw that I was willing to pay off the scribes' debts, he approached me saying that he was willing to relocate for the right price. Other guards were as well. Ultimately, 18 guards offered to come. I believed we could use the extra help and defense. So another 18 people, Richter asked. And if you say, well, one more fucking time, I will let Alma attack you. Basil's mouth snapped shut to keep himself from doing just that. He stared at the dragonling whose tail was swishing back and forth as she stared back at him. Yes, my lord. Several of the guards had small families that have agreed to come. I also bought the food and animals from Leaf's Crossing. How many food and animals? Everything I could buy within a day, my lord. Well, between the people and the livestock, that easily explained the extra ships. Richter thought Basil would have needed more transport capacity. The extra guards I agree with. Defense is definitely a priority. He looked at Randolphus. How much am I paying everyone per month? Now, Randolphus had the answer prepared. The original complement of the village was 290, yourself included. Of that number, 73 were children, 16 were elders, too old to contribute, and another 18 men and women did not actively work for various reasons. That left 181 workers. 21 villagers were lost in the bugbear attack, 18 of which were workers, and another was killed when you saved the patrol. That leaves 162 villagers earning a wage. At 4 silvers per fortnight, that amounted to 129 gold and 6 silver each month. Of the 19 workers who died, 12 left behind families. As you instructed, their full year's wages were paid in a lump sum to their loved ones. That amounted to 105 gold and 6 silver. I am assuming you wish for a lump sum to be paid to Barden's family as well. Richter nodded, and the Chamberlain made a notation. Randolphus consulted another page and then continued, with this new influx of people, the scribes will cost 12 silvers per month. The guards agreed to work for 4 silvers per month, and 10 had wives or husbands that are also willing to work. If you decide to extend the same terms to the new villagers, which are comprised of 178 workers, the final tally would be 296 gold and 8 silver per month. Richter's head started to hurt while his chamberlain was talking, and by the end, he was rubbing his hands against both temples. That mean that his expenses each year, just for wages, was about 3,562 gold pieces, or put it another way, 356,200 bucks. Richter felt a scream building inside of him. All he wanted to do was to become the lord and master of a fledgling country with no infrastructure or industry to speak of. Why did that have to be so expensive? All he could think to say was, "Do we have enough food?" Randolphus nodded. "With the new stores that Basil bought, we can feed our entire populace for 6 months without needing to slaughter our livestock. With what the hunters bring in, that number could be stretched to 9 months. Since the crops have been replanted after the attack, they are growing faster than expected. Some of the air mages have been able to help with that by supplying the perfect amount of rain. If we allocate enough villagers to be farmers, the village should have more than enough food to last through the winter." Richter put his hand down on the table and started stroking Alma's scales. "I'm okay with all of this. In the future, though, Basil, Randolphus is going to lay down some strict guidelines for what you are and are not authorized to do. Understood?" "Yes, my lord," Randolphus said. "Yes, my lord," Basil said. "Okay, then. What else do I need to know?" "Well, I want to know what happened to you after you left on the..." Okami Scion shouted. "I heard what you did on my behalf, my friend," Richter said with a smile. "Thank you. That reminds, though, I think this belongs to you." Richter handed back the bracelet of health, which Scion took graciously. Then Richter gave everyone an abbreviated version of the events since chasing after Terran. They cheered after hearing of his victory over Sonare. And Orvin, Scion exclaimed in understanding when he heard that it had been a rock giant that had chased him through the forest afterwards. Everyone got quiet when they heard how he had been trapped in the kobolds' warren. They all knew full well how dangerous those creatures were on their home turf. The kobolds' penchant for deadly traps was famous. More cheers went around when he told everyone how he had led the kobolds into a trap of his own, however. Sumiko smiled at hearing how Richter praised her people. Richter's mood turned sober as he discussed the fight to save the patrol from the bugbears. He turned to Terran. "I am extremely grateful for how you have organized our people. I believe they need stricter guidelines and discipline. I can do this myself, but I heard one of the patrol call you Captain. Is that a role you're comfortable taking on? Will you assume responsibility for the safety of our people. Terrad looked at Richter gravely and didn't speak for long moments. Then he got up and walked over to his companion, who stood to meet him. Once he was standing in front of Richter, he bent the knee. I had planned to do this later, but now is just as good. You have stood by me and have saved my precious Isabel twice, once from Count Stonick and once from her own hand. I am with you, my lord. I formally swear allegiance and loyalty to you, my Lord Richter. From now and to my very death, I will protect you and your interests to the best of my ability and without deceit. Richter reached out his hand and rested it upon his companion's shoulder. I accept your oath of fealty and swear to honor your pledge with the same gravity in which it was given. As he helped Terrad to his feet, prompt filled his vision. Congratulations! You have uncovered another job of your village. You have filled the position of Captain of the Guard. Your village will benefit proportionally to the skill of whomever you have chosen. Your companion, Terrad, is granted the skill War Leader. His highest martial skill is still the rank of Novice. The attack and defense of all villagers within the boundaries of the village is 3% more effective. Your choice has a special ability, Camaraderie. This ability will make your choice highly effective in training and motivating your people. Attack and defense bonus increased by another 5% to a total of 8%. Richter looked around at the table of villager leaders and said, "Everyone welcome the new captain of the guard." The entire table got to its feet and clapped for Terrad. As he walked back to his seat, Chrome slapped him on the back. Terrad stumbled but chuckled as he retook his seat. With that over, Richter felt better about the entire affair of saving the patrol. He had no doubt Terrad would be instilling some serious discipline into his people ASAP. Cyan leaned forward and got the discussion back on track. One thing I don't understand is how the assassin fooled your analyze skill, or their spell. I still don't know, Richter said with some bitterness as he remembered what the woman had taken from him. Zare hung his head in shame. The dwarf spoke up and began to apologize profusely. Richter didn't blame him for what had happened, though, and expressed that, too, much had occurred since, and what they needed now were answers, not recriminations. I believe I can answer that, Basil said. I have heard that professed rogues can have a hidden identity talent. It hides their true name and information from skills like Analyze. Did you know about this? Richter asked Randolphus. The Chamberlain took a moment before answering. I have heard of this talent, my lord. If your analysis skill were higher, you might have pierced her protection depending on how heavily the assassin had invested in the talent. Then how can we know that there aren't more killers in the group that just came in? Richter asked in consternation. For every problem, there is a solution, Master Richter, Sumiko said. At your Chamberlain's request, I have spent the last several days interviewing everyone that has come on the ships and everyone already here. With each, I cast Soul's Window. It is an adept level spell that allows me to discover nearly any subterfuge. While it is not foolproof, it would take much more than a rogue's talent to defeat it. As far as I could tell, everyone here has come for honest reasons. Maybe we should have you do the same thing with all of the existing villagers. Sumiko, Cyan said. Richter nodded. I don't want our people to feel like I don't trust them, but maybe if we explain that this is being done for the safety of the village as a whole, they would be okay with it. Sumiko, are you willing to help? Of course, Lord Richter. I would still need to know which questions to ask, however. The spell makes people answer honestly any question posed, and also lets me sense any ill intent. But the more concise the questions, the better. I have already worked with Lady Sumiko in the first round of interviews. Very good then, Richter said. To be clear, everyone at this table will be included as well. In fact, we will go first as an example to the other villagers. I trust no one has a problem with that. A round of agreements. Circled the table, though not everyone looked happy. Richter took that with a grain of salt, but he did feel a bit better. Okay then, I think we are all up to speed about what has happened. Now I need to tell you what is about to happen. He addressed Chivona first and made clear that he needed the ship completed as soon as possible, but that he also needed it to have offensive and defensive capabilities. She tried to flirt like she had in the past, but Richter held up his hand to stop her. The recent events in his life had shown him the importance of a proactive defense. His primary goal was to make the village both safe and prosperous, and he wouldn't allow anything to distract from that, including getting involved with any of his villagers in the near future. He communicated that clearly with a few sentences. She nodded with a serious expression and just told Richter that she would need more jewels, materials, and smiths to make mountable weapons for the boat. Richter told Randolphus to allocate what she needed and Chrome to start making what she requested. Then he asked her to get back to work. The ship builder left the room. Next, he spoke to Sumiko. I have advanced in my life magic skill. Now I have much farther I have to go before I reach your level. But are there any more spells that you can teach me? That I can do, she said with a smile. It will cost you, however. I have spent time in the human lands, and I know how much spells sell for. As you are the ally of the wood sprites, I will only charge you half. What level are you exactly now? And what spells do you already know? Richter checked his status page quickly and told her his spells and that he was level 7. I know 3 other spells I can teach you. 2 are level 6 and will cost you 3 gold each. The third is level 4 and will cost you 2 gold. What the hell? He exclaimed in surprise. I thought all you sprites were just about peace and harmony. She smiled wolfishly. Like I said, I have lived among humans. I must have been corrupted. Besides, I have the feeling that trade is about to come to the forest, and having hard currency will most likely be useful. Richter grumbled, but took the money from his bag. Another $800. Dollars gone in a blink. If that was the family deal, then he wasn't surprised that teaching his people magic for free had been such a shock. Most people only earn the equivalent of $80 per month if they were lucky. Richter had given them the equivalent of a year's wages when he awakened their power and taught them spells. I definitely see the relation between you and Fumiko now. She says hello, by the way, and to tell you that she's doing well. Sumiko smiled at the mention of her sister. That's nice. Do you wish to know what the spells are first? He shook his head. Knowledge is power. I'll take them. The older sprite took the coins, then made a show of counting them, with a wink before making them disappear into her robes. Then she placed one hand on Richter's head and another on his heart. His breath sucked in. His pupils widened, and he KNAW. Congratulations! You have learned the spell, Banish and Dead. If successful, you will dissipate the energy, allowing a death creature to exist in this plane. This is a spell of life. Cost, 40 mana. Duration, instant. Range, 40 feet. Cast time, to seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Congratulations! You have learned the spell, Minor Stabilize. If a target is stricken with a bleeding status, this spell will decrease the overrate of bleeding and total bleeding time. Effects will vary based on extent of the injuries. This is a spell of life. Cost, 27 mana. Duration, instant. Range, touch. Cast time, 1 second. Cooldown, 1 minute. Congratulations! You have learned the spell, Life Bolt. Fire a bolt of concentrated life energy. Damage 5 to 10. Increased damage against death. Creatures. This is a spell of life. Cost 22 mana. Duration instant. Range 30 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 2 minutes. Richter smiled. It was good to finally have another offensive spell. It wasn't the strongest, but if he ran up against any more fades, he was sure it would come in handy. He walked over to where Zer and Quasia were, sitting. I don't suppose y'all would give me a discount to. Quasia stood and faced him. Then she patted him on the cheek and sighed, "You're so pretty." Richter rolled his eyes and chuckled, "Okay. I'm level 6 in Earth Magic and level 8 in Dark Magic. What do you have for me?" They're new to spells that fit Richter's spell level, and Quasia knew. Another 3. 18 gold pieces later, Richter had his new spells. Congratulations! You have learned the spell, Summon Saproling. Summons a level 5 forest creature to do your bidding. You can only have one summoned creature at a time. This is a spell of Earth. Cost 39 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range 5 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Acid Sphere. Creates a ball of acid that can be thrown at your target. Damage 4 to 6 per second. This is a spell of Earth. Cost 22 mana. Duration 10 seconds. Range throwing. Range of caster. Cast time to seconds. Cooldown and congratulations! You have learned the spell Flood of Darkness. Blankets. An area 25 yards around you in darkness. Effect banished by direct sunlight. Blocks out all light-based sight. This is a spell of dark. Cost 46 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 45 minutes. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Dark Bolts. Fires a bolt of concentrated dark energy at your target. For every 3 skill levels the caster has in dark magic, the spell will fire another bolt max 10. Damage 7 to 9. This is a spell of dark. Cost 31 mana. Duration instant. Range 40 feet. Cast time to seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Congratulations! You have learned the spell Dark Vision. Provides dark vision for 25 yards. This is a spell of dark. Cost 43 mana. Duration 20 minutes. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Richter couldn't wait to try his new spells, but there was still work to be done. He walked back to the head of the table. This was the time for the announcement that he knew some people might have a problem with. Everyone in the village is about to be given a choice to swear fealty or not. Quasia and Zer both opened their mouths, but he held up a hand to forestall them. Any who do not wish to do so will be able to live here for the rest of their year. They will receive the same treatment as before and the same pay. At the end of that year, we will reevaluate their place in the village. I am going to repeat this to the entire village, but I want to make clear that no punitive measures will be taken against those who do not wish to bend the knee. I also want to make clear, however, that only those who swear fealty will be able to take advantage of the special benefits of living here, namely weapons and armor from the Forge of Heavens, fruit from the quickening, my ability to waken dormant power, and any other special resources that may become available. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Zer broke the stillness. What would you want in return? The dwarf mage asked. You will follow my commands and the commands of those I appoint to carry out my will. For my advanced magic users, I have asked you to teach others the ways of your magic, but now it will be a formal task. I plan to build a school The two of you will be teachers. You will be required to pass on for free your weakest spell to anyone with the aptitude so that people can practice and build their skill level. Any further spells you wish to impart, I will leave to you to sell or teach as you wish, but 20% of the cost will be paid to the village coffers. Lastly, and this applies to everyone, you will fight to protect this village and its people if necessary. Silence reigned in across the table until Quasia spoke. Can we have some time to think about it? Richter nodded. Of course. The same terms apply to everyone at this table barring Cyan and Sumiko, who are our allies and guests. You may take all the time you need. I plan to make the Mist Village into a force of positive change in the land. I am not naive enough to believe that my goals can be accomplished without power, however, so I plan to do what is necessary to get it. I make you all the same promise I will make to the villagers. Anyone that bends the knee before me will then rise in power as I do. With that short speech done, Richter took his seat at the head of the table. He looked out at the men and women before him. Mages, fighters, builders, and companions, they were all people of worth and power. Each was different, but they had one thing in common. They all waited silently and expectantly for his next words. Chapter 23. The group spoke for the next 2 hours as Richter outlined what he wanted done. He told them that construction needed to increase dramatically. This should no longer be a problem with the influx of villagers. Randolphus said he would allocate the new villagers to the appropriate job. Richter also wanted to increase the defenses of the village, and he thanked Terran for already having started the process by establishing a guard. The third item he addressed rendered everyone quiet. He took the magic core from his bag and placed it on the table. I know you wanted me to keep this quiet, Randy, but this is a group that I trust. I need to know what I'm doing with this. Right now I'm leaning towards making a philosopher's cauldron, but Bane is the most accomplished alchemist in the village. To be frank, I think he's an asshole, and I'm hesitant to put a legendary object in his hands. Do you have any ideas? Chrome spoke up. I do agree that there be something about that little man that I do not trust, your lordship. Well, my lord, his chamberlain added, there is an elf woman quite proficient at alchemy, a journeyman I believe, and also an apprentice in Arblore. Her name is Tabia. I need to meet with her ASAP, Richter said. Everyone looked at him strangely, rolling his eyes. I need to meet her as soon as possible. Randolphus nodded and made a notation. When it was clear that no other suggestions were forthcoming, he asked Chrome about his progress with learning enchantments. I have learned how to impart freeze damage to weapons, Chrome said proudly. I have not been able to make many, however, because of a lack of soul gems and powdered crystal. Richter smiled. After tonight, I don't think the soul gems will be an issue. As for the crystal, Richter started reaching into his bag and removing the large shards of crystal he had stolen. At first, everyone just looked at him in confusion, but that quickly shifted to awe as he piled more and more of the precious resource onto the table. He stopped after a while, and despite there being a great deal more in his bag, he knew that his point had been carried across. Even Randolphus was taken aback. Where did you find all of this? My lord, let's just say you now know why the kobolds are so irritated with me. I have a lot more crystal in my bag, and I want anyone with the alchemy skill to start preparing it. Cyan, can you take charge of that? His companion nodded excitedly. Richter could see the sprite was already imagining the potions he could make. Excellent! Now hold on to your butts, because if you liked seeing all that crystal, you'll love this. Richter pulled out the focus crystal. Fuck my life! Even the hearth tree does not have access to an item such as this. Cyan exclaimed. That expression doesn't totally work here, my friend. But I agree. It's exciting. I need to plant it underground somewhere. If worst comes to worst, I can plant it in one of the rooms of the Great Seal, but looking long term, the Crystal Garden could easily overgrow the small spaces we have here. Ideally, we can find a nearby cave that is defensible and plant it there. The crystal I have brought will be placed in the treasury. If you need any, Cyan, Terran, or myself will be able to access it for you. I don't have access to the treasury, brother, Cyan protested. Echoed him. Richter closed his eyes for a moment, accessing the city interface. When he opened his eyes, he smiled. You do now. So do you, Terran. While Terran seemed speechless, Cyan bowed his head in response to the trust he was being shown. Thank you, my friend. I also may have the perfect place to plant the crystal. Somehow I thought you would be able to help, Richter said. He knew that the sprite's wanderlust would have driven Cyan to explore the surrounding countryside. Richter turned to his smith. Start making enchanted weapons, Chrome. You can have access to as much crystal and as many soul gems as you need. I want you to level and become a professed smith as quickly as possible. To that end, Richter reached into his bag and gave Chrome 10 potions of clarity. Use these if you ever have the opportunity to get experience. It will be done, my lord. Chrome looked at the treasured potions his lord had just given him with excitement. Richter looked around at the table. As I said, fealty has its privileges. Now, Chrome, the most important point. I need to convince the dwarves of the serrated mountains to fight with us against the bugbears. At the very least, I need a positive relationship with them. Chrome laughed without any real humor. Then I suggest ye bring a chest of gold. Richter nodded. Hesako said as much. I can pay, but you told me there are many different tribes and clans. I need to know who is worth dealing with and who is trustworthy. I wouldn't want to pay a bone crusher when I should be working with a redstone. After all, Chrome laughed again, but this time with mirth. Now that be the smartest thing you've ever said, my lord. How much will we need to pay? Richter asked. It do be hard to say, your lordship. There do be mercenary companies, 50 to 100 strong. Each dwarf will not be hired for less than 5 coppers a day. Maybe more. If that one, he said, pointing at Basil, is up for another trip. I can tell him where to go. Richter looked at Basil, who nodded. I will leave in the morning, my lord. Good. Just try not to invite an entire dwarf clan to join us this time, Richter said wryly. He reached into his bag for a slip of paper. Handing to Chrome, he asked, can you build this? Chrome looked at the drawing, then turned it 90 degrees left, then 180 degrees right. He glanced back at Richter with confusion. It shouldn't be too difficult. But what does it do? Oh, Richter said with a smile, you'll be happy you made it. Just make sure it's pure copper. Randolphus will give you access to the copper that was found in the mine. They talked about a few more sundry items, then Richter dismissed everyone. Randolphus said there were more minor items he needed to report, but Richter waved him off. He needed to rest before tonight. Richter told the Chamberlain to gather all of the old and new villagers in front of the quickening at sundown, and then dismissed everyone. They all filed out to take care of their various tasks. The last thing that Richter did was to give Randolphus the roll of sodden papers he had retrieved from Sonore's corpse. The Chamberlain didn't look hopeful, but he said he would try to recover any information that he could. When he was alone, Richter pulled out the items he had taken from the Bugbear Ranger as well as from the Kobold hidden compartment. After a short command, Futon flared white and identified all of the items. You have found Ebonwood Bow of Sundering. Damage 13 to 18. Durability 4850 firsts. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 3.3 kilograms. Traits, arrows shot from this bow do double damage to the durability of any armor they impact. You have found Sealed Dagger of the Beast Slayer. Damage 8 to 10. Durability 29-30 seconds. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 1.2 kilograms. Traits, plus 11% versus animals. Both of the weapons were respectable, but still not better than what he already had. Both magical qualities could be helpful to his people, though if Crone could successfully deconstruct them. He turned his attention to the items he had taken from the Kobold Warren. You have found Book of Rending Talons. Durability 4/5. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.4 kilograms. Summons invisible. Claws to attack all targets within ow. This is a spell of earth. You have found Book of Sonic Whale. You can make a sound attack. Durability 6/6. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.5 kilograms. All within ow suffer damage and risk being deafened. This is a spell of earth. You have found Book of Paralysis Beam. Durability 7/7. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.4 kilograms. Fires a beam at your target and causes paralysis for 4 seconds. This is a spell of earth. You have found Book of Minor Aura Lance. Durability 8/10. Item class, rare. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.3 kilograms. Fires a blast of spiritual energy at your target. Does no physical damage, but causes disruption of the target's aura. Reduces resistance to all spell types. This is a spell of spirit. You have found Stasis Box. Durability 195/199. Item class, rare. Quality, exquisite. Weight, 4.1 kilograms. Anything placed within this box will be protected from entropy until it is opened. You have found Steel Short Sword of Known Slaying. Damage 10/11. Durability 60-66. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 1.2 kilograms. Traits, plus 14% damage against gnomes. Richter's mouth began to salivate when he saw the spells that the books contained. Direct damage with an owl paralysis and a spell that lowered owl resistances. And the last one was a spell of spirit magic. Congratulations! You have learned Rending Talons. Summons invisible. Claws to attack all targets within 10-foot AoE. This is a spell of earth. Cost 52 mana. Duration 8 seconds. Range 60 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Congratulations! You have learned Sonic Whale. You can make a sound. Attack with your voice. All within cone-shaped owl suffer damage and risk being deafened. This is a spell of earth. Cost 27 mana. Duration 3 seconds. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. Congratulations! You have learned Paralysis Beam. Fires a beam that will lock the target's body into position. This is a spell of earth. Cost 39 mana. Duration 4 seconds. Range 25 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 6 minutes. Congratulations! You have learned Minor Aura Lance. Fires a blast of spiritual energy at your target. Does no physical damage, but causes disruption of the target's aura. Reduces resistance to all spell types. This is A spell of spirit. Cost 168 mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 100 feet. Cast. Time 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Spirit Magic. Know this. You have learned your first deeper magic. The path to power is never without cost. Beware using your power without thought. There could be consequences to such reckless pursuit of your goals. Each book fell to ash as the knowledge imprinted into Richter's mind. New magic pathways were now open to him and begging to be used. Aura. Lance was especially interesting. He wasn't sure what the real difference was between deeper magic and the basic elements, but the warning the universe had given him after learning it was a bit disconcerting. Nonetheless, he was excited to use his new magic. He examined the next item. A sword of gnome slang made sense, seeing as how kobolds and gnomes seem to be racial enemies. Richter was pretty sure that he wouldn't want to be seen walking around with it, though. He slipped it back into his bag until he could unload it in the treasury. Now, the stasis box was interesting. Richter remembered that the inside of the hidden compartment had been covered in dust, but the wooden surface of the item had gleamed as if it had been freshly burnished. It was about the size of a carton of milk and was made of a buttery yellow wood with large red veins tracing through it. There didn't seem to be any break-in. The wood to show where it opened. The only thing marring the surface was a slight depression in the middle of one of the long faces. It looked like 3 capital letter SS written atop one another, but each was slightly offset from the others. Richter pressed on it, but nothing happened. Seeing no other way to get into the box, he just put it back in his bag. If he had to, he could just hit it with a hammer later to see what was inside. He pulled out the last item he had taken from the hidden compartment, the stonewood chest. He started examining it closely. 10 different areas lit up red around the rim as he inspected. Richter sighed, happy that he hadn't opened it before, but irritated over how long it was going to take to disarm these traps. He drew to lockpicks and got to work. Hours passed, but finally the last trap was disabled. Futen hadn't been able to detect any wards, so when all of the red had faded, Richter opened the chest. What was inside was well worth the effort he had gone through. Gleaming silver coins shone in his gaze like moonlight in a midnight sea. He dipped a hand into the chest and scooped up a large amount of coins before letting them fall back down into the chest with a tinkling sound. The coins were octagonal rather than round like the coins he had seen so far, and they seemed slightly heavier. A kobold face was embossed on each. Richter started scooping the coins into his bag. He smiled wider and wider as the autosort showed first dozens, then hundreds, and finally thousands of coins. The final count was 5,234 of the new 8-sided silver pieces. If the conversion rate stayed true, it was more than $50,000. He should be able to hire as many dwarves as he needed with all this new cheddar. As he looked at his inventory, all of the coins took up one tile, but a second silver coin was sitting all by its lonesome in another tile. Intrigued, he took it out of his bag and saw that it was round and resembled more of a medallion than a coin. The disc was about half the width of his palm, and 3 red S's were superimposed on one another. Richter excitedly realized he may have found a way to open the box. He lined up the symbols and pressed the medallion into the indentation on the side of the stasis box. A prompt immediately appeared. You have been offered a quest. Long live the King the First. Long ago, the kobolds of the depths were ruled by the Khan caste. In a bloody coup, all of the known Khans were slaughtered. Since that time, kobold society in the depths has devolved into what it is today. Will you help to restore this scion to power? Reward unknown. Yes or no? Before he could choose yes or no, a flash caught his eye. He minimized the prompt and saw that the box had started to vibrate. Lines of white light appeared at the edges, and then the side panels began to peel back, somehow now flexible like a banana peel. Richter did a fist pump in the air and said, "Yeah, baby, gimme what you got." The panels completely fell back, making a wooden X on table. In the center of the box was a pedestal that held a large egg. As he watched, the egg began to vibrate, and the sound of scratching could be heard. A look of utter horror crossed Richter's face, and he shook his hands rapidly back and forth. "No, no, no, baby. Don't gimme what you got." The smallest of cracks appeared in the side, and as eloquent as ever. Richter said, "Shit. I hope you all enjoyed this latest jaunt through the land. I really appreciate all of you joining me again. The adventures of Richter and Cyan continue in the land Catacombs, which will be coming soon. Stay cool, and as always, peace, love, and the perfect margarita. Index. Richter's spells. Earth. Barkskin. This spell will increase natural armor by +2. This is a spell of earth magic. Cost 20 mana. Duration 20 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and grease. This spell will make a 10 by 10 foot area slick greatly, increasing chance of anyone in the area falling down. This is a spell of earth magic. Cost 15 mana. Duration 5 minute. Range 25 feet. Cast time to seconds. Cooldown 10 minute. Summon insects. Summons a host of stinging and biting insects in a 10-foot wide circle. Causes minimal damage, but impedes concentration. This is a spell of earth magic. Cost 25 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down 20 minutes. Rending talons. Summons invisible claws to attack all targets within 10 foot. Ow! This is a spell of earth. Cost 52 mana. Duration 8 seconds. Range 60 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Sonic Whale. You can make a sound attack with your voice. All within cone-shaped owl suffer damage and risk being deafened. This is a spell of earth. Cost 27 mana. Duration 3 seconds. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. Paralysis beam. Fires a beam that will lock the target's body into position. This is a spell of earth. Cost 39 mana. Duration 4 seconds. Range 25 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 6 minutes. Summon Saproling. Summons a level 5 forest creature to do your bidding. You can only have one summoned creature at a time. This is a spell of earth. Cost 39 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range 5 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 1. Acid Sphere. Creates a ball of acid that can be thrown at your target. Damage 4 to 6 per second. This is a spell of earth. Cost 22 mana. Duration 10 seconds. Range. Throwing range of caster. Cast time to seconds. Cooldown and water. Ice Dagger. This spell will throw a dagger made of ice at your target. This is a spell of water magic. Cost 20 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 40 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and air. Haste. This spell will increase the speed of the target. This is a spell of air magic. Cost 25 mana. Duration 10 minute. Range 5 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown, and Errant Wind. Increase the dodge of your party to projectiles. This spell will only work when you are outside. This is a spell of air magic. Cost 50 mana. Duration, 20 minute. Range, 50. Cast. Time, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 45 minute. Fire. Flame. Shoot a weak out of flame from your hand. This is a spell of fire magic. Cost 10 mana. Duration 3 seconds. Range 5 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and life. Charm. You can convince an enemy that they are your friend. In battle, they will fight for you. Casting this upon a creature lowers their regard for you after the spell wears off. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 60 mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 10 minutes. Slow heal. Restore 30 missing health over 60 seconds upon casting. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 20 mana. Duration 6 seconds. Range touch. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 1 min. Cure. Remove minor poison effects. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 50 mana. Duration 1 second. Range touch. Cast time to seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Soul Trap binds the soul of the target to this plane, preventing passage to the beyond at the time of death. They will instead be pulled into any nearby empty soul stone of appropriate size. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 30 mana. Duration 2 minutes. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and minor life aura. The caster's body is surrounded by a golden shield of pure life energy. Any nearby death, dead or undead, creatures will be discomforted. Any actual contact with the shield will cause damage to the undead. Cost 50 mana. Duration 15 minutes. Range self. Cast time to seconds. Cooldown 20 minutes. Courage improves your fighting spirit by plus 50. This is a spell of life. Cost 25 mana. Duration 15 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 15 minute. Minor life armor. Defense of all armor pieces increased by +1. +3 versus death attacks. Cost 30 mana. Duration 10 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 seconds. Cooldown and summon weak life wisp. Summons an entity comprised of life magic. Will float in the area and restore a total of 100 mana to you or one of your allies. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 60 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range self. Cast time 3 second. Cooldown 20 minutes. Dark night vision. You can see even in the deepest darkness. This is a spell of dark magic. Cost 5 mana. Duration 3 hours. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and cloying darkness. Cast a cone of thickened darkness from your hand. Movement and attack speed of targets decreased by 20%. All in area of effect will suffer from spell. Will not work in direct sunlight. This is a spell of dark magic. Cost 30 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Troubled sleep places your target in a restless sleep. He will be plagued by nightmares until awakening. Any attack or hostile action taken against target will awaken them. Area of effect 5 feet. This is a spell of dark magic. Cost 50 mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 15 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. Flood of darkness. Blankets an area 25 yards around you in darkness. Effect banished by direct sunlight. Blocks out all light-based sight. This is a spell of dark. Cost 46 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 45 minutes. Dark bolts. Fires a bolt of concentrated dark energy at your target. For every 3 skill levels the caster has in dark magic, the spell will fire another bolt max 10. Damage 7 to 9. This is a spell of dark. Cost 31 mana. Duration instant. Range 40 feet. Cast time to seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Dark vision. Provides dark vision for 25 yards. This is a spell of dark. Cost 43 mana. Duration 20 minutes. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Light. Simple light. Creates a ball of white light that will hover above your head, moving with you. This is a spell of light magic. Cost 2 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and Farlight. Creates a ball of white light that can be fixed to a distant surface. This is a spell of light magic. Cost 5 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 100 yards. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and Mirror. Creates a 6 by 3 foot reflective surface. This is a spell of light magic. Cost 15 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown and Spirit. Minor or a lance. Fires a blast of spiritual energy at your target. Does no physical damage, but causes disruption of the target's aura. Reduces resistance to all spell types. This is a spell of spirit. Cost 168 mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 100 feet. Cast time 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 day. Riptus skill rank bonuses. 1 herb lore. A. Novi. Can detect 1 trait from picked herbs. B. Initiate. Can detect 2 traits from picked herbs. Can avoid 1 negative trait when ingesting. C. Apprentice. Can detect 3 traits from picked herbs. Can avoid 2 negative traits when ingesting. To pierce the veil. A. Novice. Can see hidden traps. B. Initiate. Can see hidden compartments. 3 trait. A. Novice. Can smell a deal. B. Initiate. 5% better prices, buying and selling. C. Apprentice. 10% better prices, buying and selling. Can find black markets for portal construction. A. Novice. Can travel only between 2 points on the same ley line. B. Initiate. Can create portals to allow travel between any 2 points on the same type of ley line. C. Apprentice. Can create a portal with multiple exit points. This can only be built at a place of power. The number of destination points is determined by the number of ley lines present. 5 enchanting. A. Novice. Can add an enchantment to an item while it is being created. B. Initiate. You now will gain more charges when recharging. With a soul stone, items you enchant now have their enchantment potential increased by +2 for each new rank. In enchanting that you achieve, enchantment potential will increase by another 2 points. You can now add enchantments to already created items, albeit with an 80% penalty to effectiveness. C. Apprentice. You can now enchant scrolls based on spells that you already know. Items that you enchant with a finite number of charges will now have +10 charges. 4. Each new rank you obtain in enchanting, you will get another +10 charges. You can now add enchantments to already created items, albeit within 60% penalty to effectiveness. 6. Tracking. A. Novice, you can now follow tracks in Spore to find your quarry. B. Initiate, your sense of smell is now heightened. You can track an enemy by scent if you have a piece of clothing or an item they were recently in contact with. 7. Archery. A. Novice, increased ability to wield a bow. B. Initiate, 50% chance to retrieve special arrows after they have been shot. Richter and Alma's status pages. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 25. 25%. Health, 589 mana, 450 for stamina, 300. Strength, 32. Agility, 32. Dexterity, 38. Constitution, 41. Endurance, 30. Intelligence, 41. Wisdom, 24. Charisma, 24. Luck, 17. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, side bond. Qualities, resolute, honorable, implacable. Skills, Herblore LVL 40, 47% to next level. Alchemy LVL 2, 48% to next level. Enchantment LVL 28, 0% to next level. Crafting LVL 1, 0% to next level. Smithing LVL 1, 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 9, 11% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 23, 54% to next level. Stealth LVL 13, 61% to next level. Traps LVL 22, 22% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 22, 18 to next level. Tracking LVL 15, 23% to next level. Riding LVL 7, 76% to next level. Archery LVL 11, 48% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 7, 9% to next level. Focus LVL 4, 47% to next level. Double Shot LVL 2, 11% to next level. Drill Shot LVL 2, 81% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 1, 43% to next level. Small Blades LVL 6, 12% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1, 78% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1, 0% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1, 0% to next level. Light Armor LVL 10, 72% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 8, 12% to next level. Dual Cast LVL 6, 68% to next level. Air Magic LVL 12, 17% to next level. Life Magic LVL 7, 53% to next level. Earth Magic LVL 6, 11% to next level. Water Magic LVL 5, 74% to next level. Dark Magic LVL 8, 94% to next level. Light Magic LVL 7, 37% to next level. Fire Magic LVL 6, 74% to next level. Map Making LVL Max. Trade LVL 13, 0% to next level. War Leader LVL 3, 51% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL 1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Forge of Heavens. Resistances. Air 50%. Life 50%. Mental 35%. Spiritual 15%. Race. Human Chaos Seed. Reputation. LVL 3, you seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. Name. Alma. Level. 21. 43%. Health. 310 mana. 403 stamina. 310. Unused level points. 1. Abilities. Side Bond. LVL 3. points to next level 3. Side Blast LVL2 points to next level 2. Brain Drain LVL6 points to next level 6. Can use Air Magic, Life Magic, Resistances, Mental 100%, Air 50%, Life 50%, Race Side Dragonling